Exploitation Hollywood 1980. Hey, fanfic family. So glad to see you here again to continue this incredible adventure. As always, kindly remember, this story is 100% fiction. So don't go looking for dimensional portals in your closet. All rights to this fantastic novel belong to the original author. We're just your humble narrators of epic tales. Are you enjoying the fanfic? Show it by subscribing to our YouTube channel and dropping us a like. And if you're impatient for more exclusive content, our Patreon is your happy place. Chapter 501 The True Ending After the False Ending. Ronald, the cameo role you asked me to play is much more interesting. Coppola and the others wouldn't give me many lines, but in your movie, I can at least have a confrontation with the lead and get some screen time. You know, when I was in acting school, one of my classmates was Jack Nicholson. Roger Corman was getting his makeup done in a makeshift dressing room in a corner of the California State University gymnasium. Ronald had asked him to play a cameo role as a judge at the final dance competition, which involved quite a few lines. Oh? Now that you're retired, you could definitely pursue acting, maybe even get an Oscar nomination for Best Supporting Actor, Ronald chuckled, offering him a cigar. This is nice, a symbol of success. Roger Corman took the prop, picked up a match, struck it, and slowly lit it. Ronald remembered his promise. Whenever he made a movie, he would always invite his former boss to make a cameo. This final dance competition also had such a judge, perfectly suited to Roger Corman's refined and cultured appearance. With his gold-rimmed glasses and articulate speech, he exuded an even more refined and scholarly air. It was truly baffling how someone with the air of a university professor could direct so many gory horror films. Roger Corman, his makeup complete, sat down behind the table with the actors playing the judges. The entire set was somewhat of a rip-off of Flashdance, only the quality of all the sets and props had been downgraded by 2 notches to fit the exploitation film budget. However, Roger Corman clearly liked the vibe. As he relit his cigar, a wisp of smoke rising, Ronald signaled to all departments to prepare for action. Action. Ben Lodge, playing Franco, Kelly's jazz dance instructor, had a effeminate and wicked appearance. He and his team had just finished their performance and were retreating from the judges when they bumped into Motor, Cyclone, and Kelly's trio. Seeing that they had overcome his obstacles and were still participating with the help of their agent, Franco immediately returned to the dance competition to protest against Roger Corman's portrayal of a judge. They're street dancers, they don't qualify for this dance competition. Do you expect them to perform in Broadway musicals, dancing those black dances? Your qualifications are fine, but the purpose of this dance competition is to select actors for new off-Broadway musicals. Roger Corman glanced at the application form, found the trio's name, but kindly advised them not to waste their time. Okay, next. State what dance you're going to perform. Roger Corman, playing a judge, saw the trio speechless at this unexpected turn of events and assumed they were about to withdraw. Next is me, Whirlwind, Shabadow, playing Whirlwind, finally snapped. Why couldn't blacks and Latinos perform in Broadway musicals? He forcefully pulled down the suit he had reluctantly worn for the dance competition, tearing off both sleeves. I'm going to perform street dance, breakdancing, cut. Ronald looked up at the director of photography, who indicated okay. Roger Corman always handled this type of role with ease. Clear the table here, Ronald called over the assistant director, and together with his assistants, they began tidying up the documents and miscellaneous items on the table, making ample space. Sound, Ronald instructed the recording department to turn on the record player playing the soundtrack, from which the music of Nothing Can Stop Us blared. Action, the camera panned from the side, showing Roger Corman at the head. The trio began to dance a highly rhythmic breakdance, a style the judges had never seen before, and they were amazed, clapping along with their feet. Franco was furious. You promised me you wouldn't let them compete. Move aside. Roger Corman waved him away dismissively, telling him not to get in the way of the trio's dance. Fine, in that case, I'm withdrawing from the competition. Franco thought that by forcing them, he would make sure the judges kept him and expelled Kelly's trio without his dance troupe to represent them. Yet, the trio rushed over from behind, all three leaping onto the judges' table and then jumping around on it. The director of photography gestured for the laborers to move the camera slightly, then zoomed in, revealing Kelly's legs and pantyhose, dancing in front of Roger Corman. Her high-slit yoga outfit, paired with leg warmers, created a Jane Fonda-esque sexy look. Roger Corman cooperated, feigning happiness, befitting a sanctimonious university professor. Cut. Where's Iron Arm? Ronald yelled at the director of photography. Quick, get him here. The camera operator, with impressive arm strength, carrying a camera almost as powerful as a Steadicam, was called over. Got it all? You control the speed yourself, Ronald instructed. Action. The trio of Whirlwind, Motor, and Kelly, having earned the highest score, embraced in the center of the dance floor. Iron Arm, holding the camera, filmed from a low angle, rotating around the trio. The effect was that the camera seemed to be drawing circles around the trio, like the audience's gaze. Cut. Ronald saw that the operator with the iron arm was still exhausted and shook his arm repeatedly. 10-minute break, then we'll do it again. These kinds of shots are prone to problems, and he wouldn't feel comfortable doing them many times. This is where the advantage of television cameras becomes apparent. They can be played back on tape at any time, and the quality can be quickly assessed. Film cameras don't have this capability. They must rely on the cinematographer. Roger Coleman, playing a judge, presented them with trophies. But after the awards ceremony, he also directly told them that Broadway wasn't ready for them to play leading roles yet, but perhaps in 10 years, they would have the opportunity to enter the highest art halls. The important thing wasn't to conquer Broadway now, but to promote breakdancing as a distinct art form. America is a commercial society. As long as there are people who enjoy watching, there will always be greedy businessmen who will exploit it for profit. After filming the morning scenes, most people didn't have any other plans for the afternoon, but everyone stayed behind. The news that Michael Jackson was coming had somehow leaked out. Everyone wanted to stay and meet America's most popular singer. MJ. The crowd suddenly cheered, and a group of people walked in from outside the stadium, surrounding a lean black man. Michael Jackson was still wearing his rhinestone-studded clothes and sunglasses. Upon seeing Ronald, he took the initiative to hug him. Let me introduce you, this is Bugallo, and this is Fawkin. Ronald introduced him to the main members of the crew, most importantly the two highly skilled breakdancing choreographers. MJ chatted briefly with Bugallo and Fawkin. The two dancers were very excited, took off their jackets, and immediately began performing their signature moonwalk and popping routine. Michael Jackson's eyes lit up. His dance moves at the Motown concert had two flaws. First, the backstep of his moonwalk was powerful but lacked elegance. Second, his upper body movements were stiff. With the help of these two choreographers, wouldn't it be even more spectacular? Michael Jackson nodded to his assistant, who then went to discuss the collaboration with the two choreographers. MJ, having freed up some time, signed autographs for fans. He signed dozens of copies until his assistant announced the time was up. The group headed to a nearby beach, and Ronald directed the camera to focus on the walkway leading to the dance battle arena. MJ walked over, and the shot was filmed twice for editing purposes. Then came a close-up shot of MJ taking off his sunglasses and saying to the camera, "You guys danced really well, can we dance together?" Cut. Michael Jackson was a star who frequently faced the camera, and since he was playing himself here, filming was effortless. They were just waiting for his appearance to become the true ending of the film during post-production editing. And finally, to whet the audience's spirits one last time. Is it really that simple? MJ approached Ronald and asked in a gentle voice. When I was filming my last movie, I had to rehearse every scene repeatedly and film it several times, because you're playing yourself, MJ. Playing yourself is about acting naturally, and your acting is quite good, Ronald replied. I heard you're going to film a Pepsi TV commercial? When does it start? At the end of this month, we're going to film abroad. I've even written part of the script, Michael Jackson said proudly. It's using the Billie Jean single I mentioned last time as background music. That's great. Ronald knew that adapting popular music into movies was a hot trend, and with many record companies making a fortune in the film industry, many people were thinking of switching tracks to make another killing. I'm also going to adapt this Billie Jean single into a movie script. My agent told me about it, and it sounds interesting. Can you help me out, Ronald? Of course, I'll take a look at the script when I have time, Ronald readily agreed. This song, which MJ sang at the Motown Memorial Concert, was also the first time he performed the moonwalk breakdance. Ronald was curious to see what kind of story he would adapt the song into. Chapter 502 Should there be a kissing scene? The camera focused on a brick wall. Bugallo, the shrimp, used an empty can of spray paint to press the nozzle against the wall. Hiss, the low internal pressure of the paint can didn't produce much sound, and the microphone above continued to move lower. Zoom, zoom, the camera operator urged the focus puller, slowly zooming in on the area within the red-framed safe zone of the viewfinder, while gesturing to the sound crew, "Your microphones can't go any lower, or it'll be obvious." Cut. Director Ronald finally called a halt to filming. This part was the last shot of the entire film, the opening credits. Ronald decided to use a special effects machine in post-production to add a layer of handwritten text, making each person's subtitles appear as if they were sprayed from a can of paint. "I announced that the filming of Breakdance is packaged up. Mr. Minahan Golan has arranged a party for you all. You can all take the bus." AWW, a group of street dancers, hearing there was a party, immediately started dancing on the double cassette 4-speaker recorder they were using as props, singing and dancing to Ice-T's rap song Reckless. Ronald ignored them. The main actors in the crew had already left. Big Shrimp Bugallo and Falcon went to Michael Jackson's place to design and improve his moonwalk. He said goodbye to Minahan and jumped into the editing van to work with the two editors. They were busy until dawn. Ronald yawned, got up, and went home. All the audio-visual synchronization and shot splitting were done. Now they could start editing. Back home, Ronald slept all day. In the evening, he seemed to suddenly remember something important in his dream and sat bolt upright. "I forgot to buy Walter Murch's editing tape." Ronald jumped out of bed, found Murch's phone number, his mentor on his editing project, and dialed. "He's in England? Oh, his back to Oz is finally in pre-production? Congratulations." It was Mrs. Angie Murphy who answered the phone. After repeated discussions, Murphy finally received a green light from Disney at the end of last year. Recently, he went to the English countryside to look for location shooting. "Me? I called to buy some Walt's editing tape." "Yes, I need a lot this time. I have 2 movies waiting to be edited." "Okay, I'll send you a check." After hanging up, Ronald called Minahan. Editing Breakdance would officially begin next Monday in Cannonball Studios' editing room. Cannonball Studios' offices were still messy. Ronald deliberately chose a larger editing room and occupied it all by himself. He had 2 editors, 4 editing assistants, and Minahan who often came to check on things. Cannonball Studios was European capital, so their equipment consisted of the most advanced horizontal editing machines from West Germany. Unlike the American-made Movila vertical editing machine, this West German imported editing machine was more like a video recorder. Each roll of film was about 10 minutes long. Several editing assistants loaded it, and Ronald searched for the shots he needed. Sometimes, while searching for the right shots, Ronald would have a new idea, a different editing method. This type of editing machine was more conducive to the editor's inspiration. Of course, this required someone like Ronald, trained by a master, to stand while editing in order to have a constant flow of inspiration. "Let's cut here, Ronald," Minahan said after watching for a while, offering his opinion. Ronald ignored him. His mind was full of new ideas. Here, oh my, that was a brilliant editing point, exactly the same as that scene in Flashdance. Click. Ronald pressed the stop button and noted the time in his notebook. The filming of this movie was very rushed, so there wasn't much footage to shoot for selection. In other words, the original film footage, excluding repeated shots, would yield approximately 90 minutes of runtime after editing. If any segment wasn't shot well and the editing didn't flow smoothly, it would be disastrous. More content would have to be cut to further shorten the runtime. The main actors were all with MJ, so there was no possibility of reshooting. "What does this scene mean?" Minahan pointed to a freeze frame on the monitor. It was a shot of Mata and Cyclone leaving in frustration after being defeated by a team of 2 men and 1 woman because they lacked Kelly as their female partner. "This is the point where Cyclone's emotions stop," Ronald replied casually, without looking at Minahan. This was the moment when Cyclone, despite his superior dancing skills, was forced to lose due to the lack of a female dancer. This frustration, evident from Ice-T's declaration of defeat, was accompanied by heavy breathing, and 5 seconds later, the audience's emotions reached their peak along with Cyclone's. "What? An emotional moment?" Minahan, completely unfamiliar with Walter Murphy's modern editing theory, began arguing incessantly. "But I think if it were placed a little later, right as he turns to leave, wouldn't that make the scene more complete?" "No, any longer and the audience will blink." Ronald understood what Minahan meant. Classic Hollywood editing theory aimed for every action of a character to be interconnected. Here, he turns and leaves. The next shot shows him driving away. This was how to establish a coherent narrative. However, After the French New Wave, Hollywood gradually began to learn from European theories. As long as the character's emotion was complete, some details in between, like turning to leave, didn't need to be explained. The next shot showed him driving away in a whirlwind, and the audience could fill in the gaps themselves, finding it very smooth. Blink? What do you mean? Minahan blinked and asked. It means that this is a complete thought process. Any longer, and the audience will start thinking about other things, and their attention might not be on the movie. What? You can accurately predict the audience's thoughts? Accurately to one frame. Minahan simply didn't believe it. Who could have such an ability? Even seasoned editors couldn't do that, let alone Ronald, who's so young. Let's make a bet. If I can stop at the same frame every time, you can shut up. What if you can't? Then I'll take your advice. Okay. Minahan, who edited his own films, didn't believe any of this. If Ronald wasn't genuinely better at directing, he would have already pushed him aside with his big butt and yelled, "Cut! Cut! Cut!" Ronald found a marker, marked the frame, and then turned the knob to rewind the film. He pressed the play button again. Cyclone looked at the trio of jubilant opponents, feeling a pang of sadness. He only had Kelly on his side, but firstly, Kelly couldn't breakdance, and secondly, she looked down on him and ignored his hints. A mix of emotions welled up, his chest heaving, his eyes filled with resentment. Now, Ronald snapped the stop button again. Minahan rushed over to check the gap in the film. There was a mark on the film, the very same V Ronald had just drawn, his middle initial. How did you do that? Minahan muttered. Just a coincidence. Ronald glanced at him, then rewound and played the film again. Click. He pressed the button without checking. This time, the feeling was perfect, it was definitely on the same frame. The two editors went up to check first. They exchanged a look, as if they'd seen a ghost. They'd never heard of anyone knowing this technique. Old Hollywood editors all know it. I trained with Walter Murch, Ronald explained casually. Trust me, Minahan, I won't cheat you. Ha ha ha, I'll make you some coffee. Minahan laughed, feeling like he'd struck gold. He quickly turned and scurried to the coffee machine. I'll have an espresso, double. Ronald's voice came from behind. The editing continued smoothly. Ronald's inspiration flowed freely, and the editing progressed quickly. The four editing assistants spent their free time moving film reels and making editing notes. As the pile of unedited film dwindled while the pile of edited film grew ever higher, Minahan said, knowing Ronald disliked the greasy, packaged Chinese food. He always personally bought sandwiches or pizzas and brought them to the editing room. What's wrong? Having trouble? Minahan asked the editor beside him, noticing Ronald's furrowed brow as he stared at the monitor. It's not a technical issue. Ronald's hesitant about whether to keep Kelly and Whirlwind's hug and kiss scene. Ronald had edited to the point where the trio won the championship, their emotions reaching a climax. There should have been a scene hunting at the end, showing Kelly and Whirlwind finally acknowledging their feelings, embracing passionately, and then seemingly about to kiss. What's wrong, Ronald? Minahan asked. I'm not sure how much audience acceptance this interracial romance will have these days, Ronald said, looking repeatedly at the camera. It seems like America is much more tolerant of these things now. I heard they've even repealed laws banning interracial marriage. No, America is a country with strong states' rights. Ronald knew this Israeli was again using Los Angeles to represent the whole country. Every place has different opinions. Some southern states even ban dancing. Ronald thought of the film he almost directed, Full of Energy, which was based on a true story from a few years ago. There's another place, where Kelly's friend introduced him to Eden of Whirlwind and Mata. He's a real guy. An editor also offered his opinion. If you think interracial relationships are too much, then same-sex intimacy is even more controversial. Especially now, there's a rumor that the super disease spreads between men, and it's divine punishment for immoral behavior. What disease? Ronald didn't understand. It's what they call the male disease. Oh, then let's cut all of them. Minahan, hearing that it might affect some viewers' opinions, insisted on cutting those scenes. But then, the emotional climax won't be there. Ronald stroked his short beard, pondering. Let's just leave no direct result, only some hints. That way, viewers who are open to it will naturally see it, and those who aren't will just feel that it didn't work out in the end. That's great. Minahan now thought everything Ronald said was a brilliant move. In the end, Ronald only left some ambiguity regarding Kelly and Whirlwind's relationship, allowing viewers who sensed his hints to retain a glimmer of hope, while those who didn't notice would quietly let it slip away. After editing, Ice-T and some upbeat music were added as background music. Anyway, their music licenses weren't expensive, and Ronald handled everything. The final working copy, with some ambiguous scenes cut, left only 87 minutes. Perfect. With the end credits, we can make it 90 minutes. That meets the theater requirements, Ronald stretched. The credits are over a minute long? Why? Isn't a minute enough? Minahan didn't understand. How can you finish showing everything in a minute? Ronald didn't understand either. Producer, director, lead actor, then the main technical staff, cinematographer, art director, and the main supporting actors, Minahan counted on his chubby fingers. Casting director, members of the various technical teams, and what about the extras? Like Eddie Rodriguez, the hand man, Ronald also found it strange that these people were all left out. After exchanging ideas for a while, Ronald realized that unlike Hollywood, where there are many unions, Israeli and European films generally only list the main creative personnel, ordinary staff members are not included. This won't do, Ronald insisted on including everyone's name, remembering the feeling when he first saw his own name on the credits. All these staff members would be watching the credits intently during the film. Also, MJ deserves special thanks. He's not an actor, so his cameo appearance can only be included in the special thanks. The hand man must also be included. Without him, I wouldn't have even suggested making this film. Whatever you say, Minahan agreed to all the conditions. Due to the low budget, there was no money for a preview screening, so they invited film critics from all over the country to watch an internal screening. Ronald simply sent Minahan to recruit a group of students from universities in Los Angeles to serve as a direct audience to test the results. Chapter 503 Bundled Release. Is this how it's done? It seems like it, but it's not quite right. Sigh. After the preview screening, many of the selected university students started imitating breakdancing in the cinema lobby. Many viewers tried to do the moonwalk, but no one could figure out why what looked like a forward step turned into a backward one. Hip-hop is so tense, so exciting. That pretty girl danced pretty well. Several viewers who had finished the preview screening were chanting Ice-T's impromptu rap lyrics as they lined up at the restroom. Hey, didn't MJ do this move at that Motown concert earlier this year? Yeah, but I saw Mata in the movie. He danced even more stylishly than MJ. It's a pity MJ didn't dance in the movie, otherwise we could see him and Mata compete. What? Where's MJ in the movie? A viewer who had just come out of the restroom looked bewildered after hearing their conversation. Did you see the ending? That guy dancing in the street with him, isn't that MJ? Yeah, he was right. Breakdancing is street art. I came out early to use the restroom. I was worried the line would be too long. You're in trouble then. That last part was amazing. Really? When will this movie be shown again? This is a preview screening, idiot. You'll have to wait for the official release. Looking at the enthusiastic discussion in the hall, and the audience trying to figure out how to do the moonwalk, Ronald was overjoyed. This is great. I've never seen such an enthusiastic response since I started directing. Minahan, standing beside him, was also incredibly excited. He had never seen a cannonball movie so popular. Perhaps his Lemonade, which he filmed in Israel 5 years ago, had achieved this level of success there. But this was America. A market dozens of times larger than Israel. The highly anticipated remake of Lemonade, The Last Virgin in America, failed at the North American box office. If this one succeeded, how much money could they make? Minahan turned to look at the MGM distribution representative, who had already scrambled to the only payphone in the theater and was making a call to the company. Yes, I guarantee it's a good movie. Cannonball has never made a movie this good. I don't care if their other movies are garbage, this one is guaranteed to be good. Besides the fantastic plot and dance, this movie perfectly captures the breakdance craze. Yes, the one Orion made with a $9 million budget. Yes, it's called Hot Street Kids. That's not a problem, whether their movies are better or not. The key is that this breakdance movie is about to be submitted for MPAA rating. Yes, I think we can release it first and catch them off guard. No, listen to me, I don't know how they did it. They even got MJ to make a cameo. And which MJ? Okay, I'll have him bring a copy. The MGM distribution representative, after finishing his call, returned to Minahan and said, my boss wants you to bring a copy to MGM headquarters for a screening. I can't convince them immediately with words, but I think your movie can do it. Haha, it's settled then. Minahan shook hands with him solemnly to finalize the deal. With good news, Minahan began to ponder. Should such a good movie still be distributed by MGM? Wouldn't it be more profitable if Cannonball distributed it itself? Do you think our Cannonball distribution department can handle the distribution of Breakdance? Minahan asked his cousin Yoram in the car on the way back to the office after the test screening. No, even if Cannonball has the capability, it has to be distributed by MGM, Yoram disagreed. A movie like Breakdance, without star actors, relies entirely on distribution channels for promotion. Most importantly, it needs to attract a large enough audience to the theaters in its first week of release. Cannonball's distribution department was newly established, lacking experience with project implementation and familiar theater distribution channels. On its own, it would be impossible to secure more than 1,000 theaters for the film. The film's final box office performance depended on the scale of its opening weekend and audience reviews. MGM is the company with distribution capabilities. Although they'll take a large slice of the pie, compared to the sheer number of theaters showing the film and their sophisticated marketing, it's still well worth it. And even though MGM doesn't produce many films anymore, they're still a board member of the MPAA. Having them rate the films will ensure the fastest possible approval. You forgot, Orion has a similarly themed film in development. You're right, we still need MGM to distribute it. This can salvage our precarious partnership with them. I'm just a little reluctant. It's a good opportunity to potentially build our own distribution team. Minahan shook his head regretfully. Yoram stroked his chin and said, actually, we can sign a joint distribution agreement with them. That way, for the first 2 months. I think this breakdancing film will definitely stay on screen for longer. They can take the cut during the first 2 months when the studio's share is high, while we can release it simultaneously in secondary theaters, rural theaters, and older theaters in big cities. Okay, Minahan nodded. Any other ideas? Yoram perked up. I have another idea. If the MGM executives see the film and it really turns out what the distribution guy said, we can bundle it with another film for them. Go on, Brooke Shields Sahara, didn't they refuse to release it in America? We'll insist on a bundled release of both films. They can only buy them together, or they can't have them together. You little rascal, I like that idea. Minahan patted Yoram's shoulder several times with delight. Yoram was mainly responsible for distribution at Cannonball, and he grinned. Being able to distribute Brooke Shields' film would solve a major problem. Actually, I have an idea too. Minahan's eyes gleamed. We can start preparing for the sequel. That's what I was thinking too. Cannonball is a company that makes money from sequels. Not by buying sequels from other companies, like the Chuck Bronson sequel to Death Wish, or even our own Breakup Buddies sequel, both of which brought huge profits to our European operations. Since MGM loves breakdancing so much, I suggest we start filming as soon as possible. No, we need to start planning breakdancing too now. Minahan waved his hand. The breakdancing craze came quickly, but we don't know when it will fade. We need to release the sequel as soon as possible. What are you planning to do? First, find the lead actors. Sign all the lead actors to a film contract quickly. Before they become famous and too expensive, Minahan said. And the screenwriters. Find screenwriters to write a story about Mata, Cyclone, and Kelly continuing their dance careers, based on the first film. You don't want Ronald to continue directing? Yoram asked. I know him. This movie was just a hobby for him. He didn't put in much effort. He practically directed it while lying down. His Columbia Pictures film was his masterpiece. If both of these movies are big hits, he'll be sought after by major studios, and we won't be able to hire him to direct these low-budget exploitative films anymore. I really want to work with him again. He's someone you can't ignore. Although he's not credited as a screenwriter for Breakdance, he did most of the script adaptation work, and these adaptations played a crucial role in the film's success. The union will recognize his achievements, so a sequel requires his approval. Minahan couldn't help but punch his head twice. I was so stupid, I should have signed him to another contract. Now we can only wait until we've raised the funds to make a big production before working with him again. A few days later, applause rang out in the MGM screening room. Their distribution head and the company's vice president stood up to salute Minahan. Just like previous test screenings, the audience went absolutely wild after watching the film. They went straight to MGM's investigators, asking when it would be released and insisting on seeing it again with their friends. Although MGM was unhappy with the bundled terms, they reluctantly signed the Sahara distribution agreement, citing the film's average audience rating of A, and took responsibility for the first-run distribution of both films in America. Second-run distribution and distribution in some remote theaters were handled by Cannonball Studios. Mazel tov, congratulations, the next step is to quickly submit it for censorship and get a PG rating, the MGM vice president said, raising his glass and offering a traditional Jewish toast. Then wish us great fortune. Minahan celebrated with champagne for the first time with executives from the 7 major studios. Ha ha ha, by the way, you made a wise choice by hiring Ronald Lee as director. He's particularly good at making exploitation films. Are you ready for the sequel? Don't be surprised, who in Hollywood doesn't know that Cannonball is the king of sequels? We have that plan. We're going to add an advertisement at the end of the film, Breakdance 2 Electronic Boogaloo, coming soon, stay tuned. Electronic Boogaloo, the MGM vice president laughed heartily. That's a good name, catchy, yes, we were just planning to have Boogaloo play the lead role in the sequel. He's currently MJ's choreographer, and by the time the sequel is released, he should be the most famous of the 3 leads. Exactly, his moonwalk is the best dance sequence in the movie. The MGM vice president raised his glass. Are you going to hire Ronald again as director? If so, we'd be willing to book a distribution contract immediately. Ha ha ha, he's currently busy with post-production on another Columbia Pictures film, and we're also in talks with him. Minahan happily raised his glass. L'chaim, it's a blessing to be alive. Minahan submitted the copy for review and then began full-time preparations for distribution and the sequel's filming. The lead actors had all signed contracts smoothly, and the writing team had been found, but Ronald was too busy to discuss the sequel with him. It just so happened that Ronald's vacation had ended, and he had already gone back to editing Dragon Boys. Chapter 504 Orion is out of money. Why hasn't your Terminator started filming yet? After finishing editing Breakdance, Ronald came to visit Jim Cameron and Gail Hurd over the weekend. He had assumed their movie had already started filming, or at least begun location scouting, but it turned out the two were still stuck at home, with preparations progressing very slowly. Actually, Shockingham has already finished filming Conan the Destroyer, and we've found a female lead named Linda Hamilton. She looks delicate yet strong, which is perfect for the role of Sarah, Cameron said confidently. It's just that there's been a funding problem with Orion, so filming will be delayed a bit, Gail interjected. What happened? Ronald looked at Gail. Orion is your distributor, right? Aren't they the big players? I thought that small production company, Heimdall, had run into trouble. They were forced to add over $10 million to Coppola's Cotton Club, crowding out the production funds for other films. I heard that all Orion's productions, except ours, have been affected. Oh, Ronald did the math. The total investment in Cotton Club was almost $60 million. Judging from the footage he'd seen, recouping the investment would be difficult. Ronald's mind raced. Breakdance's direct competitor, Hot Street Kids, was also invested in by Orion. Would that be advantageous for him? So when can you start filming? Ronald's smile faded. It wasn't a virtue to be happy when a friend was in trouble. Around March. I'm still worried about the lack of funds. Many scenes can't be filmed. Cameron was a little frustrated. Really? You've already cut a lot of scenes from this film. Ronald remembered that Cameron originally wanted to shoot many scenes, but because it was expensive, he had helped him cut as much sequel content as possible based on the content of the dream. It's just so hard to film. I wanted to shoot a highway chase. I wanted to shoot the final battle where human soldiers and Terminators fight in the flames, and finally, I wanted to shoot the scene of Sarah traveling alone with her unborn child on the interstate highway in the desert. No matter how you look at it, you can't film everything. Cameron, seemingly having had no one to discuss the frustrations of filmmaking in a long time, pulled out a thick stack of storyboards and began to complain to Ronald. Ronald had listened to much of Cameron's rant. The 3 large-scale scenes he wanted to film were indeed crucial. The highway chase, halfway through the film, needed a grand spectacle to lift the audience's spirits from their drowsiness. The final battle, the climax, had to be incredibly thrilling and exciting, ensuring the protagonist's victory over a powerful enemy would resonate with the audience. The final desert journey, however, served as a lingering aftertaste. After the final battle, with the protagonist, a future human warrior, perishing alongside the Terminator robot killer, and the girl's unborn child becoming the future leader of the resistance, the audience, while satisfied with the positive outcome of the future leader's survival, needed some solace for the protagonist's sacrifice. A respite from the intense excitement, and a glimmer of hope. Cameron's post-apocalyptic film is a serious drama with a moderate budget. Unlike his low-budget, poorly made coherence, it needs a serious approach and can't end up with a comedic ending. However, serious dramas require large-scale scenes, which cost a lot of money. Cameron himself is a special effects expert. He couldn't possibly be unaware of the costs involved, but he's probably just unwilling to accept the situation. Who doesn't want their debut film to be perfect? Ronald thought for a moment and started sketching on a blank sheet of paper. I think your budget might only be enough for one scene. How about we keep the car chase? Big explosions are always easier to film, they're exciting and don't cost much. But the fight in the fire is too expensive. How about you change it to a shopping mall chase? I recommend setting up the lights in your Sherman Pine department store. With a few modifications, you can use them directly without needing extra lighting, allowing you to film faster and save money. Then the two can fight in the factory, without setting fires, which can still be very intense, but it will save a lot of money. For the final highway scene, I don't think we can create a cumulonimbus cloud for an impending downpour. You should pay more attention to the weather forecast and shit whenever there's a big thunderstorm. Cameron took Ronald's drawing, looked at the shopping mall chase scene, and the final scene where the protagonists and antagonists fight in the factory, where the Terminator is lured into a punch press and crushed by the machine. He shook his head. Looks like you're Roger Coleman's true disciple. You have so many ways to save money. Let's do it this way. I understand, it's the first film, I can't ask for more. Having resolved the funding issue, the two rode their motorcycles, Cameron with Gail, and the three of them went to the countryside for a day trip. On Monday, Ronald threw himself into editing Dragon Boys. Just as Minahan had guessed, Ronald valued Dragon Boys far more than breakdance. After a few days of rest, he plunged into the editing room arranged by producer Weintraub, spending every day there. He spent a whole week familiarizing himself with all the shots several times, mastering the rhythm of the entire film. Then, confident in his plan, he slowly began making cuts. That day, while Ronald was editing, Weintraub arrived. He saw Ronald editing the scene where Miyagi was drunk, and Daniel discovered Miyagi's tragic past, his service in the 442nd Infantry Regiment in his youth, where his wife and unborn child died in childbirth. Daniel, after Miyagi's drunken state, found a box containing Miyagi's various medals of honor. Why don't you give the medals a frontal shot? Seeing Ronald only appear briefly on screen with his medal obscured, a fleeting glimpse before the audience, Weintraub asked curiously, because I called Senator Daniel Inu, a Japanese-American from Hawaii, and his assistant told me that although the Japanese-Americans suffered heavy losses, historically, no one has ever received the Medal of Honor, the highest honor in the military. The only Asian soldier to receive the Medal of Honor, the highest military honor, was Captain Francis Wei, a Chinese-American who died in the Pacific War, so I'm just hinting at it. This blue ribbon, the Distinguished Service Cross, the Silver Star, and the Purple Heart below were all awarded to Senator Inu. Using a story doesn't seem to contradict the facts. Weintraub glanced at him. This is a movie, these little details are insignificant, aren't they? Ronald smiled. They are insignificant, but knowing this, I try not to make mistakes. What he didn't tell Weintraub was that Ronald hoped Dragon Boys would become a classic. He hoped that 30 years from now, people would still be talking about this film. Most classic films are, in fact, very meticulously researched, and strive to make the characters' logic as plausible as possible. Although his Dragon Boys might not become a classic, Ronald wanted to get as close as possible to being a great film. You're an ambitious young man, Ronald. Weintraub seemed to see through his thoughts. Let's do it your way. The composer I found for the film score has arrived. When do you want to meet him? He's here. That's perfect. Ronald stood up and said, I can meet him right now. Ronald really appreciates composers who get involved in post-production early on. This allows him to communicate his ideas beforehand, making mixing much easier after editing. Bill Conti, an Italian-American composer, had previously composed the theme music for Sylvester Stallone's Rocky, but didn't continue working with Stallone. Upon receiving Weintraub's invitation, he immediately came to discuss the project. I need some ancient, oriental, melodious music, a classical style that evokes images of Japan and China, Ronald said. After exchanging pleasantries with Conti, he showed him the rough cut of the film to get a preliminary impression before composing. I suggest the panpipes, Conti said after a moment's thought. This instrument, commonly used by Native Americans, has a natural melodiousness and an ancient charm. Ronald thought for a moment and completely agreed with the other's idea. Indeed, the Americans weren't familiar with the music of Japan and China. The panpipes, an ancient instrument, could evoke a sense of antiquity, achieving its intended effect. After discussing it, Ronald made his requests, specifying the atmosphere and music to be added to which sections, which Conti noted down. "It feels like you already have the score in your head, and I just need to write it down," Conti said, a little surprised. This menu-style approach to writing scores was uncommon. Often, film directors didn't know how to communicate with their composers, only giving a general description of the desired musical style. Haha, I'm very interested in the effect of music in film. I studied with Walter Murch and know some techniques, so I thought about the themes beforehand and then discussed them with you, Conti nodded. Indeed, this approach made the score more targeted, providing a good foundation for communication and avoiding the awkward situation of the director saying no only when the work was ready. "You seem to be missing one incidental piece." Bill Conti calculated the requests on his hands. The last vocal track, the one to energize the audience, was still undecided. "Whose song are you planning to use?" Conti knew that these kinds of tracks were usually filled with singles from already released artists. "I'm still clueless. Do you have any recommendations? I need a song about an underdog's triumph, culminating in a heroic feat. In that case, I suggest you contact Joe Esposito. He has a song originally prepared for Rocky III, but Stallone didn't like it and chose another one." Conti remembered a singer he'd worked with before. "Of course, if you don't mind." "I don't mind. If he's willing, can we ask him to come and talk to me?" Ronald wasn't prejudiced. Just because Stallone didn't like it didn't mean he couldn't use it. It was all about whether the song suited the film's atmosphere. "Okay, I'll call him," Bill Conti agreed. "Anyway, your movie, like a younger version of Rocky, is, no, my story is an epic, the story of an ordinary person who, with the guidance of the master, works hard to defeat his opponent. Unlike Rocky, who was originally a thug boxer collecting protection money for the mob. He resumed boxing to make money, which is a completely different theme from my movie." Ronald hated it when people said his story resembled Sylvester Stallone's Rocky. To be honest, although Stallone received an Oscar nomination for Best Original Screenplay for Rocky, based on his two previous collaborations with him on screenwriting, the Italian didn't seem to understand screenwriting very well. He had submitted Rocky scripts to major studios for several years in a row, only to be repeatedly rejected. In the final product, it was unclear how much he had written himself and how much was ghostwritten by someone else hired by United Artists. Stallone, on the other hand, was very good at using scripts to highlight his own glorious image, even at the cost of compromising the overall structure of the script. This big star who only cared about his own image. Ronald shook his head. He would never write a story similar to Stallone's. The emotional design of the ending of Chapter 505. "There's a fire hazard here, everyone. I'll say it again, absolutely no smoking or fireworks indoors. Fire extinguishers must be ready." Weintraub called a short meeting in the editing room, emphasizing fire prevention. The staff, confused, checked the fire extinguisher supply, and the editing assistant even went outside to practice using them. Only then did they return and begin their daily editing work, a delay of half an hour. "Is anyone smoking in the editing room? Next time, go outside. There's film here. It's very dangerous." Ronald took a deep breath, but there wasn't a trace of smoke. He didn't know why Weintraub had specifically emphasized the importance of fire prevention. "No, how could we dare smoke indoors with so much film? We smoke outside in the open." Several editing assistants and editors shook their heads in denial. "Jerry, what happened? Did some company's film burn?" Ronald asked Weintraub, who had just entered the room. "Didn't you see the news? That black singer had an accident," Weintraub said to Ronald. "Who? What happened?" Weintraub turned on the TV in the editing room. News reports were everywhere about Michael Jackson being rushed to the hospital after suffering burns in an accidental fire. Busy editing every day, Ronald was a little slow to catch on to the news. Apparently, Michael Jackson had been caught in a fire while filming his latest Pepsi commercial, suffering burns to his scalp and face. He had been taken to the hospital, and doctors said MJ was out of danger. Ronald was stunned, finding it hard to believe. It was just a commercial, not an action movie with dangerous stunts. How could he get burned? He called his agent to arrange for a visit to MJ. However, due to the large number of visitors and the fact that MJ needed rest, He could only call MJ's team on Ronald's behalf to offer condolences. A few weeks later, the initial cut of Dragon Boys was basically complete, about 2 hours and 20 minutes long. Ronald began refining each edit, trying not to waste time or affect the content, cutting a few seconds or tens of seconds to make the film more concise. If the initial cut is about 20% longer than the planned time, then this method, similar to the slow simmering and reducing of a Chinese soup, can be used to cut out that 20% of unnecessary footage. Ronald's filmmaking is always very precise. He can already have a part of the final result in his mind before filming begins. So, the technical difficulty isn't high, it's just time-consuming, as long as he figures out where to cut each day. Fortunately, Ronald spends more than 10 hours a day in the editing room, and with some dreamlike shots for reference, by the end of February, the fine cut was completed, and the music work began. Bill Conti had already completed the panpipe music, a total of 9 pieces. He started adding them to the film, and then fine-tuning the timing. Weintraub was very happy that the film was about to be completed, and he sat by the mixer every day, watching his beloved film take shape day by day. The panpipes here are very suitable for Master Miyagi's scene. He said that karate is in your mind, in your heart, not in the belt you wear. What do you call this again? Weintraub looked at the music and praised it highly. This panpipe music is a booster. Before, Miyagi was just a repairman. Although he saved Daniel from the Cobra Dojo kids, the audience didn't realize how powerful he really was. It wasn't until he delivered this philosophical speech, defining his martial arts, that the audience, like Daniel, saw Miyagi as a true martial arts master. Ronald explained to their amateur producer that the music perfectly complemented the camera work, zooming in on Miyagi and suddenly making him seem much more imposing. Yes, that's the boost. I feel like he suddenly became much bigger, Weintraub said. Your score is excellent, very Japanese, Bill Conti smiled. Actually, it was mostly the zoom lens that did the work. The music wasn't the main focus, but rather a booster. But there was no need to argue with a boss's praise. The rhythm here is a bit off. Ronald was still watching the score and, seeing the music for the final gold medal match, pointed to the monitor. Weintraub hadn't seen this part before, so he leaned over the table and carefully watched it on the small monitor. This scene depicts Daniel and Johnny battling to tie in the finals. The one who scores the final point will become the champion. Daniel's left foot, previously injured by other fighters from the Cobra Dojo, has been aggravated by pressure point treatment from Master Miyagi. Johnny's sweeping kick in the finals reopened the injury. With no other options, he resorts to his signature move, the crane kick. Daniel slightly lifts his injured leg off the ground, raising his arms in a crane spreading wings pose, the camera focusing on his injured leg. Lacking confidence, Daniel glances at Master Miyagi, who, sensing the danger, nods in agreement. This is Daniel's last chance. The camera then cuts to Johnny, who is confused, unsure of Daniel's gesture of standing on one leg with his chest wide open. The camera then cuts back to a close-up of Daniel's face. He deliberately glances at his left foot before his gaze returns to Johnny's chest. Johnny, ignoring his opponent's tricks, attacks relentlessly. The camera returns to Daniel's left foot, a feint. Johnny seemed to understand. He would use his injured leg to kick his own upper body, scoring a surprise point. In karate, a point is scored by hitting a valid target area. He lowered his hands to protect his chest. The camera then returned to a wide shot, a low angle, capturing the entire fight from the side. The low angle made the two appear very tall. Johnny rushed in front of Daniel, intending to knock him out with a punch to the face. Daniel landed a crane kick on Johnny's head, securing the final point. Next, there was a shot of Ali and Daniel's mother rushing to embrace him. Weintraub pressed the stop button and asked Ronald, "What's wrong with this?" "I think it's great." The climax of the music coincided perfectly with Daniel's scoring move. Ronald smiled. "Of course, there's a reason for that. But we already knew Daniel was the final winner. The audience might not have known. Why not leave some suspense here? Let the climax of the music appear after that crane kick. Why? Isn't that how it is in movies?" Weintraub hadn't figured it out yet. "That's how it is." Ronald rewound the film. "Starting here, we've laid a lot of groundwork." Daniel's old injury flared up, and the audience thought he was going to collapse on the final court, ending in disappointment. This gave the audience a sense of disappointment, that despite such a hard-fought battle, he still couldn't win in the end. But Daniel wasn't giving up. After exchanging glances with Miyagi and agreeing, he went all in. Using his signature move, the Gaoji-Ryu technique, which he had practiced but never actually tried in a match. Johnny was strong, he charged at him. How could Daniel win by deliberately abandoning his defense like that? He drew his opponent's attention, using 2 consecutive feints to leave Johnny's head defense empty. Ronald paused before the crane kick was unleashed. Now the audience is still wondering, will Daniel win in the end? How will he win? How can he execute a signature move with such a stance? At the critical moment, the climax of the music begins. Ronald started playing at normal speed, pausing a second before the crane kick, just before it took off. Here, the audience is prematurely spoiled for the ending. They were expecting a spectacular, unexpected move to solve the problem, something beyond their imagination. But the music already tells them Daniel will definitely win. I understand. Composer Bill Conti understood Ronald's point. You want the climax of the music not to guide the audience's emotions, but to come in after the crane kick is successful. Let their emotions fully develop, then amplify it. Yes, exactly. Ronald put the knob back on. We've done enough build-up throughout the film. Miyagi also said that if the crane kick is used correctly, the opponent can't defend against it. The audience's emotions are already anticipating the final outcome. There's no need to be like those poorly made exploitative films, where the audience doesn't know the special move is coming. Brilliant strategy, excellent. I'll revise it a bit more. Bill Conti was very satisfied. He rarely learned anything from working with a director. I'm really looking forward to seeing the expressions on the faces of the Columbia executives when they see this film. After the explanation, Weintraub understood that Ronald's changes would make it even better. Few films were so meticulously designed, allowing the audience to immediately respond to every thought that came to mind. We seem to have missed a shot here. Ronald looked at the monitor as it slid to the end. What shot? Weintraub asked, puzzled. You see, the main storyline of this film is actually the father-son relationship between Miyagi and Daniel. Here, Daniel is embraced by Ali, finally winning the heart of his sweetheart. His mother also comes to congratulate him. He has earned the respect and conceded defeat to his rival Johnny, and he has won the trophy. Right now, he probably wants to celebrate with Master Miyagi, right? We only filmed him saying, "We did it, Master Miyagi." Shouldn't we add a satisfied smile from Master Miyagi later? Ronald replayed the last few seconds of the film repeatedly. They were shooting a medium shot of Morita Noriyuki, but there should have been a close-up. Miyagi is also smiling and nodding approvingly at Daniel. That would have made the emotional connection more complete for the audience. A victory between 2 interracial foster fathers and foster sons. You're right. Weintraub also watched the replay. I'll call Morita Noriyuki and hope he hasn't shaved his beard. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 506. I don't film sequels like this. Ronald brought Morita back. A little over a month had passed. He'd shaved his beard and had a makeup artist give him a similar fake beard. Ronald filmed a close-up shot. Since it was impossible to rent the California State University gymnasium again, hire more extras, and rebuild the set, Ronald used a workaround. He filmed another segment on film, pointing it at a dark wooden board with a hole the size of his head cut on the middle, and shot it for a few seconds. Then he put the 2 segments of equal length on a light-sensitive printer and re-exposed them. The final result was Miyagi-sensei's satisfied smile against a dark background. The entire shot was very short. The audience was emotionally charged at that moment, and they shouldn't be paying attention to the background. Ronald felt he could get away with it. After the fine cut on the working copy was complete, Ronald notified Weintraub to send it to the processing lab. According to the editing log number, the negative would be edited, and a new copy would be developed. This copy was called the response copy. Weintraub sent it to Columbia's higher-ups. After they reviewed and approved it, it would be submitted to the MPAA for grading. Ronald could finally take a vacation. After filming 2 movies back-to-back, even an Iron Man like him felt a bit exhausted. This exhaustion wasn't just physical, but even more so mental. After sleeping soundly for a day and a night, Ronald felt somewhat recovered. Just as he was about to go out to find something to eat, he received a call from Minahan. "I'm at your door. The old crew's all here. Come on out." Let's have some fun. After a quick shower, Ronald came out and saw that, besides Minahan, the main actors from Breakdance, Sabato, Bugallo, and Big Shrimp, were all in a luxury car parked outside his house. Minahan opened the door and invited Ronald in. The car was spacious, fully equipped with a TV, telephone, and liquor cabinet. Everyone sat in a circle, and Minahan took a bottle of champagne from the liquor cabinet and poured Ronald a glass. Cheers, Ronald. Our film has passed the MPAA rating and officially received a PG rating. Orion's Hot Street Kid isn't finished editing yet, so it hasn't received a rating and can't compete with us for a release date. MGM helped us find a release date in early May, ha ha ha. Now we're going to pick up Lucinda Dickey, who'll our competitors be? Ronald hadn't been too concerned about Breakdance, but he hadn't expected things to progress so quickly at Minahan. At the same time, we'll be facing Universal's teen film 16 Candles, followed by 20th Century Fox's The Emerald, and Warner Brothers Police Academy. Ronald recognized them all. 16 Candles was John Hughes' directorial debut, and he had even put in a good word for him to cast his favorite actress, Molly Lindward. The Emerald was Robert Zemeckis' commercial film to prove his talent since no one was willing to invest in his own Back to the Future. Police Academy was where casting director Pamela had worked before, and she'd heard the lead actress was a stunning beauty. That's great, we don't have any strong competitors, Ronald nodded. And then, hey. The next 2 weeks are the Indiana Jones sequel, Raiders of the Lost Cannons, and a baseball movie starring Robert Redford called Born to be a Star, you know, right around the summer blockbuster season. Ronald understood that Cannonball's resources were limited. MGM wouldn't invest too much in one exploitation film, risking missing out on the best release windows. However, starting before the summer blockbuster season meant there wasn't much competition. Okay, that's fine too, Ronald thought. Let's leave this exploitation film as is, and save the summer blockbuster for our masterpiece, Dragon Boys. Ronald, the two dance experts, Big Shrimp, Bugallo and Sabato, rushed over to greet Ronald after they finished speaking. They were under secret orders from Minahan to curry favor with him. Hey, how are you guys? Ronald noticed they were still wearing their old clothes, looking like they hadn't made much money. I'm still the same as always. I won't change my attitude towards life because of a movie, Sabato replied, still putting on an air of nonchalance. I'm just waiting for the movie to be released, then I'll be famous, Bugallo said, simpler and sometimes even a bit naive. Weren't you doing choreography for MJ? By the way, what happened with that fire? Ronald remembered Michael Jackson's injury. Hey, that was a really strange fire, Bugallo began to recount the incident. We were filming the 6th take of the commercial, and we didn't think there was anything wrong with it. Then, by chance, a firework set off, and a spark landed on MJ's head, and it instantly caught fire. He didn't see it at first, jumped a couple of times, and his whole hair caught fire. We rushed over and sprayed fire extinguishers to get him out. Is he alright? Ronald remembered seeing on TV that his injuries required hospitalization. He just burned a patch of his hair and injured his scalp. I heard it's not too serious, and Pepsi paid him a lot of money because of the accident. He can't dance now, so they gave us a break. We'll go again after he recovers. Ronald noticed that Sabato didn't speak and glanced sideways at Bugallo. It seemed jealousy was everywhere. Why isn't Lucinda with you? Ronald changed the subject. She's practiced gymnastics since she was little, and I heard a friend of hers made it into the American national team and will be participating in this summer's Olympics. Sabato knew more about this. The group went to Lucinda's house and picked her up to have a party at the mansion she rented in Minahan. Laughing and joking, Ronald felt much better about his exhaustion. It seems he needs to spend more time with younger friends in the future. It will help him regain his creative energy. Ronald, when are you going to make a sequel? We've all heard that MGM is very optimistic about the film's box office, and we want to make some money too. After playing for a while, Bugallo came over and started the conversation. Yet, we didn't make much money with the first one. If we make a sequel, our salaries can go up a bit. That little bit of money doesn't match our artistic value. It's not that I need that money, but the market should give us a fair evaluation. Sabato started making excuses for wanting to make money again. It seems you're all very confident in this movie. Ronald didn't answer. If you want to make a sequel, you'll have to talk to Minahan. He's the producer. Ha ha ha. Lucinda Dickey, who had already made 3 movies, knew her 2 companions' thoughts. They mainly wanted to make money and become famous. Ronald, Minahan talked to us about signing a sequel contract. He also wants you to direct it. Oh, Ronald didn't expect to have the idea of making a sequel so soon. He thought about it carefully and then went to talk to Minahan. Do you think he'll agree? Big Shrimp asked Lucinda. I don't know. I heard his other movie is a big production, but that's unlikely. In this industry, very few people who have made a big production can swallow their pride and make a small one. Minahan, I heard you want to start a sequel, Ronald asked him. Yes, Minahan replied, that's right. I think this movie will exceed my box office expectations, so I want to strike while the iron is hot. But if that's the case, how will you arrange the plot? Ronald asked. The three main characters, Mata, Cyclone, and Kelly, their stories have already been told. Why don't you find new main characters? I think Fukin, who plays a supporting role, is good. Why don't you tell their stories, Ronald? That won't do. Minahan shook his head. Audiences will only want to see what adventures the three main characters experience afterward, especially Mata. He captivated many viewers who saw the test screening. If that's the case, then it's not a movie I'm interested in, Ronald replied. He could consider making a movie with a story, but this kind of sequel that follows the trend will definitely repeat the original's formula, and Ronald has no interest in making that kind of movie. He understood that the story of the three main characters had ended, and continuing to film it would destroy the story's internal logic. It would be better to wait 2 or 3 years before filming the new challenges they faced. Ronald didn't want to receive the same criticism as Sylvester Stallone's Dragon and Phoenix Dance. Then I'll find another director, Minahan asked with some regret. I still want to collaborate again. You'll always be my first choice. Although his own directing skills weren't great, Minahan had a good eye and knew that Ronald was quite capable of making a film that satisfied many people in a short time. There will always be opportunities. Ronald raised his glass with him. How is the promotional schedule for Breakdance? Orion issued a statement saying that the company's finances are fine. Minahan sat down. But I think their money must be tight. So we need to strike while they can't fight back. Seeing Minahan make a fist-pumping gesture, Ronald thought it made sense. Since the competitors were short on funds, striking early and attracting all the breakdance-loving audiences to his film was indeed a reasonable strategy. I'm planning to start next month, working with MGM and negotiating with theaters to release marketing materials in advance. Next month, we'll go to Britain together to promote the co-released Sahara and Breakdance, then go to Cannes in May. Taking advantage of the domestic box office explosion, we'll sell Breakdance to Europe. Ronald calculated his schedule and, finding no problems, agreed. Minahan, ambitious and encouraged by Ronald's Breakdance after a series of setbacks, was always optimistic about films he believed in. While an Oscar nomination was unlikely, a box office of 20 or 30 million in North America would be a significant boost for Cannonball. With North American success, a similar number in Europe was expected, allowing the film to solidify Cannonball's position. Minahan then gathered the lead actors, instructing them to prepare for a nationwide marketing campaign in nightclubs before and after the film's release. Dance films like this had a large potential customer base in discos, making them ideal for on-site marketing. Lucinda, you need to practice, at least get a backspin done. Otherwise, I'm afraid many nightclubs won't accept your jazz-style breakdancing, Minahan instructed. I can teach you, but you're not putting in enough effort, Sabato said, still with his condescending attitude. No, I only need to learn the backspin. Ronald can teach me. Lucinda was fed up with Sabato's attitude. She took the initiative to talk to Ronald, leaving the Latino who wanted to pick up white girls but didn't know how to do it aside. I heard you're interested in gymnastics now, Ronald asked Lucinda Dickey. Yes, I heard the Soviet Union is coming to the Olympics this year. My friend was selected for the American gymnastics team, and she said the Soviets are very strong, but she's determined to challenge their dominance. They're willing to send a team this time? I remember we boycotted the Moscow Olympics last time. I don't know. There's a rumor that their general secretary is an enlightened person, and besides, they want to beat America at the Olympics. The Cold War was indeed a comprehensive competition, not just in military, economic, technological, and aerospace fields, but even in culture, arts, and sports. Everyone spared no effort to prove they were the more advanced party. Speaking of which, I wonder if the Union has released any new movies in the last 2 years, or any as good as Moscow Does Not Believe in Tears. Chapter 507. Some people don't like this part of the plot. Next up is Rosalind Sumner's Ronald was relaxing at home watching TV. He'd been out of touch with normal American life for too long, so he was watching TV to reconnect with everyone else. ABC was broadcasting the Winter Olympics in Sarajevo, Yugoslavia, and women's figure skating was the highest-rated program. The previous American skaters had all performed only so-so, but Rosalind Sumner's was supposedly very strong. She jumped in with a triple Lutz, a very difficult jump. Suddenly, the TV screen went black, then switched back to the ABC studio. Breaking news. A news anchor was discussing a recent report. Moscow TV has been repeatedly broadcasting the Leningrad Ballet's version of Swan Lake for several hours now, which usually indicates something big has happened in the Union. Just 35 minutes ago, the German embassy announced that General Secretary Yuri had passed away yesterday. Shortly after, TASS authorized the release of the news, stating that Comrade Yuri, who had only served as General Secretary for 15 months, had unfortunately passed away. His health had been poor for a long time, and his kidney problems were no secret. The entire Union will hold 4 days of mourning, followed by a state funeral in Red Square. This is the second state funeral in the Union in 2 years. It is believed that the Union government intends to invite Western heads of state to attend the funeral. Another General Secretary has passed away. Ronald remembered the funeral of the former General Secretary in 1982, when many people carried his medals. The current president is really lucky. Beep, the phone rang. Hello, this is Weintraub, Ronald. Ronald answered the phone, and the first thing the other person said was, "Have you heard? You're watching TV too? I wonder who has taken over as the supreme leader of the Union this time. What nonsense. I'm talking about the news from Colombia. They've given us feedback, wanting to cut the run time." "Did your agent tell you?" "No." Ronald was bewildered. "Where are you?" "I'm coming right now." Upon hearing that Dragon Boys was in trouble, Ronald immediately grabbed his clothes and ran out. The feedback is this: Columbia thinks the current film isn't suitable for a 2-hour runtime and wants you to cut it to 90 to 100 minutes. Weintraub relayed the feedback directly as Ronald entered his mansion. The reason? Ronald was a little anxious and didn't beat around the bush. They say that after the Supreme Court's ruling, theaters prefer shorter films. They're afraid that VHS tapes will steal the box office in a few weeks, so they want to show more films every day. How? Ronald chuckled. If he hadn't been a co-producer of Flashdance, he would have been fooled. "What, you don't believe me?" Weintraub saw the unspoken message in Ronald's expression. "What are your thoughts?" "I was a co-producer on Flashdance, so I know their background. Their release coincided with a Supreme Court ruling, so they had a lot of concerns. But the box office was consistently strong, and producer Don Simpson even brought forward the VHS release. That means the VHS was already available while Flashdance was still in theaters. Guess how much that affected the box office?" "A 50% drop," Weintraub guessed. "Guess again." Ronald shook his head. "A 30% drop." "Even less." Weintraub was surprised. "Only a 10% drop." "No, the box office rose without any change in theaters." Returning to the initial opening week figures, Ronald stated the counterintuitive conclusion. Don Simpson had a theory: viewers who watched the VHS wanted to see it again on the big screen, so it actually boosted the box office. Of course, this trend requires a good movie, or rather, a phenomenal movie. The kind where you'd be missing out if you didn't see it in theaters. Weintraub pondered. Clearly, the videotape wouldn't have such a significant impact on box office, and he didn't need to delay its release for so long. However, Columbia's argument wasn't without merit. A 90-minute runtime would allow for an extra screening in theaters, greatly boosting the opening weekend's box office. Columbia contacted a vice president, who said that if you felt uncomfortable, you could cut the scene where Miyagi is drunk and reminiscing about his 442nd Infantry Regiment. Then, with a few more scenes, we could meet the runtime requirement. "That's not appropriate," Ronald firmly objected, as it would disrupt the integrity of his film's story. "That drunken scene is arguably the moment when Miyagi and Daniel truly connect, a moment of truth. It cannot be cut, a moment of truth. Let me put it this way." Ronald changed his perspective. The surface theme of the entire film is a child overcoming himself. But the real theme is a child from a single-parent family reconciling with himself. Everyone faces difficulties as they grow up. Children with fathers can draw courage from their fathers, but Daniel lacked a father's love, so he lacked the ability to muster courage. At first, he could only run away when he was beaten, But after being trained by Miyagi, he learned perseverance, courage, and to fight for victory even when his leg was injured. Go on, Weintraub nodded in agreement. And Master Miyagi, on the other hand, lacked a son. His Gajo-ryu Ryukyu karate is a father-son passed-down technique. Without this element, it's impossible to explain why the two get along so well. Miyagi would break the rules and teach Daniel his signature move. If that were the case, the entire storyline and the audience's emotional connection would be broken, and I think it would diminish the film by at least 20%. You're absolutely right. I'll go find someone to ask if the vice president has other reasons. Weintraub put aside his worries and regained confidence in the film. The next day, Weintraub told Ronald about the findings he had gathered. It turned out that several people in the upper echelons of Colombia disliked the Japanese and didn't want any scenes that smeared America in the film. They wanted to remove the scene depicting the Japanese being sent to concentration camps during World War II and the youths being conscripted to fight in Europe. Especially since the film also harshly criticized the hypocrisy of the American government, with soldiers' families dying in childbirth because they couldn't find doctors. But this wasn't a reason they could openly express. So these white executives started using runtime as leverage to pressure Ronald and Weintraub to comply and remove the scene. Why are they doing this? Ronald felt innocent. Actually, besides racial discrimination, this is also a reality. Weintraub, who had done business with the Japanese for many years, knew this very well. Now, Japanese-made goods are taking over the American consumer market, from televisions, refrigerators, and washing machines to their newly invented VCRs. Recently, their cars have become more affordable than our brands. Do you know about the Vincent Chin case? Ronald nodded. He had donated a considerable amount of money. That was a young Chinese man who was beaten to death in the street with a baseball bat by a white man simply because he was mistaken for Japanese, and there were no legal consequences. In our country, hatred towards the Japanese has always existed. A large number of blue-collar workers in the Midwest are uncomfortable with them. What about us? Ronald worried that Weintraub might be reluctant to elaborate due to anti-Japanese sentiment. Us? We'll continue as before, Weintraub said dismissively. I'm rarely treated with such intrigue. Perhaps my friends in Hollywood aren't very familiar with me yet, but today I'll show them what kind of person I am. Ronald felt relieved. With such a strong stance, his film was guaranteed to survive. But you also need to mobilize your resources. This time, we must fight back firmly. Every resource we can utilize must be used. I can try. Ronald thought of Daniel Anu, the only Japanese-American senator in America, a senior senator from Hawaii, whom he had previously contacted. Ronald picked up the phone and dialed the senior senator's office in Hawaii. Mr. Inu's office? This is Ronald Lee, a film director. I consulted the senator about the 442nd Infantry Regiment, Ronald explained his request to the senator's assistant. Is there any mail I need to see? The next morning, Daniel Inu arrived at the office as usual to check the daily mail sent to him, which his assistant deemed worthy of a response. Here is a letter from film director Ronald Lee. His film about the 442nd Infantry Regiment veterans is finished, but he's facing resistance from film company executives who want him to cut the 442nd Infantry Regiment scenes. So he's asking for your help. The 442nd Infantry Regiment, Senator Inu said, pulling open the bottom drawer with his remaining hand and touching the box containing his medals. He dared not speak up for the Japanese Americans. To put it more politely, he knew he was merely a figurehead in the Senate. Anti-Japanese sentiment was running high in America, and the president had launched wave after wave of car wars against Japan, attempting to destroy Japanese automakers. Those Japanese-American automakers wanted to sell cars in America but didn't want American cars sold to Japan. Especially in the industrial base centered around Detroit in the Midwest, hatred towards Japanese Americans was blatant. Openly supporting the expansion of Japanese culture would be asking for trouble. Maintaining a figurehead presence in the Senate was more beneficial to the lives of the Hawaiian Japanese Americans than speaking out for them. However, Inu was unwilling to give up such a good opportunity to let the American public understand this period of Japanese American history. He picked up the phone and dialed Vice President George's office. This is Senator Inu. Yes, I want to speak with George. A few days later, before heading to Moscow for Yuri's state funeral, Vice President George spoke at a Japanese cultural event in Los Angeles, stating that Japanese Americans were also part of America, that they fought bravely for their country in World War II, and that they were different from the militarists in Japan. At the same time, a signed reply letter was also sent to Ronald. In this letter, Inu stated that the 442nd Infantry Regiment was proof of Japanese-American patriotism, and that recounting this history was not only not a denigration of America, but a symbol of racial unity. This showed that America was indeed a chosen land where all races could achieve freedom. Ronald smiled and handed the letter to Weintraub. With the senator's endorsement and the vice president's speech, the Colombian leadership would likely have no further excuses. Your strategy is very effective, Weintraub called Ronald back a day later. Colombia finally agreed to send the final copy of Dragon Boys for MPAA rating, with a total runtime of 126 minutes. Chapter 508 London Moonlight. Are you still leaving this year's Oscar voting to us? After finishing all the editing work, Ronald went on vacation. That day, CAA's Nisida invited him to the office and showed him this year's nomination ballots. Ronald took the list CAA had prepared for public relations. It listed the directors and actors of several key films, all of whom would undoubtedly be nominated, and Ronald would have a vote to cast. Who are you going to vote for? He noticed that CAA had listed different candidates for several awards, which puzzled him. No, actually, there aren't any CAA options. This is just a list put together privately by a few junior partners of the company. We can only guess who the founding partners recommend. Mother and Daughter is indeed a good movie. Ronald saw that there were many CAA targets under this movie. Which one is yours? On the Best Actress list, there were two names, Shirley MacLaine, who played the mother, and Deborah Winger, who played the daughter. Shirley isn't a CAA client. Deborah mainly listens to another agent. You know, he's my rival. I still think Shirley MacLaine's performance is more convincing. Ronald opportunistically changed his tune. I can't go to London with you this time, but I'll have my colleague in the London office handle some chores for you. Here's his contact information. Nisida handed Ronald a business card. I'm only going for a few days this time. I'll be back after I finish the breakdancing marketing. Ronald was going to Britain with Minahan to participate in the joint marketing campaign for Sahara and breakdancing. Be careful this time. Don't let the London reporters photograph you and Brooke Shields on a date, Nisida reminded her young client with a smile. Brooke. A few days later, at the premiere of Sahara in London, a large number of reporters gathered at the theatre entrance in Leicester Square, frantically taking pictures and asking questions of Brooke Shields, who had come to attend the premiere. Brooke Shields tried her best to look happy, waving to everyone and posing for photos. Brooke, are you and Prince Andrew dating? This London premiere was also a so-called royal premiere, attended by members of the royal family. Prince Andrew was present. Ever since Prince Charles and Diana's marriage, Fleet Street reporters and paparazzi had focused their interest on the Queen's second son, Andrew. Adding to this, Andrew had recently broken up with his only official girlfriend, American actress Carl Stark, and now the presence of the more famous Brooke Shields at an event made for excellent news. No, the Prince and I are good friends, and I'm very grateful for his attendance at the premiere. Prince, what do you think about the incident involving the disappearance of Prime Minister Margaret's son at the Dakar rally, which is a veiled reference to the Sahara? A bold reporter began to question Prince Andrew. No comment, Prince Andrew shrugged, his hand politely resting on Brooke Shields' dress waist, as they entered the theater together. A few hours later, Ronald saw the scene on the hotel television and scoffed. What a playboy prince. Ding dong, the doorbell rang, and Ronald opened the door to find Brooke Shields, who had just been attending the premiere. She had changed into a comfortable outfit and stood outside with a radiant smile. Brooke, they embraced and kissed each other's cheeks. Brooke, tickled by Ronald's thin beard, giggled as she entered. Ronald invited her to sit down. How was the premiere in the Sahara? He hadn't attended the premiere on his agent's advice. It was all right. After this film, I'll take a break from my career and focus on my studies, Brooke replied, wearing an ivory white stand-up collar shirt with a black collar and casual black trousers, the typical attire of an American intellectual woman. She ran her fingers through her hair, feeling a mix of unease and excitement. The two had taken the same flight to London and talked a great deal on the way. Brooke accepted Ronald's invitation to chat after the premiere. So much so that she couldn't stop thinking about it while attending the premiere, and didn't even hear Prince Andrew's invitation to visit Windsor Palace. Her mother, Terry, didn't come this time. Perhaps it was because her daughter had to call to let her know before her dates with Ronald, putting her at ease. Or perhaps her long-term heavy alcohol consumption had impaired her judgment. In any case, this time Brooke was free from interference, and she could finally fulfill her wish. "Where's your breakdancing?" Brooke thought one thing, but said another. Ronald was mainly there at the London film market to negotiate the sale of breakdancing. Minahan said the distributors are optimistic, but they'll decide how many copies to order based on the film's box office performance in America. Ronald replied absent-mindedly, looking at Brooke. "I'll make you a cup of coffee." Ronald got up and walked past Brooke to open the instant coffee in the hotel. As Ronald passed by, Brooke's legs brushed against his. The sensation through his pants sent a shiver down her spine. She couldn't bear it any longer, stood up, and gently pulled Ronald away. Standing at 6 feet tall, Brooke was a rare woman who could rival Ronald in height. Standing together, Ronald, slightly taller, tilted his head back just enough to reach Brooke's lips. Looking at Brooke's bright face, her shy eyes, and the furrowed brows caused by his bold move, Ronald couldn't resist any longer and gently kissed her. Brooke was almost 20, and Ronald gradually tightened his embrace. Looking down at her, the black neckline flattered her figure, making Brooke appear very attractive. Brooke seemed a little embarrassed. As a model, this had never been her strength. The black trousers had a rough texture. Brooke's trousers were very fitted, clearly a designer piece, topped with her wide belt. In this fast-paced era, women's attire strived for large sizes and unusual shapes. American women, like men, wanted to outdo each other in life. Brooke was lost in the kiss, but Ronald's hand, reaching across her belt, brought her back to reality. "Ronnie, I can do this for you, but when, I'm Catholic, and my mother wants me to." Ronald, annoyed by the interruption, composed himself and pulled Brooke to the sofa. "Brooke, I thought you liked me as much as I do." Of course, Brooke glanced at his face. From commercials to movies, she always felt comfortable around him, like old friends. Since that kiss in the Negev desert, and that night in Princeton, Brooke had already begun imagining their future together. "So, Ronald kissed her again." "No. I mean when, to get married? I want to wait until after college to announce it publicly." "Huh?" Ronald released his hand, which had been restless on Brooke's waist, much lower than where Prince Andrew's hand had been. "What are your plans for the future?" Ronald asked, surprised by Brooke's sudden mention of marriage. "I've been a model since I was little and made a lot of money, so I want to have a normal job after graduating from college and fade out of the public eye. Not many people will remember me then, and you can move to New York. We can live back and forth between Manhattan and New Jersey." Ronald's heart sank a little. Was Brooke really thinking of retiring? Giving up modeling and acting? But he couldn't give up his directing career to accompany her to college. "Sorry, Brooke. I have my career, Being a film director always involves a busy period, with little time to spend with your partner. I don't want to lie to you, but I've thought it through and I don't plan to get married anytime soon." Ronald was a little regretful, but since Brooke had this idea, he had to respect it. Brooke felt embarrassed and lowered her head. There wasn't a man who had taken the initiative to pursue her. And she was being rejected so directly. "You're a good girl, Brooke." Ronald gently smoothed Brooke's hair. He understood a little. Although Brooke appeared independent and intelligent, she had been able to communicate like an adult since childhood. But she was ultimately a star, protected by her mother and the media, and hadn't experienced a normal life like her peers. Brooke buried her head in Ronald's chest, feeling embarrassed. She could hear Ronald's heartbeat, thump thump, and felt a little comforted. It seemed Ronald was also captivated by her charm. The pleasant scent and warmth emanating from him made Brooke smile secretly, and she reached out to stroke Ronald's beard. It was soft, and Brooke liked it. In high school and college classes, girls who still retained their childlike innocence were rare, and often looked down upon, considered unattractive. Although Brooke was a big star, her mother often used her private life to gain media attention, and she always seemed to find strange looks from her classmates. But those were her mother's thoughts, not her own. Now, finally, she had the opportunity and a suitable partner. Brooke felt a renewed longing. Ronald had one arm around her, and the other gently rubbed her back. The warmth of his hand seeped into Brooke's shirt with each gentle touch. Brooke looked up at Ronald. She had always wanted to be with him. She took off her shoes, pulled her bare legs up onto the sofa, and sat up. "Ronnie, Then Brooke looked up and kissed Ronald. Ronald sensed her intention, and his large hand slowly moved down, beginning to roam over her calves. Ronald saw Brooke's toes curl up as he soothed them, and he remembered pinching her toes hard during filming. He couldn't help but reach out, grasp her red painted toes, and gently pinch them. Brooke's inner desire was aroused, and she cried out. She kissed Ronald on the lips, then looked directly at him and said, "Ronnie, be gentle." Ronald sensed the expectation in Brooke's actions and saw the determination in her eyes. "Are you sure?" Brooke closed her eyes and nodded. Ronald felt a surge of heat fill his chest. He swept Brooke up by the knees and carried her into the bedroom. His large hand was filled with heat again. She closed her eyes, no longer looking at Ronald, but his omnipresent hand allowed her to clearly feel all the progress. The tide gradually receded, and even with her eyes closed, Brooke could feel the man's heat. And she couldn't help but hug him tightly. No wonder her mother made her remain chaste. After such an experience, how could she possibly resist again? The sudden thought of her mother plunged Brooke into deep self-reproach. Although her mother was an alcoholic and liked to speak recklessly in the media, she had still made a promise to her. This was the first time she had deliberately broken her promise to her mother. Moreover, Ronald was so skilled and at ease, this was her first time. She wondered if he would look down on her. A wave of shame washed over her, and Brooke's face turned bright red. She almost cried, pushed Ronald away, jumped out of bed, grabbed her clothes, and hurriedly tried to run out. Ronald, seeing Brooke about to leave, thought he had done something wrong and rushed over to hug her from behind. "Did I hurt you?" Brooke was so embarrassed she almost cried. She shook her head. It seemed she was a novice in Ronald's eyes. "Don't be like that. Even if you're going to run away, you should put your clothes on." Ronald turned Brooke around, hugged her, and gently comforted her. Brooke felt Ronald's tenderness and her discomfort subsided. Her stiff body slowly softened. "Your underwear is still inside," Ronald whispered in Brooke's ear. Those words made Brooke blush again. She hugged Ronald, lingered, and went into the bedroom, quickly blocking him out, then put on her clothes. Ronald followed, and the two lay intimately on the bed, facing each other, whispering sweet nothings. They talked for a long time about everything since they met, until the moon rose and the gentle moonlight shone through the window, before they finally fell into deep sleep, embracing each other. Chapter 509 An Encounter. The next morning, Ronald dragged Brooke out of London for a stroll. He borrowed a car from the CAA's London office, struggling to get used to the right-hand drive and accelerator, and headed towards the outskirts of London. Brooke had her hair styled up, a complete departure from her usual American look, and wore oversized sunglasses as she sat in the passenger seat. Although she had been with Prince Andrew the day before, and many media outlets recognized her, she wasn't a household name among the average British citizen. Only a few young people knew her. This was the weakness of models. Compared to movie stars, the fame gained from magazine covers couldn't compare to the lasting impact of watching a story unfold on a movie screen. Ronald vaguely remembered the roads, and following his memory, he somehow ended up at Pinewood Studios. This was a familiar place for him, especially the largest studio, which had been a major filming location for Supergirl. Since they were already there, they might as well explore. Ronald decided, parked the car, and walked along the path with Brooke. Ahead was a comfortable hotel with good muffins. "You seem to know this place well," Brooke asked. "This is Pinewood Studios, the largest filming location in Britain and even Europe. The studios for Superman and Star Wars are right there," Ronald said, pointing to the largest studio. "Oh," Brooke looked around. Right now, her interest in filmmaking couldn't compare to her desire to graduate from Princeton. Although she had once dreamed of becoming an actress, the mediocre reviews and box office performance of her last two films had made her doubt her talent. The two strolled through the pine forest. Pinewood Studios lived up to its name. It was originally a large pine forest, and now many trees stretched between the studios. Between the trees were meadows, where some outdoor scenes requiring grassy areas could be filmed. In the distance were some ancient castles, relics from even earlier eras. Because of its convenient location, it was an ideal filming location for Shakespearean and Jane Austen plays, and many period dramas were filmed here. Ronald took Brooke's hand, and the two walked on the grass. The grass was damp in the morning, and the scent of fresh grass filled the air under the sunlight. It was very pleasant. Hand in hand, they strolled along. The fresh air filtering through the grass and pine trees seemed to revitalize Ronald's mind and body. They walked up a gentle slope and, in the distance, saw what appeared to be a film crew shooting a movie. "Wow, their clothes are so old-fashioned, it looks like a period drama," Brooke Shields, a connoisseur of costumes, couldn't help but exclaim. "Let's go see," Ronald said, slowly walking along the path, passing through a pine forest, until they reached a filming location. Upon closer inspection, the crew's costumes were simple, not the style of Shakespearean royalty, nor the handsome men and beautiful women of Jane Austen. Instead, they resembled the attire of a Midwestern American farm woman. But upon closer inspection, it wasn't a farm woman, it was a teenage girl, wearing an old-fashioned dress, carrying a lunchbox in one hand and a hen in the other. What kind of British drama is this? Ronald racked his brains, but couldn't recall. However, since others were filming, he didn't want to interrupt. Fortunately, they were shooting a medium shot, and Ronald and Brooke were in the distance. So it wouldn't affect the crew's filming. A hen clucked, and another metal monster appeared beside them. It looked like an overturned spittoon, with metal eyes and a beard, and a large wind-up key on its back. Mr. Tick-tock, we still have to defeat those will men. Bang bang bang, the giant spittoon started stomping its feet, walking rather strangely on the ground. Ronald guessed that someone inside was wearing this metal suit, like R2-D2 from Star Wars. Cut, a shout came, and a middle-aged man with a stubble and a tired face stopped filming with a megaphone. Ronald thought the voice sounded familiar and pulled Brooke forward a couple of steps. Sure enough, this director was none other than Walter Murch, Ronald's mentor in editing techniques. His new film was actually being shot on Pinewood Studios. Walter, Ronald waved happily at him and walked down the hill with Brooke. Walter Murch was annoyed by the unsatisfactory progress of filming when he suddenly heard someone call him. He looked over, and a flash of sunlight reflected off his glasses. Who is it? It's me, Ronald. Sorry to bother you, Ronald, sensing the awkward atmosphere, immediately slowed down and apologized. Oh, Ronald. It's nice to see you here, Walter called out to the crew. 10-minute break. A small man emerged from the large spittoon called Tick-tock. He was upside down inside, his legs tucked together at the bottom of the inverted spittoon, his hands supporting him on the legs of Tick-tock to achieve that silly walking posture. Who's that? Is that girl with Brooke Shields? He asked the little girl holding a hen beside him. I don't know her, the girl sighed, handing the hen to her assistant. This filming is so slow, and this chicken stinks. How is it? I didn't expect you to be filming here. It's perfect that you're walking right next to me. Ronald was excited. Walter Murch was filming here. It must be his self-written and directed return to us? That little girl must be Dorothy. Walter Murch gave a wry smile. If you had come a few days later, I might not be here. He handed Ronald a cup of coffee. What's wrong? What happened? Ronald asked, surprised. Nothing, I'll tell you later. Your visit is the only good news we've had in 5 weeks of filming. Walter looked at Ronald with satisfaction. His protege had certainly made something of himself. Is this Brooke Shields? He saw the tall girl holding Ronald's hand and realized it was his American idol. Yes, it's me. It's nice to meet you, Mr. Murch. Brooke Shields took off her sunglasses and greeted him. Oh, everyone gasped. It really was Brooke Shields. Brooke quickly pulled her hand back, afraid the news would get out. Are all the people here professionals? Ronald glanced around, hoping the news of his and Brooke's arrival wouldn't make the news. It's okay, I'll probably be fired soon, and they'll be scattered to other productions. Even if reporters come in a couple of days, they won't be able to find them. Walt Mersey still had a sliver of humor. He found a chair with his name on it and sat down, telling Ronald about their experiences since filming began. Apparently, Disney's performance had declined in recent years, and the power of founder Walt Disney's son-in-law, Ron Miller, within the company had been greatly diminished by his nephew, Roy Disney, and other longtime associates. Ron Miller's previously greenlit project, Return to Oz, had been shelved. Adding to this, Walt Mersey encountered difficulties during filming. After 5 weeks of shooting, they were more than 2 weeks behind schedule, and Disney had begun discussing whether to cancel the project. To make an example of them, Disney executives had already fired Walt Mersey, the first assistant director, and the director of photography, 2 key candidates. If Mersey doesn't speed things up and continues to delay, he'll be next to be fired. Why? Ronald looked at the young actors on set, somewhat puzzled. While animals and children are arguably 2 of the most difficult subjects to film, the young actress playing Dorothy, as Ronald had just seen, was performing quite well. Even with the union's time constraints, it shouldn't be halfway behind schedule after 5 weeks. Look, Walter Mersey, desperate to confide in someone, pulled out a storyboard. This is my film's storyboard. Besides the little girl, there are robots, hens, mechanical hens, and stop-motion animation. Our actors are essentially acting to imagined things, and they often make mistakes. Oh, Ronald understood. Walter Mersey's debut film was far too ambitious. It started like a special effects blockbuster, and in the end, aside from Dorothy, who appeared in almost every scene, most of the other characters required post-production special effects. Even George Lucas, when filming Star Wars, only dared to use 2 robots, one of which was humanoid. Disney already had reservations about this film, and now I could be fired at any moment, Walter said dejectedly. Ronald sighed as well. In these situations, only the director could bear the consequences. Once filming was halfway through, no one could directly help. The only thing to do was encourage the director and let him persevere. Just as he was about to offer some encouragement to Murphy, a group of people arrived. Leading them was a well-dressed, important figure, flanked by someone who appeared to be a secretary. "Walter, we need to talk." "Okay, Gary." Walter Murphy recognized the film's executive producer and knew the expected outcome had arrived. He glanced around. Not a single crew member wanted to approach him. Everyone had guessed the outcome of this conversation. Walter sighed, shoved the megaphone into Ronald's hand, and walked with Gary into the trailer park nearby. Ronald's mouth dropped open. Could it be? He had just witnessed Walter Murphy being fired. "Is he alright?" Brooke asked, looking at Ronald. "At worst, he'll be fired. I can talk to him then, so he won't be too upset," Ronald replied. This film was Walter Murch's culmination of several years of work, and being fired like this meant the film would likely be cancelled. Finding a replacement for a film that relies heavily on special effects is difficult. "He's so pitiful," Brooke said, feeling it was too cruel to treat him this way after Ronald recounted Murch's journey. "There's no way around it. Once a film goes over budget, money just flows out like water. There aren't many Orion Pictures studios that can afford to support Coppola's extravagant spending." Ronald also felt regretful. "Am I not cut out to be a director?" That evening, Walter Murch, as expected, was fired and drank quite a bit with Ronald at a bar. "No, I think the problem mainly lies in the underestimation of the filming time for the special effects," Ronald replied. "I haven't seen the sample footage, but the child star you chose is already top-notch." "Fairuza Balk," Murphy answered. "I spent a long time searching before finding her. She's perfect for the role of Dorothy, even more so than Judy Garland in the original, where Dorothy is just a 10-year-old girl." "Is there no way to salvage the situation?" Brooke interjected, watching them drink whiskey. "No, I was able to convince Disney to give it the green light because George exerted influence," Walter Murphy said, his voice gradually lowering until he finally slumped onto the table, a little drunk. Ronald escorted Walter Murphy back to his room. He pondered Murphy's last words. George exerted influence. Could it be his college friend, George Lucas? Ronald stroked his chin, recalling a story Walter Murphy had once told him. It was about how he and George Lucas had competed for the opportunity to be Coppola's assistant, and the two had agreed that the winner would help the loser in a crucial moment. Back in his temporary room, Ronald dialed the front desk. "I need an international call, to Los Angeles, America. Chapter 510 IOU1. Huh? He's already fired? Why didn't I receive a call from Walter earlier?" Ronald, through his agent, managed to contact George Lucas, who was on a business trip in Tokyo. Upon hearing Ronald's report, Lucas's first thought was why his old friend Murphy hadn't called him for help sooner when things were getting out of hand. Walter had a bit too much to drink and is now asleep. "It's Thursday night here, and if we wait until Friday, with the weekend, I'm worried things will get out of control," Ronald explained his concerns. He sighed inwardly. George Lucas had already achieved great success, becoming America's highest-paid director and producer. His former friend, Walter Murphy, was now on a different social class. Even if Lucas still considered him a close friend, various practical obstacles made Murphy unlikely to be willing to ask his old friend for help and honor the promise made years ago. Even for a director like Ronald, with considerable achievements and the support of the CAA, finding Lucas would be extremely difficult. "I understand. You keep an eye on him. I'll call Ron from Disney right away. You stay by the phone. I'll call you back as soon as I have a result." Lucas was silent for a moment, seemingly understanding Ronald's unspoken meaning. He was still a sentimental person and immediately agreed to negotiate with Disney executives. "I will." Ronald breathed a sigh of relief after hanging up the phone. With Lucas, whose influence was at that level, intervening, shouldn't the Walter Murphy problem be resolved? "Broker," Ronald turned around and saw that the girl was no longer in the room. It turned out that Ronald had made a long phone call to Lucas, and Brooke wasn't interested in these matters. She had gone back to her room to sleep. Ronald was still waiting for news from Lucas. The night in the London suburbs was very quiet. He waited, his mind wandering, and gradually fell asleep on the sofa. Ring ring ring. Ronald woke up with a start from the sofa. It was already the next morning. He rubbed his eyes and answered the phone. "This is Ronald." "Ronald," Lucas's voice came through the phone. "I've contacted Steven Spielberg and Francis Coppola to put pressure on Disney. But the situation there is unusual. Ron Miller is unwilling to get involved. There's only one way to save Walt's directing career." "What way?" "I'll fly to London and negotiate with Gary, who's in charge of the project, in person. Write down my flight number and pick me up at the airport. Brocky, let's go out." "Where do you want to go?" Ronald asked, looking at Brooke, who was coming out of her pajamas to take a shower. "I want to go to some places with history and culture." "Are you done with your work?" Brooke asked, yawning. "Not yet, but I'm free during the day." "How about we go to Canterbury Cathedral?" Ronald suggested. After leaving a message for Walt Murdoch at the front desk, Ronald and Brooke went out to explore. Bringing his Nikon camera, the two drove to Canterbury, saw the cat mummy and the cathedral, enjoyed Scottish egg salad and fries, and then took countless photos of Brooke, finally recovering from the gloom of Ronald not spending time with her the day before. "Is all directing this stressful?" "I think you guys are always busy," Brooke said, striking a professional pose in the old street. The cloudy weather had cleared, and the sun was shining, illuminating Brooke. Ronald hadn't brought a grey card, so he had to meter the light on the back of his hand, then subtract a stop to calculate the exposure. He'd been in the editing room lately, and his skin had even gotten a bit lighter. Not necessarily. If you get the studio's approval for a big production, directing can be easy. You have plenty of professionals working for you, and you can trust them. But for smaller productions, or a first film like Walter, you have to do a lot of things yourself, Ronald said, snapping photos of Brooke one after another. "But you seem to know everything," Brooke said, adjusting his poses for Ronald to photograph. It was clear Ronald's photography skills were professional, good enough for a fashion magazine. "A director just needs to know a little bit about everything," Brooke said, hooking her arm around his. They walked back to the car, ready to leave. "By the way, I'm attending the Oscars this year, and I have a date spot. Want to come with me?" Ronald remembered what his agent had told him. "I have midterms then, so I'm afraid I can't." Brooke thought for a moment and declined Ronald's invitation. "You can have your agent find you one." "Why?" "Even if you're in college, you still need exposure, right?" Ronald asked curiously. The Oscars weren't like the Golden Globes. For someone like him with no nominated films, getting an invitation meant his agency had to be very powerful. "My mom said after filming Sahara, I won't have to worry about money anymore, and my most important goal is graduating from college." Brooke was full of anticipation for Princeton's prestigious reputation. "You still need to work after graduating from college. What kind of work do you plan to do after that?" Ronald, seeing Brooke's determination to become a college student, suddenly realized she was a model and actress. Brooke had fame and money. Perhaps what she wanted most now was a degree from a prestigious university to prove she wasn't just a pretty face. "I haven't thought about it yet. I think getting into Princeton and graduating would be the greatest success of my life." Ronald remained silent. He felt Brooke was oversimplifying her future. Just a few years ago, Jodie Foster, who had also given up her acting career to attend Yale, was now practically ignored by the media. Right after the presidential assassination attempt, media infiltrates at Yale every day asking her for her opinion on the killer. And now? Jodie Foster had appeared in Hollywood, but no reporters bothered to report on her. American people were so forgetful. Ronald couldn't think of a way to persuade Brooke, at least she was still America's #1 beauty, and saying anything more would be meddling. After a day of fun, Ronald went to Heathrow Airport again that evening to wait for Lucas. "Ronald, I'm here." Ronald turned around and saw George Lucas rushing over from the private jet. "Hello, George. Walter seems a bit down. Shall we go to the hotel now?" Lucas nodded, wearing sunglasses, and the two went straight to the hotel at Pinewood Studios. Walter, George, the two old friends hugged tightly before going off to discuss their business. Ronald waited in his room for the results of their discussion, organized the film he had shot that day, and called the front desk to have it developed. Ring 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 ring, the phone rang. "It's me, George. Come here for a moment," Lucas called Ronald over. "I spoke with Gary, the executive producer at Disney. He expressed a lack of confidence in Walter's filming schedule. I've assured him that even if Walter's filming schedule runs into problems, I'll come and take over as producer and ensure the film is completed to a high standard." "That's wonderful." Ronald hadn't expected Lucas to be so loyal, essentially vouching for Walter. "Thank you, George," Walter Murphy said, his voice a mixture of excitement and frustration. Lucas patted his old friend's hand. "What I don't understand now is why they lack confidence in Walter. So I suggested we review all the footage tomorrow. You come with me, Ronald. Let's find out why Disney is making things difficult for Walter. There's probably some misunderstanding. Walter is a genius, he can't possibly fail to make the film he wants, even on his first attempt." The next morning, Lucas, Murphy, and Ronald went to the screening room with Gary, a representative from Disney, to watch all the footage Walter had shot over the past 5 weeks. After watching, Ronald felt that the quality of the filming was actually not a major problem. As for whether the pace was too slow, that was hard to say. Because many characters in the film needed to be recomposited with special effects in post-production, he had no concept of this kind of filming method. Ronald looked at Lucas, the one in Hollywood who truly understood how to shoot live-action combined with special effects films. "I think Walter has no problems at all," Lucas said, strongly supporting his old friend. "But this is a sequel to a children's book, the last one was decades ago. We can't afford to waste time. If Walter continues at this pace, we'll have to withdraw our funding." "Don't talk nonsense, I've already promised you, Walter will improve the filming speed." After several exchanges, Gary finally agreed to reinstate Walter Murkick as director, starting next Tuesday. After he left, George Lucas said to Walter Murkick, "Walter, I have noticed a problem. You're not shooting the master shot. The master shot is the first panoramic shot filmed each day, establishing the relationships between all the characters and their positions in the scene. Although some directors reshoot master shots, like the famous Stanley Kubrick, Hollywood standard practice dictates that they must be shot. But shooting the master shot is useless." Walter Murkick explained his considerations. Return to Oz is a film combining live action and mechanical special effects. The robots, hens, and monsters are all simulated using mechanical devices. Like this robot, it requires 6 people to operate. So when shooting the main shot, it's unavoidable to include these operators in the footage. And the Rock King, I plan to use stop-motion animation for post-production compositing. The performance was just a painting on the wall. I know. Lucas indicated he fully understood the problem. "I encountered the same issue when filming R2, D2 and Star Wars. Most of the wide shots were unusable, only a few were. But this gives the actors a clear sense of what they're filming each day, helping them understand the plot and build emotion. The crew also knows what the first shot of the day is, what they're going to do next, which shots they need to be in, and which shots they can do other things." "You're right," Walter Murch said, somewhat frustrated. This was indeed a problem he hadn't considered. Perhaps because he came from an editing background. His starting point was how to edit the footage into the final film, neglecting the development of the actor's condition and the efficiency of the crew. "What do you think, Ronald? Do you think Walter has any other problems?" George Lucas seemed to be back in his college days, evaluating a classmate's homework and asking Ronald for his opinion. "I have no objections, but I have a way to speed up Walter's shooting schedule without affecting his artistic expression." "Oh?" Murphy and Lucas both looked at Ronald. "I noticed that all the scenes in the sample footage, especially the one with so many mirrors, seem to be lit with multiple light sources." Ronald shared his observation. "Yes, there are too many mirrors. Changing the angle randomly messes up the lighting, requiring time to rearrange." "Do you have any good ideas?" Walter Murphy asked quickly, seeing that Ronald had raised one of his biggest headaches. "I can't do it myself, but I know someone who can. You know, I shot a Saab commercial, and I hired a cinematographer named David Watkins. He has a patent for a single light that can illuminate a night scene. He told me he can do with one light what others can't do with a dozen." Watkins, the inventor of the Wendy lamp, George Lucas recognized the name. "Yes, he lives in London. Maybe I'll find a way to get to him." Lucas took on all the responsibility. After the weekend, Walter Murch was back on set as director. David Watkins, acting as the newcomer's director of photography, pulled Mersey aside and said, I won't be here with you during the shoot. I'll set up the lighting with one light, and you can move the camera however you like. These mirrors will direct the light where you need it. Then I'll go to the next studio to set up the lighting and wait for you. If you have an emergency that my assistant can't handle, just go over there and call me. I usually take a nap in the corner. Our first shot today, the master shot, all departments, get ready. Seeing Walter Mersey regain his energy and confidence, Ronald and George Lucas turned and left. I also want to thank you, Mr. Lucas. Ronald and Brooke packed their bags and went to Heathrow Airport with Lucas. Last night, CAA's Nisita called Ronald, saying someone had seen him and Brooke together and was selling this gossip in British tabloids. Fortunately, CAA's colleagues in London knew about this and proactively warned Ronald. Brooke didn't want the news media to report on their relationship while she was in college, without her mother Terry's knowledge, so she suggested returning to New York first. Ronald was also a little uncomfortable that Brooke didn't want their relationship exposed. However, if Brooke went back alone, it might not be enough to quell the gossip. So he insisted on calling their agent to discuss public relations strategies. Brooke thought Ronald was overthinking it. She and her mother had always handled media relations perfectly well. They could get exposure without actually getting involved in any scandals. Ronald still insisted on consulting a professional. This time, there really was a scandal. Besides, why didn't Brooke hire a real agent to help plan her future career? While the two were discussing this, George Lucas came to say goodbye. Upon entering and seeing Ronald and Brooke together, he immediately understood Ronald's relationship with Brooke Shields and even teased Ronald about his good fortune. Coincidentally, Lucas's vacation in Japan was over, and he offered to let the two of them fly back to New York with him to avoid media speculation. If there were any interviews at the airport, it could be said that Ronald and Lucas were discussing the new film and incidentally invited Brooke Shields, who is in London, to explore the possibility of her starring in it. Ronald felt this was the best approach. Brooke and her mother both liked a certain level of exposure. After speaking with Nisita of CAA, they had also prepared some arrangements to satisfy both Brooke and Ronald. "Thank you, Mr. Lucas," Ronald said again at the boarding gate, thanking Lucas for the arrangements. "It's nothing. I'm very grateful that you called me this time and helped Walter. He's a rare confidant of mine. Without you, I might have lost him. Consider it a debt to you. If you need anything in the future, you can call me at Skywalker Ranch." Lucas handed Ronald a business card with his personal phone number printed on it. The three of them passed through a special boarding gate and arrived in front of a beautifully designed aircraft. It was a British Airways Concorde, with its large, drooping nose resembling the beak of a raptor hunting for food. The elegant delta wing at the rear exuded a powerful beauty. The Concorde could travel across the Atlantic at twice the speed of sound, taking less than 3 hours one way between London and New York. Once on board, Lucas's seat was in the front cabin, while Ronald and Brooke, having booked at the last minute, could only get seats in the rear. They found their seats in the rear, discovering the legroom was even narrower than in economy class on a regular airliner. The two tall men found it difficult to stretch their legs. However, the passengers around them were all dressed in impeccably tailored suits or custom-made formal wear. Soon, the plane moved to the runway, the roar of the massive engines making Ronald a little uncomfortable. Despite the speed and the wealthy passengers, the flight experience was rather underwhelming. "This is my first time flying in a Concorde," Brooke said beside him. "What did you say?" Ronald couldn't quite hear her. "I said it's my first time." Boom, the Concorde lifted off, heading towards New York. Chapter 511 Oscar's Companion. Brokeback Mountain and Lucas are rumored to be collaborating, and young director Ronald Lee may be a screenwriter. At New York Airport, 3 Hollywood celebrities were mobbed by the media. Just as CAA had orchestrated, the main attention was focused on Brooke Shields and Lucas, while Ronald only managed to land a rumored, unassuming role. Brooke went straight back to Princeton, while Ronald immediately bought a ticket back to Los Angeles to attend this year's Hollywood Awards ceremony. Everyone in Hollywood wanted to attend this grand event. Ronald, to promote his 2 new films, also had to fight tooth and nail for a ticket. It wasn't just a stage for fame and fortune, but also a great place to give interviews and promote his films for free. Brooke was determined to retire from the entertainment industry and be a good student at Princeton, so he had to find another girlfriend. Ronald dialed Diane's number in New York. "Who is it?" Diane yelled into the phone, sounding very angry. "It's me, Ronald. I'd like to ask you to be my date at the Oscars." "No time." Diane rolled over in bed. She hadn't slept until late last night, and being woken up was the perfect opportunity to vent her morning grumpiness. What's wrong, Diane? Have you forgotten the last time we went to the Oscars together? Why didn't you go to Brooke Shields? No, Ronald snapped. Didn't you say you wanted to be happy right now? What did I say? Why didn't you go to Brooke with you? Diane was already fuming, and she took it out on Ronald. Me. Ronald was momentarily speechless. You want me to go with you? Why didn't you ask me for the Golden Globes? I was free then, Diane chuckled, leaving Ronald speechless, and then started to whine. I was working on breakdancing back then, but I've just finished. My agent got me 2 invitations. The Golden Globes are nothing compared to the Oscars. Ronald quickly tried to appease her. I'm busy. I really busy. Diane's tone softened. There are still some scenes to finish filming at Cotton Club. I need to work on them slowly. They filmed until midnight yesterday, and Diane still hadn't gotten up. Can't you ask Capella for a break? Ronald asked. Ugh, I wanted to too. The Oscars. Richard Gere wanted to ask for leave, but he got yelled at. I think Capella is under a lot of pressure right now, you know? A lot of other directors on Orion's projects are talking badly about him, just like how Michael Cimino ruined United Artists a couple of years ago. Ugh, Ronald hung up the phone, feeling resentful. Could he even find a female companion? He flipped through his phone book, going through each number. He dialed Helen Slater's number again. After all, it was only a pause, so being her companion at an important party shouldn't be a problem, right? Helen, this is Ronald. I'd like to invite you to Los Angeles for the Oscars, to be my date. Sorry, Ronnie. I've thought it through. My first film didn't get released, so I'm not cut out to be a film actor. I'm currently studying at an off-Broadway theater in New York, and I'll focus on stage performances from now on. Helen Hunt, whom you met last time, is with me too. Helen seemed to have recovered quite a bit, and her voice even carried a laugh. I've also started practicing jazz piano again, and Gerald said he could help me get in touch with a record company. My schedule is packed right now. Helen's life is fulfilling. But I'm still glad you thought of me. Have your agent find you a date. I'm currently rehearsing a modern play as an understudy for the lead role, and I really can't get away. Okay, Natasha Kinski? Ronald flipped to another name. Hello, Natasha. Miss Kinski no longer lives here. Demi Moore. Beep beep beep. The apartment phone number is disconnected. Ronald couldn't find a suitable date. Both of her ex-girlfriends are married, so it's not a good idea. The others are either work partners or people she hasn't heard from in a long time. She really brought this on herself. The side effect of focusing only on short-term happiness is that the girls she dates don't seem to care about her anymore. What to do? Should she really ask CAA to help her find a date? That would make her seem so incompetent. Hey? Nisita, could you help me find a date? She has to find a date, even if it's embarrassing. Going to the Oscars alone would be even worse. Now, Nisita was caught off guard. The awards ceremony was about to start, and finding a last-minute date of similar caliber wouldn't be easy. Let me see. Cher, she has a boyfriend, Val Kilmer. Deborah Wenger, her boyfriend is Nebraska Governor Bob Kerrey. Nisita summoned his secretary, and after searching for a while, finally found a suitable female companion. How about Shirley MacLaine? Don't be ridiculous. She's 50, isn't she? I learned screenwriting in college by watching her black and white film The Apartment. Hey, I'm not kidding. Where can you find a suitable female companion these days? If it weren't for Shirley, well, anyway, would you be willing? She was a great beauty when she was young. Aren't there any other options? No, Nisita said irritably. Hey, Ronnie, it's great to meet you. Let me see, you a handsome boy. Shirley MacLaine, through CAA's matchmaking, appeared with Ronald at a party 2 days before the Oscars. You know what? My favorite movie of yours is The Apartment. It got me a high score in my screenwriting class. Oh, ha ha ha. Shirley MacLaine laughed until her eyes narrowed. Let me tell you a secret. When you came in just now, I read your fortune. Your past life was Chinese, huh? Ronald was surprised. This Shirley MacLaine was quite something. Don't believe me? Ever since I opened my third eye, I can see many people's past lives. I know China well. The women there are incredibly capable. The time I went to China, the highest lady personally received me. She also knows about movies. After listening to her, Ronald finally understood why no one wanted to attend the Oscars with MacLaine. This star had become obsessed with aliens and reincarnation theories in the past 2 years, giving fortune readings every day, talking in a seemingly plausible yet absurd way. Hollywood treated her like a joke. She claimed to have seen her past life as a resident of the continent of Atlantis. She also claimed to have seen UFOs multiple times. However, Ronald was somewhat skeptical of her claims, especially since she immediately recounted her past life. When she wasn't acting erratically, Shirley MacLaine was a very pleasant woman to be around. She was well informed and had worked with many renowned directors and stars. Her brother was Warren Beatty, a Hollywood-eligible bachelor with a different surname. At this year's Oscars, her film Terms of Endearment was a big winner in nominations. Director James Brooks received nominations for Best Picture, Best Adapted Screenplay, and Best Director. 2 actors were nominated for each of those categories, Best Actress and Best Supporting Actor. Notably, both Shirley MacLaine and Deborah Winger, who played her daughter in the film, received nominations for Best Actress, a rare occurrence in film history. Ronald also felt the film was very realistic and the actors' performances were top-notch. Ultimately, it garnered 11 nominations. On April 9, Ronald arrived at Dorothy Chandler Hall again. After getting out of his car, he waited for Shirley MacLaine's arrival. A flash of light went off, and Shirley MacLaine appeared, dressed in a pink suit and matching pink high heels. Ronald offered his arm for MacLaine to link with. Today, her top had a deep V-neck, and she wore a diamond necklace, exuding an extraordinary aura. She didn't look nearly 50 at all, she was still full of vitality. "You look beautiful today," Ronald complimented. "Oh, Ronald, you're so thoughtful," Shirley MacLaine kissed him. Moving forward through the crowded throng, Ronald and Shirley walked along the aisle and entered the lobby. The seating for the mother and daughter cast was concentrated in the first 3 rows behind the central aisle. Ronald saw Deborah Winger, who played the daughter, sitting in the first row. HMPH, the 2 Best Actress nominees exchanged a fleeting glance. Ronald thought the rumors might be true, the 2 leading ladies were rivals on set. Jack MacLaine saw Jack Nicholson sitting on the other side. Shirley, another eligible bachelor, Jack Nicholson, gave MacLaine a passionate kiss. They played lovers in the film. Jack played a retired astronaut, and Ronald thought their flirtatious beach scene was very well done. The 2 found seats in the 3rd row at the back of the set. Ronald noticed that the rest of the crew didn't talk much to MacLaine, perhaps annoyed by her constant talk of past lives and aliens. "I think you're sure to win Best Actress tonight," Ronald whispered to MacLaine after they sat down. He genuinely felt that Shirley MacLaine's acting was far superior to Deborah Winger's, and also better than Meryl Streep, who was nominated for Best Actress in another highly nominated film, Silkwood, and Cher, who was nominated for Best Supporting Actress. Shirley, however, wasn't as confident as he was. She had been nominated 4 times before, each time ending in disappointment. "Next month is my 50th birthday, and I don't think I'll be able to achieve my dream. You know, if you don't win an Oscar before 50, the role of a mother will leave you, and if you get a good role again, you'll have to wait until you're 60 to play a grandmother." MacLaine was very self-aware. As a Hollywood actress, she had already played the roles of a virgin and a harlot. Now, only mothers and grandmothers were left to play. "I'm serious, and I'm not just flattering you." Seeing her slight disappointment, Ronald began to recount her brilliant performance in the mother-daughter drama. "I especially loved the scene where you and Jack Nicholson were flirting on the beach. He suddenly put his hand inside your shirt, and your reaction was absolutely brilliant." Ha 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 ha. MacLaine laughed at Ronald and slapped his arm. "Jack Nicholson just likes to use unconventional methods. He plans many different ways of acting beforehand, and performs each take differently to elicit a real reaction from his co-star." Shirley knew that Ronald was a young director, and talking to him about acting was a good idea. "I don't understand why you and Deborah," Ronald gestured to Deborah Winger in front of him. "It's all the director's fault. Actually, there's nothing between us, but Director Brooks always likes to create conflict and competition between us, because in the movies, the mother and daughter are like enemies." Ronald understood. It turned out that Director Brooks, like Coppola, deliberately put the actors in relationships similar to their characters, so their reactions would be natural. But the side effects were too great, making the 2 actors seem like enemies. Shirley and Ronald chatted and laughed, finding that they got along quite well. Shirley extended an invitation to him. "Whether I win an Oscar or not, you have to come to my birthday party next month. I think you're so interesting." "Okay, I'll definitely go, but I have a lot of confidence in you. You'll definitely win tonight," Don't set my expectations too high. The Best Actress award is given out very late. Don't make me wait too excitedly for 3 hours, only to leave disappointed. I won't." Just then, the lights dimmed, and the symphony orchestra was led by a black conductor, none other than Quincy Jones, Michael Jackson's album producer. He conducted the band, starting with Return of the Jedi, and strung together all the theme songs from last year's top-grossing films. The host was still Johnny Carson, who walked onto the stage. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 56th Academy Awards. Chapter 512, the newly crowned Best Actress." Shirley MacLaine was right. The Oscars ceremony was long and tedious, with the Best Actress award coming up second to last. The 3-plus-hour wait was agonizing for all the nominees. The first major award presented was Best Supporting Actor. Ronald saw his old acquaintance Timothy Hutton again, who went on stage with Mary Tyler Moore as a presenter. When the nominees were announced, the cast of mother and daughter was clearly the undisputed favorites. The first nominee, John Lithgow, received a standing ovation. He was the actor who played the pastor, the father of the female lead and full of energy. Another nominee from the same cast, Jack Nicholson, received twice as much applause. Finally, Hutton announced him as the winner of Best Supporting Actor. Jack Nicholson removed his sunglasses and went up to give his acceptance speech. "I reckon the audience's applause for your team was significantly higher than for everyone else when you won Best Actress. They were the voters, and your performance was clearly a level above the others," Ronald whispered in Shirley MacLaine's ear. "Ah, haha, don't say that, you little rascal." Shirley was overjoyed, but worried that Ronald might scare away Lady Luck by being too confident. She started clapping happily, applauding her co-star, Jack Nicholson. The camera panned across the room, capturing Ronald in the frame as well. The producer, screenwriter, and director are all the same person, James Brooks. "He did everything for us actors, including revising my acceptance speech 11 times. Jack Nicholson's acceptance speech elicited a burst of laughter. "I was going to thank Shirley MacLaine and Deborah Wenger for inspiring my performance, but they're still competing for Best Actress. I'll congratulate them then." "Ha ha ha," the crowd applauded. Most of the guests knew what was going on. Shirley and Deborah visibly stiffened simultaneously. Their competition for the Best Actress award was now quite clear. Next up were Ronald's acquaintances, Jennifer Beals, the lead actress in Flashdance, and Matthew Broderick, the lead actor in War Games, presenting the Best Original Song award. Eileen Carla, Flashdance. Ronald grinned as his old friend Eileen Carla took the stage. She sported a large red flower in her hair in a very Latin style and stammered as she thanked Beals for enhancing her singing. Now she won't have to worry about not singing for the next 2 or 3 years. Then came another acquaintance, Schwarzenegger, who played the robot assassin in Cameron's new film Terminator. He and Joan Collins presented awards to 6 technical award winners. These were all people who had made inventions that benefited the entire film industry. However, the technical awards didn't have an Oscar, only a certificate. Afterwards, the mother-daughter segment was a mix of joy and sorrow. Polly Platt, the highly favored art director, didn't win, and Shirley went over to hug her to comfort her. This director, Peter Bogdanovich, who also had some connection to Ronald, having introduced him to the master Orson Welles, is Polly's ex-husband. Bogdanovich abandoned Polly and their son and daughter for actress Sybil Shepherd. Ultimately, Roger Corman gave her a job, allowing Polly to return to her old profession as an art director, and now she's reached the pinnacle of her career again. James Brooks, who produced, wrote, and directed, won the first 2 awards, Best Adapted Screenplay and Best Director. Several hours into the evening, the remaining 2 awards, Best Actress and Best Picture, were finally presented. The presenter was none other than Lisa Minnelli, the singer and daughter of Judy Garland, who played Dorothy in Walter Murch's original Return to Oz. Besides Deborah Winger from the same film, Shirley MacLaine faced very strong competition. Meryl Streep, who starred in Slickwood, and British actress Julie Waters, who played a college-aged hairdresser in Educating Rita, whose life was changed by a professor played by Michael Caine. When Lisa Minnelli mentioned Shirley MacLaine's nomination, Ronald almost couldn't laugh, seeing the visibly tense muscles of the actress who had been in the industry for over 30 years. He tried to help her relax, saying after the camera panned to her, "I have a feeling, you." "Oh, shut up." Shirley MacLaine, unable to bear the tension, slapped Ronald's thigh. "Don't talk, the winner is." Lisa Minnelli opened the envelope. "The winner is Shirley MacLaine." "Oh, Ronald clapped enthusiastically. Shirley MacLaine stood up, and once she relaxed, she hugged Ronald and kissed him. Then, walking down the steps, as she passed Deborah Wenger, she leaned down and kissed her, whispering something in her ear. Shirley MacLaine walked with increasing confidence, stepping onto the stage to embrace the two presenters and accept the Oscar. I almost cried. This award ceremony is almost as long as my acting career, ha ha ha. The audience was captivated by her humor, applauding enthusiastically. Shirley MacLaine, still visibly moved, composed herself. I wonder what this trophy feels like. I've waited 26 years. Thank you to the committee for revealing the answer tonight. Ha 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 ha. Another burst of laughter and applause. 26 years had passed since MacLaine first received her Best Actress nomination in 1958. Oh, I'm a little nervous. I won't thank everyone in my life, but considering my recent mental state, perhaps everyone I've known in this life and the previous one has helped me win this award. Ha ha ha. The audience applauded again as MacLaine jokingly remarked on her recent obsession with aliens and reincarnation. Americans have a very high regard for successful people who also possess a sense of humor. If this mother-daughter bond had happened 5 years ago, I probably would have called it a pleasant accident. But now I don't believe in accidents anymore. I believe that what we want is what we can get. Believing in yourself, doing what your heart wants to do, and success are actually the same thing. MacLaine gradually regained her composure and began to thank the director and the other actors. I've always wanted to work with Jack Nicholson, ever since he ate the chicken sandwich in 5 songs over a decade ago. Nicholson was very pleased, blowing MacLaine a kiss while wearing sunglasses, his breakthrough role after leaving Roger Corman. To be able to roll around in bed with him in a movie, what a perk for a middle-aged woman. Ha ha ha. People rarely saw Jack Nicholson embarrassed. MacLaine, being a veteran, teased Nicholson. I also want to thank the hurricane-like genius Deborah Wenger. Her performance was so real that I felt like I had 2 daughters during the 4 months of filming. Ha ha ha. Ronald noticed that MacLaine, even while winning an award, couldn't resist mocking Deborah Wenger for being too difficult on set. But finally, I want to say that life and film are like clay, waiting for us to mold it into ceramics. Our success begins with believing in ourselves. God blesses everyone as long as we believe we deserve success. I deserve this. Thank you everyone. Shirley MacLaine raised her Oscar statuette and walked off the stage to the music. Clap clap clap. Everyone was captivated by her charm and confidence. After 5 nominations in 26 years, Shirley MacLaine finally won Best Actress. Ronald hugged MacLaine again. Take it backstage later. Someone will collect it there and return it to you in 2 weeks after it's engraved. Oh, I'm so excited. MacLaine's eyes sparkled. You've brought me good luck, Ronald. You must come to my birthday party. Calculating the time, it was exactly 2 weeks before the release of Breakdance. Ronald smiled and agreed. The last major award was also taken by Mother and Daughter. Such blockbusters with excellent scripts, performances, and stars only appear once every 2 or 3 years, and when they do, they sweep multiple heavyweight awards. After attending the party following the film crew's evening party, Ronald, exhausted, walked away with Nisita. He considered it a mission accomplished. After the party, Ronald had answered questions about his new film from the award winners who were lining up for interviews. He had also exchanged many business cards at the after-party. At this Oscars gala, Ronald clearly felt that more people recognized him and actively approached him than before. Nisita was also very satisfied with him. An award of this caliber for Best Actress usually involves a busy period of socializing. MacLaine's will be treated like royalty, with all sorts of interviews, parties, and even tentative offers from big-budget films. Because she's a veteran actress, producers aren't afraid she'll suddenly become arrogant and demand exorbitant fees. Attending her birthday party is a great opportunity to market your film. Ronald thought for a moment. I'm just worried she'll ramble on about reincarnation and aliens and scare a lot of people away. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 513: The New York Film Circle. Ronald underestimated the number of people Shirley MacLaine had offended. After winning the Oscar, every interview and party she attended revolved around her past life, aliens, and UFOs, quickly alienating her from all her friends. It seemed the Oscar curse wouldn't let a victim off the hook just because of her unprecedentedly confident acceptance speech. "Ronald, you promised me you'd come." McLean's 50th birthday party couldn't be deserted without anyone from the industry, so she made a call to Ronald, insisting he attend. "I will," Ronald replied, busy preparing for the post-release marketing tour of Breakdance. Minahan had contacted cinemas and discos in major cities across the country. The three lead actors would be performing breakdancing throughout the event to promote the film. Ronald only needed to attend meet and greets in New York, Los Angeles, and Chicago, where he'd also have to breakdance a bit. "Where's your party? At the Spotlight Club in New York, huh?" Ronald hadn't expected Shirley MacLaine's reputation to be so strong that she had to ditch Hollywood and throw parties in New York just to attract enough celebrities. Well, even if it was just to visit his aunt, Ronald also wanted to meet people in the film industry there. The day before MacLaine's birthday, Ronald flew back to New York and had a pleasant dinner with his aunt and Donna. Donna ultimately applied to MIT, choosing this university with its strong engineering atmosphere. Although its acceptance rate was higher than Harvard and Yale, the average SAT scores of its students were better. Ronald promised Donna that he would send her to MIT in the fall. The following evening, Ronald, dressed in a bespoke suit, arrived at the Limelight on 6th Avenue. It had just opened at the end of last year. Originally a church, it had been converted into a nightclub. The combination of a disco and rock and roll nightclub with a church-like interior created an inexplicably strange feeling. Ronald realized he didn't know many of the people from the film industry here. Although he had studied at NYU's Tisch School of the Arts, he didn't have much contact with the so-called New York film circle. Most of the filmmakers here preferred to make art films, with budgets even lower than Ronald's exploitation films. Often, they only had a few $1,000s and were just shooting with a 16mm camera. Of course, they didn't care much about box office returns, but rather about winning one or two awards at film festivals. Shirley MacLaine stood up to welcome Ronald to celebrate her 50th birthday. "Happy birthday, Shirley," Ronald kissed the actress. "Let me introduce you to the people in the New York film circle," Shirley MacLaine said gratefully for Ronald's visit. "This is Robert Downey Sr., Shirley first introduced a director with sideburns. "He's about to shoot his first Hollywood film, an MGM United Artists production." "Oh, so young Downey is your son?" "I've met him in Hollywood." Ronald recalled that Robert Downey Jr. had also auditioned for Dragon Boys. "That's my son," old Downey Jr. said, still quite proud of his talented actor son. "This is Andrei from the Soviet Union," MacLaine introduced the second guest, Andrei Konchalovsky, a film director who had defected from the Soviet Union. "Nice to meet you." Ronald recognized the name. He had done a lot of screenwriting work for Tarkovsky and was also a director. Having made the film adaptation of Chekhov's classic, Uncle Vanya. "Hello, I heard from Shirley that you're also a director." Konchalovsky was tall, spoke good English with a slight Russian accent. "Yes, I make Hollywood exploitation films, Andrei," Shirley MacLaine whispered to Konchalovsky about Ronald's background. This was a director about to take off with blockbuster films. I came to America to make the films I want to make. You know, there are always all sorts of restrictions there." Konchalovsky immediately struck up a lively conversation with Ronald. "Are you making films in Hollywood now?" Ronald asked. "I've just finished my first feature film in America, but no distributor is willing to release it yet." "What kind of film is it?" Ronald found it a bit odd. Surely someone here would be interested in such a successful director. "Maria's Lovers," Konchalovsky replied, starring Natasha Kinski. "Oh," Ronald nodded. Kinski was indeed an actress favored by European directors. After Coppola's Old Flame, New Flame was a complete box office failure. She was probably doing only so-so in America, unable to get scripts for mainstream big-budget productions. Natasha, Konchalovsky turned and called out to the other side, "Come meet the young Cossacks of Hollywood." It was during dinner with Kinski that Konchalovsky was spotted by her, and she strongly urged him to film it first, even offering to take a pay cut to play the lead role of Maria. "Hi, Natasha." Ronald smiled and hugged Natasha Kinski, then, to her surprise, replied to Konchalovsky, "We've known each other for a long time." "That's great." Natasha was also instrumental in this film's success. "We can talk to him about distribution in America. You've got control of the distribution channels now." Natasha Kinski looked at Ronald, the boy who had taken her audition photos years ago, now climbing to the top of Hollywood. Even Konchalovsky had to curry favor with him to sell his films. "Misunderstanding," I'm still just a director of exploitation films, Ronald modestly replied. Distributing films wasn't something he could handle. At most, he could tell Minahan and let him decide for himself whether it was worth distributing. Can I exchange business cards with you? I got a friend to invest in this movie. It's a good film that reflects the devastation war inflicts on humanity and love. Ivan returns from the battlefields of World War II, traumatized, and marries his lover Maria, but he's impotent. In the end, Ivan kills Clarence, who is having an affair with Maria, and adopts Maria's illegitimate child. In the end, love overcomes the trauma of war, and the two are able to live together again. No problem, Ronald said, exchanging business cards with Nastasia Kinski. Kinski's friend had invested a lot of money, and now no distributor was willing to release it, so she was a little panicked. But do these people not even secure distribution channels before making a film? The thinking of these Europeans is really different from Hollywood. And the plot of this movie, well, only Europeans would like it, right? Well, I'll be in Los Angeles next month, let's meet and talk then. Natasha Kinski looked Ronald up and down. How could he have changed so much in less than 2 years? Ronald wandered around. Many people in the New York film industry were very talkative, they'd grab him and chat for a while, regardless of his status. But they didn't get much money. The film industry in New York wasn't large, and many low-level directors and actors lacked opportunities. Ding 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 ding, a bell rang, and a large cake was brought out. Shirley MacLaine gave a short speech, and as everyone sang happy birthday, she blew out the candles. Congratulations, Ronald went up and kissed Shirley goodbye. Don't go yet. Why isn't there any girl you like here? I saw you and Natasha were getting along well, we're old acquaintances. I took her audition photos before, Ronald smiled. That's perfect. She's not getting any big Hollywood productions right now, she's struck out, Shirley MacLaine hinted. Do you have plans for your next film? I think you two might have a connection from a past life. Not yet. I have 2 movies coming out this summer, so it all depends on the results. Huh, don't you like European beauties? Come, let me introduce you to an American beauty. Shirley MacLaine pulled Ronald, preventing him from leaving early. Let me introduce you to another beauty. This is another leading lady in Coppola's films, Tada, the new era's Grace Kelly. Diane Lane, what are you doing here? Ronald stared at Diane's big eyes, stunned. I came with Bert. Thank you, Ms. MacLaine. Ronald and I are old acquaintances. His sister is a good friend of mine. Ha. Then I won't disturb you any longer. Shirley went to greet the other guests. You seem a little unhappy. Ronald saw Diane dressed in a blue shirt and black skirt, looking mature and beautiful. Her makeup still had a touch of the Cotton Club style, giving her a slightly classic look. Diane had actually seen Ronald earlier, but she had been with her father, Bert. Now that Bert had gone to drink and chat with others, she had come over. Nothing, Diane said, flicking her hair. Tell me, what happened? Ronald sensed something was wrong and pulled Diane aside for a detailed interrogation. It turned out that Diane's film, Ghetto Justice, had been postponed again. Her recently completed film, The Cotton Club, was under immense pressure. Even Orion Pictures was forced to issue a statement saying that even if The Cotton Club failed at the box office, it wouldn't affect the company's cash flow. Although there was still a chance as long as the film wasn't released, the producers' and distributors' statements clearly indicated their lack of confidence in Coppola's finished film. Ronald mentally counted on his fingers. Raging Fish, Ghetto Justice, The Cotton Club. Diane was clearly afraid of ending up like Nastasia Kinski, struck out, and being abandoned by mainstream Hollywood. It's okay, right? I thought your Ghetto Justice was very good, Ronald quickly comforted her, patting Diane's head. You just don't like the Cotton Club. Diane understood the implication. It seemed Ronnie still preferred her look in Ghetto Justice. She playfully slapped Ronald twice. But Ghetto Justice isn't edited yet, Diane said, troubled. Huh? It's been packed for almost a year, hasn't it? Ronald was surprised. Ghetto Justice was almost finished filming around this time last year, with only one set of reshoots. How could it not be edited yet? I heard the story doesn't connect. They've tried many methods, but they can't edit it into a complete story. Don't worry, you won't be short of acting opportunities. I think you're a very good actress. Ronald suddenly felt sorry for Diane. Her father, Bert's approach to choosing films was too old-fashioned. He focused on directors and producers, but it didn't seem to work anymore. I'm not worried. At worst, I'll just retire from the film industry. Anyway, I've earned over 2 million over the years, and Bert has kept it all in my bank account. It's okay if I don't work anymore, don't say that. You're a natural actress, the new Grace Kelly. If you don't act, the American film industry will suffer a great loss. Ronald, having heard another girl who wanted to retire from acting say this, immediately encouraged her. Unlike Brooke Shields, Diane's acting skills were truly exceptional, honed from a young age. If she didn't act in movies, it would indeed be a great loss. Diane, Bert came over from the side, his face flushed from drinking, looking for his daughter to go home with him. Bert, Ronald hugged him, are you all right? I'll take you home, okay, thank you, Bert agreed. He had drunk a bit too much. When they got home, Bert let his daughter go inside first. During this time, Diane had returned to her old ways, living with him. Ronald, I made a mistake. I didn't listen to you and let Diane act in Tom Cruise's Good Boys 2. Now several of the movies I picked have run into problems. Sigh, maybe I'm getting old and out of touch with the times. From now on, let Diane decide on her own film choices. And please don't forget her if there are any opportunities in the future. Ugh, Ronald quickly patted Bert's back to make him feel better. Don't worry, you've trained Diane's acting skills very well. I'll look after her when the opportunity arises. Chapter 514 Stay away from the Rat Gang. Ronald, you're back in Los Angeles? Come over to my place, I need to talk to you. Weintraub, the producer of Dragon Boys, called that day, inviting Ronald over for a chat. Weintraub still lived with his wife, Jane Morgan, and had bought a small house for his mistress, Susan Atkins, which he sometimes stayed in, essentially living a dual-family life. Did you go to Shirley MacLaine's birthday party? Weintraub invited Ronald over mainly to give him a heads up. I have to warn you, don't get too involved with this woman, or you'll be ostracized by Hollywood mainstream. I was her date at the Oscars, and then I went to her birthday party. Ronald thought Weintraub was making a mountain out of a molehill. I've dealt with them long enough that you might not know some of their history. Do you know the Rat Pack in Hollywood? It turned out the Rat Pack was a small gang of Hollywood actors and singers, dating back to the Humphrey Bogart era. After Bogart's death, Frank Sinatra became the leader of the Rat Pack. Also present were Dean Martin, Sammy Davis Jr., and others. They were infamous for their womanizing and alcoholism. Because Sinatra frequently performed in Las Vegas, he also had deep ties to gambling. Shirley MacLaine, a longtime member of the Rat Gang, was closely associated with him. I was Frank Sinatra's concert manager, but I never hung out with him. If you got involved with the Rat Gang, your reputation in Hollywood would be terrible, Weintraub said, pointing at Ronald. I only attended one party once, so I won't go again, Weintraub nodded. I'm not exaggerating, they're always competing in drinking and womanizing in Las Vegas and Hollywood. Many beautiful Hollywood actresses are passed around among them. They have a lot of influence, but they also have many enemies in Hollywood. Isn't that a bit much? I'm just reminding you, the Rat Gang has long been based in Las Vegas. Especially since McClane, a woman, has been hanging out with them for so long, and now she's started believing in aliens and mysticism. If you don't believe in these things, it's best to keep your distance, I understand. I'm just going to her birthday party and meet some people in the New York film industry. That's good. Our film has already received a PG rating from the MPAA. Columbia Pictures says the preliminary national premiere is on June 22nd. The two chatted about the release of Dragon Boys for a while, then Ronald said goodbye. Rick, is there something wrong with the Rat Gang? Weintraub specifically told me not to get too close to McClane. Ronald still felt uneasy after returning home and called his agent, Nisida. The Rat Gang, they've long been based in Las Vegas. Frank Sinatra has had deep connections with the gangs there for a long time. These guys make money and women, their reputation isn't great. As for Shirley MacLaine, she used to help the Rat Gang find new women to fill their harem, but they've been out of the Hollywood spotlight for quite a while. Maybe Weintraub knows something new? He's a shrewd old fox, you can trust him. Ronald hung up the phone, a realization dawning on him. No wonder Shirley MacLaine kept introducing him to beautiful women in the film industry. Was she treating him like a new member of the Rat Gang? Anyway, he had to keep Diane away from her. Diane, still nonchalant when she received the call, said, I know, what are you afraid of? I'm not going to sleep on the red sofa for a role. Besides, the final cut of Ghetto Justice is finally out, I haven't lost yet. I have to go to Los Angeles next month for the film's marketing activities. I'll contact you then. Diane was quite self-disciplined, but another beauty, Nastasia Kinski, came to see Ronald uninvited. She called Ronald asking him to introduce her and Konchalovsky to the executives of Cannonball Studios, hoping to find a distributor to represent their new film, Maria's Lovers. That day, Ronald was in the Cannonball Studios office, meeting with the three stars of Breakdance and Minahan to discuss the pre- and post-release marketing arrangements. We're setting the premiere for May 4th, with a simultaneous screening in over 1,000 theaters nationwide. We'll meet the audience at the Los Angeles Premiere Theater that day. Then we'll go to Chicago and New York. After that, the three of you will continue to hold fan meetings in various cities, while Ronald will come with me to Cannes for the film festival. Minahan handed over the schedule. Ronald himself had requested to participate in Minahan's overseas film sales process and would go to Cannes with him. The three lead actors chattered away, all of them from impoverished backgrounds, and many of the cities on the list were places they had never been to. Why don't you seem happy? Ronald noticed that the black man in the middle of the three, Bugallo, looked a little listless. Ugh, I'm disappointed. In that Pepsi commercial with Billie Jean's music, they didn't credit me and fucking as choreographers, really? Is there a mistake? Lucinda Dickey asked kindly. Not only is it not in the ads, but my name isn't even in his latest TV music video. His modified moonwalk is obviously mine. It's completely different from the crazy legs style from the East Coast. And he even took fucking's pop robot dance. What's going on? Didn't you sign a contract? You can file a complaint with the union, right? Ronald saw that even Big Shrimp Bugallo was encountering the same problems he faced when he first started out. That's not fair, is it? Why didn't you have your agent negotiate with him? If that doesn't work, you can contact the Screen Actors Guild, or the Choreographers. The Choreographers Guild is affiliated with the Truck Drivers Union. They have a lot of influence. Bugallo shook his head. My agent advised me to take the monetary compensation. Our contract doesn't have a clause requiring credit, and he said going to court would be too much trouble, but it's a real shame you're missing out on credit. Otherwise, you could immediately start working as a choreographer for movies. Bugallo didn't speak for a long time before finally saying, he's an idol and hero to us black people. I didn't expect him to lack even this much dignity. Perhaps it's precisely because of his status as a black hero that he couldn't expose the flaw that his breakdancing moves weren't original. Ronald stroked his chin. This was probably the real reason MJ didn't want them to be credited. It's okay, your movie Breakdance is coming out soon, you'll be just as popular then. Ronald comforted the young black man. Don't talk about me. How's your preparation going? Lucinda, have you learned the backspin? Bugallo was young after all, and Ronald's words immediately lifted his spirits. Of course, Lucinda said, demonstrating a standard backspin right there on the office floor. Wow, Ronald led the applause. If you used that at a meet and greet, wouldn't the audience scream? Of course, I'm a professional dancer too. Lucinda glanced at Sabato. If she had time to practice, she could dance just as well as him. However, I might only be able to do the promotions until the end of July, if breakdancing is still showing then. I'm going to see my best friend perform at the Olympics then. Lucinda Dickey was referring to her friend, who had been selected for the American Olympic gymnastics team. The Soviet Union is very strong this time. They didn't boycott the Olympics. My friend needs my encouragement. Ronald, Minahan called him over. What's the story behind your friend Miss Kinski's film? Did she invest in it herself? How is it? I heard it was invested in by her friend, but I haven't seen it. The director is Andrei Konchalovsky of the Soviet Union. Oh? Him? Minahan indicated he knew the name well. When can we invite them over for a chat? I'll call her, but I don't know the quality of the film. You'll have to judge for yourself. Natasha Kinski acted quickly. Frankly, it was difficult to accept her friend's investment. She brought Konchalovsky with her to Los Angeles to see Ronald. Ronald took them, along with the copies they had flown in from the plane, to Minahan's place for a preview. What do you think? After watching, Minahan asked the two main creators to leave first. He wanted Ronald's opinion. It's very well made, the audio-visual language is excellent, and Andrei is truly a master. But judging from the plot, it doesn't seem like the type of film that would be a hit in America, so, it might be favored in Europe. Minahan's imagination ran wild. Maybe, Ronald thought for a moment. And you know what? This idea actually had a chance of succeeding. The film itself wasn't bad. American audiences might not like this kind of complicated, humanistic story, but in Europe, Especially at film festivals, maybe some judges would actually appreciate this cuckoldry tale? Cannes is too late. I'll try the Venice Film Festival later. I happen to have a good relationship with their selectors. I think if it gets selected, I can buy the rights to the film. You decide for yourself, Ronald said, completely clueless about awards. I've been very busy lately, dealing with the distribution of Ronald's big film and attending the Cannes Film Festival. I've seen your film. It's unlikely to be released in America, but it has a market in Europe. If you're willing, I can pay for the rights, at least you won't lose money. After leaving, Minahan immediately shared his thoughts with the two main creators. Konchalovsky was already very satisfied. Coming from the Alliance, to be able to shoot their first feature film in such a short time, and potentially even get a European release, was already a pleasant surprise. Natasha Kinski had some reservations. She still really wanted to distribute it in America so her friend could get a share of the revenue, thus repaying the favor she owed. She said on the spot that she needed to consider it for a while. Okay, contact me as soon as possible within a week. Natasha Kinski discussed it with her agent for a long time. She was still unwilling to sell the film rights so easily. A few days later, she called Minahan again. I still want to stick to the usual distribution model because I hope it can be shown in theaters in America. You decide for yourself. This is our proposal. Minahan wasn't there. So his cousin Yoram answered the phone. He didn't believe any distributor here would be interested in this kind of film. Natasha Kinski realized she didn't have any negotiating leverage. She had no choice but to ask Ronald to pull some strings. Minahan, preoccupied with Ronald's film release, hadn't contacted her Maria's lovers for the past few days. In just a few days, she had witnessed Ronald's influence once again. She pulled out the audition photos Ronald had taken of her years ago from her suitcase and looked at them for a long time. I'm not losing out either way, Kinski thought, and dialed Ronald's number. Ronald, I'd like to invite you to dinner. It's been so long. I never imagined you'd achieved your dream of becoming a Hollywood director. Is this Miss Kinski? A strange man answered the phone. I'm Ronald's agent, Richard. He's heading to the premiere of Breakdance, and all the calls are being forwarded to me. If you need anything, just leave a message. I wanted to congratulate him on the release of his new film. Chapter 515 Premiere Explosion. May 4th. Breakdance was released simultaneously in 1,069 theaters nationwide. It was a relatively weak release window with few new films, as no one wanted to be overtaken by the blockbuster sequel, The Invincible Monk. MGM thus secured a relatively large number of theaters for its release. However, it still couldn't compete with Universal's 16 Candles, a John Hughes film that garnered 1,240 theaters. This mid-budget production with a budget of over $6 million received significantly more attention in comparison. Ronald arrived at a Universal theater in West Hollywood. MGM didn't have high expectations for Breakdance, foregoing a formal premiere and instead having the main cast and crew watch the film with thousands of audience members at a large theater. A live performance and Q&A session were arranged afterward. Minahan took this very seriously, recruiting several shills in case no one else could ask questions. However, as soon as the film began, Minahan realized his worries were unfounded. The opening breakdancing scenes immediately drew gasps from the audience. Lucinda Dickey plays Kelly, who works as a waitress at a fast food restaurant. After her shift, she goes to Franco's dance studio for practice. Franco stops Kelly, showers her with compliments, and hints that if Kelly submits to him, he'll let her participate in a dance competition and become his dance partner. Kelly refuses this offer of power and sex. She and her dance friend Eaton go to a breakdancing venue on Venice Beach to see breakdancing for the first time, and the audience erupts in cheers. Bikini-clad beauties flash across the screen. Jean-Claude Van Damme in a black bodysuit performs a backflip, and three breakdancing boys dance a synchronized breakdancing move beside them. The appetizer has already made the audience forget about their popcorn, staring blankly at the screen. It's not until Falcon first attempts at the motor and cyclone moves, and the two leave with Kelly, that the audience begins to regain their senses. Everyone grabs popcorn and drinks Coke. Burp, almost simultaneously, a swallowing sound interrupts the film's dialogue. Ronald was incredibly excited in his seat. Breakdancing, this dynamic and rhythmic dance, was appearing on the big screen for the first time, and it had such power that the audience forgot to drink their Coke. After witnessing breakdancing, Carrie, played by Lucinda Dickey, invited Mata and Cyclone to her jazz dance studio to show them her own jazz dance. The two breakdancing experts weren't particularly fond of the old-fashioned jazz dance, so they started breakdancing themselves. When their teacher, Franco, discovered that Carrie had brought her amateur street dance style to the dance studio and incorporated jazz moves, he sternly stopped her. The audience booed again. Most of the audience today were teenagers, and in their eyes, it was jazz dance, that old-fashioned thing, that should be booed. Breakdancing was the dance they should be dancing and appreciating. The camera shifted to the convenience store where Mata and Cyclone worked. Mata came out with a broom and performed a Mata broom dance. Boom! The entire movie theater seemed to explode. What is this? The audience couldn't believe their eyes. They were witnessing something groundbreaking on the screen. This moonwalk was even more spectacular and natural than Michael Jackson's at his Motown concert. Then, Mata used his hand to suck up a broom in mid-air, as if he were truly walking on the moon, the broom freed from gravity, dancing along with him. The scene then cut to Mata and Cyclone battling it out in a basement, once again thrilling the audience. The competitive dance was even more exhilarating than solo routines. Kelly's new manager advised her not to get too entangled with street dancers and to focus on jazz dance instead. Kelly had a huge argument with him, saying he didn't understand the beauty of street dance and demanded that he not belittle it unless he had seen it for himself. In the end, Kelly convinced the manager, and they went to the basement together to watch the dance battle. With Kelly joining them, the trio surpassed their rivals, Awakens trio, in both looks and dance moves. The agent was captivated by the novel dance style and went to great lengths to register the trio for the competition, pitting them against Franco, Kelly's former dance teacher, for the championship and the prize, a spot on Broadway. The film reaches its midpoint here. The audience begins to relax, snacking on popcorn, preparing for the end of the second act. The agent secures a competition spot for them, sending them to the dance organizers' luncheon. In the garden outside the mansion, the celebrities begin their meal. Two ladies attending the banquet, seeing Mata in his rented suit, assume he's a black waiter and gesture for him to serve. Mata, annoyed, brings them a plate of cheese, asking, "Would you like some pig's head cheese?" "No, thank you." Disgusted, Mata drives the two ladies away, only to find Whirlwind and Kelly's former dance teacher, Franco, arguing again. It turns out Franco, seeing Kelly and Whirlwind together, is consumed by jealousy and claims their dance is low class, unfit for a highbrow jazz competition, threatening to disqualify them. Whirlwind, humiliated, left with Mata. Kelly was also angered by Franco, saying that she, Whirlwind, and Mata were in the same class, not a dancer like him who relied on flattering wealthy women. Their agent assured them that Franco couldn't decide their eligibility, so Kelly drove to Mata and Whirlwind's place to find them and go to the dance competition together. Mata was at home teaching breakdancing to her children, while Whirlwind was alone on the beach, lost in thought. Kelly found them and tried to persuade them to participate. Whirlwind said he wasn't participating to win, but to promote breakdancing as a truly free art form. Whirlwind pulled Kelly to the beach, where they watched the breathtaking dance of the paralyzed hand man. How the hell does he dance like that? Isn't he disabled? Isn't he using crutches? Look at his lower limbs, they're different from normal people's. He must have polio, then how can he still do these dance moves? I think he's even better than the gymnasts from the Civil League. The audience ignored the plot and started discussing loudly. This dance was too shocking for them. If it weren't for the earlier scene of Handman using crutches, the audience would never have believed he was disabled. Whirlwind, Mata, and Kelly, the trio, competed. In the end, they jumped onto the judges' table and performed a breakdance. Roger Coleman, playing the head judge, smoked a large cigar, happily nodding, stomping his feet, and clapping along, thoroughly enjoying the performance. Franco stepped forward to stop them, demanding that the judges disqualify the trio, or he would withdraw from the competition. Roger Coleman exhaled a large smoke ring, then hurry up, don't block my view of the breakdance, ha ha ha. The audience was also amused. The villains were removed from the stage, and the trio won the championship, starting to spin around hand in hand to celebrate their victory. The audience was excited, and some even began to applaud, celebrating the three lead dancers' victory and the realization of their dreams. I'm sorry, your dance style cannot be performed in a Broadway musical at this stage. Perhaps in 20 or 30 years, such a musical will exist, and I can give you a chance to appear on television. If you want to enter Broadway, your most urgent task is to promote this dance style. Going on television to dance and training new dancers, that's what you should be doing, said Roger Coleman, playing a judge, to the trio. Although they had won the championship, it was impossible for them to enter Broadway immediately. After celebrating the trio's victory, the audience also felt the reality of the situation. It seemed that for now, their priority should be training new talents and striving for television appearances. The trio begins teaching children to dance on the beach when a man in a leather jacket and pants studded with rhinestones approaches. "You dance very well, can you join me? It's MJ, no wonder he can moonwalk. It was Madara who taught him." This true ending elevates the audience's emotions once again. The film freezes on a scene of MJ, Madara, Cyclone, and Carrie confidants. After a biu electronic beat, a red background appears on the screen with white subtitles. "Coming soon, breakdance sequel, Electronic Boogaloo." The subtitles then rise, and Ronald carefully reads them all, including those of the main extras like Handman and the crew members. Finally, "Special thanks, Michael Jackson." At the same time, the audience rises to their feet, applauding and shouting, demanding that the three lead actors come out and perform a breakdance live. Minahan tried to go on stage to maintain order, but was grabbed and pulled away by enthusiastic audience members. Two teenage girls even gave him several kisses on the cheek. Unable to do anything else, Bugallo, Sabato, and Lucinda Dickey went on stage and performed breakdancing to Ice-T's rap music. Every move the three main dancers made drew cheers from the audience, and some even tried to imitate them. Then Sabato and Bugallo performed backflips and head flips respectively, clearing the space in the middle. Lucinda Dickey, wearing a headband and leg warmers, did a front flip and landed on the ground, then also began a backflip. AWW, the audience went wild, rushing forward and clinging to the stage, preventing them from leaving. In desperation, Minahan ran out to call the police. 10 minutes later, the police arrived and formed a human wall, finally allowing the three main dancers to retreat from the enthusiastic crowd to the dressing room. "Next time, you should report these things to the office earlier," the senior detective in charge told Minahan how to handle a premiere with big stars. "I don't know, how would I know? The audience is so enthusiastic, they're crazy." Minahan was sweating profusely, wiping his face frequently with a handkerchief. "Which stars did you invite to your movie?" the detective asked. Such enthusiasm was only seen at premieres starring big stars. But the audience today was particularly wild. "It's these three." Ronald stepped forward and pointed to the three main actors. "They are the stars tonight, Madara, Cyclone, Kelly." The audience outside the door refused to leave because they didn't know who the actors were, and could only repeat the characters' names. "You three stars had better go out and satisfy their requests, give them autographs, otherwise they won't leave tonight." The detective was experienced and knew that such enthusiastic audiences were difficult to deal with. The three main actors looked at each other, wondering if this was what it meant to be famous. None of them had practiced signing autographs, so they took the pens provided by the cinema and went out. The crowd stirred again, and the detective repeatedly shouted at them to line up. Finally, a few lines formed, and they waited for autographs. The three lead actors patiently signed autographs for the audience for over half an hour. Minahan called a van, and the three squeezed out, got in, and sped away. The cinema was delayed for a long time due to the enthusiastic crowd, and the second showing of breakdance was postponed. They had heard the commotion from the first showing and were incredibly excited, constantly urging to enter. Even the necessary cleaning time was compressed to the minimum. While the floor was still being cleaned, the audience broke through the ticket gates to find seats. Ronald hadn't expected that breakdance, a film he'd casually made with a budget of less than $1 million, would cause such a stir. He stood there, excitedly unsure what to do. Looking at the ticket counter, there were still many first-show audience members waiting to buy tickets for the third showing. Ronald went over and saw that the schedule also included a new film, 16 Candles, showing that same evening. The staff at the counter were also moved over to set up 2 rows to process tickets for breakdance. Ronald, mouth agape, stared at the frenzied scene, utterly bewildered. He drove to another cinema to check things out. While not as packed as the premiere theater where he'd seen the actors, breakdance's box office clearly began to surge from the second showing, surpassing the heavily marketed 16 Candles next door, which had plastered posters and billboards everywhere. Even a host of older films that had been in theaters for weeks were completely overwhelmed by breakdance. The cinema had already begun make temporary adjustments, clearing out the lobby to screen a third breakdance showing in hopes of selling more tickets. My God, how can this be so crazy? Ronald looked at everything, completely bewildered. Chapter 516's box office also exploded. Rick, what happened? Ronald returned home and immediately called his agent, Nisida. It seems the audience has gone crazy. They were yelling and wouldn't let the cast leave, dragging them around for autographs for over half an hour. And these were previously unknown actors. You're going to strike it rich, Ronald. Nisida put the receiver on the other end and took the note from her secretary. I heard about the premiere. I sent 5 assistants to various theaters in different districts, and every showing was a box office hit. I reckon you should print more copies. Wait a minute, don't hang up, Ronnie. Nisida answered another phone. Hello, it's me, Ronald Lee's agent. You want to talk to him about the new script? He's a rising star. Yes, I'll arrange it. We'll talk when he gets back from Cannes. Ronnie, the agents and producers with a keen sense of smell have already started contacting me. I'll give them a unified answer. We'll talk when you get back from Cannes. Hello. Another phone rang. Nisida seemed to have a hotline. Every time she put the phone down, it would ring again shortly after. Ronald, I have to hang up now. You get some rest. I expect a lot of people will be coming to see you starting tomorrow, or the media will want to interview you. I'm sending Richard to handle things for you. Paula's going too. She's more experienced in PR. You're going to be famous, buddy. Ronald excitedly hung up the phone, paced around the room a couple of times, and then suddenly pumped his fist. Yet, was he really going to be famous? But why? Ronald was still a little confused. He hadn't performed particularly well. He picked up the phone again and called Donna in New York. Donna? My new movie Breakdance has been released. Have you seen it? I bought tickets for the first showing tomorrow. Donna planned to go on Saturday. She had to study calculus on Friday. Okay, can you do me a favor and talk to other people when you go to see it? The audience in Los Angeles seems very enthusiastic, but I'm not sure, but it might not be a hit in New York. I'll call you back after I see it. Donna hung up the phone. Yet, it's not necessarily true that the East Coast likes this kind of dance. They have their own style of street dance and their own style of rap music. Ronald's mood calmed down a bit. But even if it's a hit on the West Coast, the box office has far exceeded expectations. At home, Ronald couldn't help pacing back and forth, feeling a tightness in his chest. He was always very confident in his directorial work, but this time he hadn't expected the reaction to breakdancing to be so strong. What was going on? Ronald picked up the phone again and called his former boss, Roger Coleman. Roger, you're going to be famous. The audience really loved your performance. Ha, really? You're a good kid. You gave me a lot of lines, and I really enjoyed it. Roger Coleman hadn't seen his performance yet. I have a question. The audience seemed to go crazy today. I think the box office will exceed expectations. I don't understand what happened. Ha. Do you feel like your movie is becoming a hit for no reason, and you don't know what you did right to make it like this? Coleman had decades of experience in filmmaking and was very knowledgeable about this. Yes, I'm a little dizzy. One voice inside me seems to be saying, I'm not that good, but another voice says, maybe you really are. That's right. You can still keep a clear head, much better than I was when I was younger. Roger Coleman recounted a past event. One year I saw a news article about a gang of motorcycle gangs who called themselves the Hells Angels. I got Peter Bogdanovich, who was a film critic at the time, to revise the script, and then cast Henry Fonda as the lead. I thought it was alright, just average. Who knew that Wild Angels would suddenly hit the jackpot and make tens of millions of dollars? All my previous films combined couldn't compare. Sometimes, God is on your side. If you've been in this industry long enough, you'll eventually get lucky once or twice. Your film just happens to hit the right trend and becomes an inexplicable hit. I see. Ronald hung up the phone, enlightened. He felt that he must have hit the right trend with breakdancing. Breakdancing, invented by black people, has been developing for over a decade. After Latinos took over its development in the 1980s, its techniques were further refined. Now, breakdancing has reached a very high level of skill and artistry, attracting more and more dancers, and gradually gaining popularity, eventually entering the mainstream media. Last year, a film called Flashdance featured a minute of breakdancing footage, drawing more attention to the dance, and more teenagers are dancing it on the streets. Breakdancing seems to be on the verge of exploding, just waiting for the final push. In this light, his quick filming, beating Orion's similar film Hot Street Kids, was a huge advantage. The next morning, Ronald got up early, picked up the newspapers from the past few weeks, and began studying the box office figures. March is peak season, and nearly 10 weeks have passed since the release of many blockbuster films from that period. Films like Robert Zemeckis' The Emerald, Ronald Reagan's Almost directed Full of Energy, the comedy Police Academy, and Diane's Almost starring The Mermaid, all grossed around $40 to $50 million, but gradually showed signs of fatigue, with box office revenue declining week by week. Just as things were reaching a plateau, breakdance emerged, poised for a major explosion this weekend. On Saturday afternoon, Donna called from the phone booth outside the theater to report, "I went to see it, Ronnie. So many people. The audience went crazy. After the movie, lots of Black and Latino people jumped onto the stage in front of the screen and started dancing themselves. And lots of white people were learning from the crowd." "Huh? Did you think it was good?" "What was so good about it?" Ronald asked loudly, getting excited again. "It seemed the East Coast was exploding too." "I don't know, but those dances were absolutely amazing. By the way, was MJ's moonwalk really taught by Mata?" "Really?" Ronald felt a surge of excitement rising in his chest. It seemed the Black and Latino people on the East Coast didn't mind that the movie's dances were West Coast style at all. They were ecstatic to see their own dances on the big screen. The slight stylistic difference between the East and West Coasts shouldn't matter. This was truly a chance to strike it rich. "Minahan, congratulations, you're going to be rich," Ronald immediately called Minahan. "We're going to be rich, you bastard, we're going to be rich. You're a genius, you're a genius, a genius." "Ha ha ha." Minahan was also incoherent. For so long, he and his Israeli brother had always suffered from the disdain of other major studios in the American film industry, but now they had finally succeeded. He put down the phone, looked at his cousin Yoram, who was also in tears, and the two hugged each other tightly, crying their hearts out. Yoram, it turns out we can actually make money making movies in America." "Why, yeah, we'll sell it to Europe, to East Asia, to the whole world." "Why?" Stop. Donna stepped out of the phone booth in New York, intending to hail a taxi to go home with her best friend Diane. However, the taxi seemed oblivious to their presence and didn't slow down. "You should do it this way," Diane said, pulling out a $10 bill and waving it at the driver. Screech, the taxi stopped. The two chattered in the taxi about Ronald's new film. "Ronnie's going to be famous this time," Donna whispered in Diane's ear. "The dancing is so beautiful. Actually, the acting in this movie isn't that difficult." Diane looked reserved, but her inner regret was clearly visible on her face. "Then Ronnie can take you on some movies." Donna playfully pinched Diane's armpit. "No way." The two girls giggled and played around in the car. The car turned the corner, and a long line stretched outside the theater, everyone patiently waiting for tickets to breakdance. The huge billboard for breakdance, advertised by MGM, was carried out from a corner and placed in the most prominent spot on the lobby. Everyone was happy, except for one thin, Latino youth who squatted on the floor in regret, repeatedly pounding the ground. "I was so stupid. I was so stupid. I believed your lies." He was the one who had rejected Ronald for the role of Crazy Legs in Orion Pictures' Hot Street Kids. "This was supposed to be mine." Before Hot Street Kids even premiered, breakdancing had stolen the spotlight. Suddenly, all the kids in New York were practicing the authentic West Coast steps of the Boogaloo Shrimp from breakdance, and nobody was practicing the East Coast-style moonwalk from Flashdance anymore. What was originally a mature dance style, amplified and broadcast on the big screen through mass media like film, seemed destined to see East Coast dance styles completely overshadowed by the West Coast. "Orion is awful, awful." Ronald stayed home, too excited to sleep most of the night. On Sunday, the third day, the end of the opening weekend, Ronald waited at Cannonball Studios with Minahan, watching the fax machine to see the numbers from MGM. Midnight passed, dawn broke, and finally, squeak, the fax machine produced a sheet of paper. Snap, Minahan ripped the paper off. It contained MGM's preliminary statistics. Breakdance's opening weekend's box office reached $7.86 million, with a 1,000 theater release, beating 16 Candles' 1,240 theaters. Its per-theater box office exceeded $7,300, double that of 16 Candles. Chapter 517 Chicago Film Reviews. Paula Wagner came to Ronald's place and prepared some basic guidelines for giving interviews. If you don't know the answer to a reporter's question, secretly modify it to one you can answer, then repeat the standard answer. If a reporter asks 2 questions and you can only answer one, answer the one you know first, try to drag it out a bit, then deliberately forget to answer the one you don't know, and let the next reporter ask. Ronald practiced with her a few times, and it went smoothly. Basically, if you don't know the answer, just gloss over it. If you can't gloss over it, just talk to yourself and pretend to answer the question. I thought a lot of media would want to interview me. This movie is a huge hit. It surprised everyone. There are breakdancing people on the streets. Why isn't anyone interviewing the film crew? After the rehearsal, Ronald discovered that no one in Los Angeles had come to interview him yet. A movie's box office takes time to build up. Newspaper interviews, from noticing the phenomenon to finally interviewing you, take time, and magazines are even slower. Paula rarely discussed business matters with Ronald. This time, Nisita had temporarily pulled her away from Tom Cruise because Ronald's movie was about to explode. I'll wait a bit longer. There should be interviews in a few days. Also, they might all be waiting for film reviews. They should start coming out in the next couple of days, and reporters can ask questions then. Could you help me collect reviews for Breakdance, and also for 16 Candles? Ronald was about to go to Chicago and New York for fan meetings and asked his agent to collect reviews for him. Excuse me, Mr. Bugallo, did you teach MJ the moonwalk? Several reporters grabbed the cast and crew who had just arrived in Chicago. Their biggest interest wasn't the film itself, but the final hint that Mata taught MJ the moonwalk. Mr. Bugallo had never seen anything like this before and didn't know how to answer. MJ and I are good friends, so I asked him to make a cameo appearance. He himself is very interested in breakdancing and incorporated this new element into his music videos. He's a pop icon with a keen sense of fashion trends. Ronald quickly stepped forward to answer on behalf of Bochero. Director Ronald, the reporter turned the microphone towards Ronald. Did Bochero teach MJ's dances? Bochero and Sabato are both breakdancing masters. Their choreography is top-notch. In the film, they choreographed all the dances themselves, including the broomstick dance. Lucinda herself, like Carrie, has a jazz dance background. Her learning ability is outstanding. I asked you if he taught her. Okay, you've already asked 2 questions. Let's give the opportunity to someone else. Next question. Ronald, do you think this is your best film? Why do you think its box office performance was unexpected? Another reporter asked. I think the most important thing is that we have 3 outstanding lead actors. Did you like their dancing? Sometimes, I just need to set up the camera, and their brilliant dance moves just keep coming. And that guy who does the cane dance on the beach, his nickname is Handman. You're really good at dealing with reporters, said Bugallo, who wasn't good at this at all, thanks to Ronald's help. Hey, no problem, next time you should praise yourself too, Bugallo muttered. Ronald had given all the credit to the actors today. Ronald smiled. No one could take his credit for himself. In any case, no one in the industry would believe him when he said he just set up the camera and let the actors improvise. The film's final box office success, of course, went to the director. All right, reporters, we need to get to the hotel. Ask us any questions after the audience meet and greet. Minahan interrupted the reporters and led the cast and crew to the arranged car. With a box office success, Minahan wasn't stingy anymore. He booked the Chicago Hilton Hotel for Ronald and the 3 main actors. Ronald, upon checking into his room, immediately received a call from his agent, Richard. I've had the hotel put the film reviews in your room. Those 2 Chicago film critics didn't say anything good about you. I expected that. Ronald picked up the Chicago Tribune and the Chicago Sun-Times that the waiter had specially prepared for him and began reading. There will be several street dance movies this summer. Breakdance is the first, which gives them an advantage. Lucinda is sweet and spirited. All 3 dancers are excellent. They deserve a better script. Hell, came Roger Albert's review. Ronald was already immune to his sarcasm. This is truly a peculiar film, a stiff and awkward story interspersed with dances of breathtaking elegance and power. Alice, the story is predictable from beginning to end. We encounter Kelly, Lucinda Dickey, a young Los Angeles dancer and a student of a despicable choreographer. Through a friend, she meets a group of breakdancers on the boardwalk in Venice. Their dance philosophies are completely different from hers. While she hones her skills, they elevate the voice of the ghetto, indulging in the joys of street dance. She likes them, dances with him, and they form a team. So far, so good. But then we have to sit back and watch scenes that are poorly written and clumsily performed, including a famous choreographer coveting Kelly's beauty, jealous of the breakdancers, and trying to blacklist the trio in a major dance competition, a group of arrogant upper-class dance snobs who look down on Kelly's friends, a self-important dance judge with a British accent miraculously changes his tune when the trio begins dancing, becoming a huge fan of breakdancing. Kelly and her two partners all possess this dancing genius. Cyclone is a sensitive Latino who likes Kelly but is wary of any sign of offense, and Mata's hands and feet are a living, breathing entity. They are so uninhibited in their scenes with Kelly that it's a disgrace to be surrounded by such puppet-like supporting cast. I bet the director could have made a fun documentary about how the three dancers met, how they learned to collaborate, how the street dancers taught the traditionally trained Kelly their moves, and how they got along off-screen. Would that have been far more interesting than those fictional plot points? The script is too amateurish, and the directing too clumsy to make the most of the three dancers' genius. Do you like breakdancing? This is a great movie if you can manage to ignore about 2/3 of the uninteresting plot. There's another movie coming out this summer, Hot Street Kid, released by Liberty Orion. Let's see what kind of different stuff it has to offer. P.S. Michael Jackson's cameo at the end is fantastic. Roger Ebert gave his film 2 out of a possible 4 stars. He probably gave them all for the dance moves in MJ's cameo. This guy. He can't talk without being sarcastic, can he? Ronald tossed The Sun aside and picked up Cisco's film review for the Tribune. I disagree with my colleague Albert's assessment of Breakdance. It's actually a low-budget film, and the director brilliantly avoided falling into the trap of cliches, instead delivering a refreshingly original film. If it were any other exploitation film director, they would inevitably have included some cliches absent in this movie, such as Kelly being raped by her dance teacher, her subsequent enunciation of the institution, or the trio winning the championship and then heading to Broadway in flamboyant costumes, abandoning their street-style spiritual dance. I'm not surprised this film perfectly avoided these pitfalls, given that its director is Ronald Lee. I applauded his Richmond High School 2 years ago. Breakdance reminds me of another dance film from years ago, Saturday Night Fever, where John Travolta, equally free-spirited and spiritual, clumsily challenges mainstream society with his street dance. I give it 2.5 stars. Of course, I'm more optimistic about another new film opening this weekend, 16 Candles, John Hughes' directorial debut. I gave this movie 3.5 out of 4 stars, calling it the best teen comedy since last year's Good Boys 2. It'll definitely draw lots of laughs, but more importantly, it'll offer comfort to young girls and boys who feel embarrassed. And moments of comfort and validation are sorely lacking in teen movies, which often depict a world of violence and sexual domination that is a lie. Cisco always speaks well of himself, and his Tribune readers are generally more educated, so he's more articulate. Albert, well, the Sun's readers are mostly working-class people, the same people who killed Vincent Chin, the Chinese American. And with Breakdance denigrating white dance teachers and praising Latinos and blacks, he doesn't seem to be able to speak well of himself. However, both of them rated 16 Candles higher. It seems Breakdance, while leading at the box office, lost to critics. We should go, the audience is waiting for us. Boogaloo the shrimp came knocking on Ronald's door. He was lucky Ronald had gotten him out of a tight spot today, otherwise, he would have violated the agreement and not only had to return the money he paid MJ for choreography, but he would also be fined by MJ's team. Coming, Ronald said, putting on his coat and walking down the elevator with him. Next time something like this happens, just play dumb. If you can't answer someone's question, just give them a question you can answer, and then pretend it's a reporter's question. The audience doesn't seem as enthusiastic as in Los Angeles. The group entered the theater they had arranged. The audience members were all sitting properly, waiting for the movie to start. Ronald felt it wasn't as crazy as in Los Angeles. Yay, yay. Mata, Carrie, I love you. After the movie ended, Ronald realized he was wrong. The predominantly white Chicago audience was just as enthusiastic as those in Los Angeles. Moreover, Chicago had more older, large theaters, and the audience size for each screening was much larger than in Los Angeles. The 3 lead actors were even held up on stage, performing breakdancing and signing autographs for over an hour before being allowed to leave. It seemed that it wasn't just Latinos and black people who enjoyed this kind of dance. Mainstream white teenagers were equally captivated by its energetic performance. Chapter 518 New York, A Sweet Home. Motor, MJ has already commented on the originality of the moonwalk. What do you have to say? After a day in Chicago, the crew rushed to New York to continue their journey. Nisida sent a colleague from the New York office to intercept Ronald and his group at the airport, telling them that Michael Jackson had already given an interview, clarifying the issue of the originality of the moonwalk. Without a doubt, MJ said he was the original creator of the moonwalk. When refining the steps, he asked two kids for some reference. The CAA colleague repeated MJ's exact words from the interview to Bochero. That's what he said. Bochero was very unhappy. Not being credited was one thing, but this dismissive denigration of his contribution was another. You'll definitely be asked this question when you get out. This is the answer Ronald asked us to prepare for you. He handed Bochero a piece of paper. The little kid Bugallo, whose name wasn't even mentioned by MJ, was furious, his face turning ashen. When he came out for an interview, he almost forgot how to say the standard answer. MJ is the pride of black people. Ronald came up and put his arm around his shoulder, whispering a reminder. MJ is the pride of us black people. He was a great singer and dancer, and he made extraordinary contributions to bringing breakdancing into mainstream culture. It's an honor to be compared to him. After stammering through his lines, Bugallo pushed the reporter away, slung his bag over his shoulder, and walked out. Ronald, what do you think of the new film 16 Candles released around the same time? The reporter shoved the microphone at Ronald again. Your film has fewer theaters showing than his, but it's doing better at the box office. John Hughes said he really liked your film. What's your opinion of him, really? What did he say? Ronald feigned ignorance. Hughes said you helped him a lot during the film's preparation stage, helping him gain the trust of the producers. This was a major boost for his debut film. He also said that although his current box office performance wasn't as good as your film, he was optimistic about the long-term box office performance of 16 Candles. What's your opinion of his film? It seems like film critics are always comparing Ronald and John Hughes. Both of their debut films are about high school boys and girls, and both are screenwriters. Hollywood is optimistic about their futures. John Hughes is a friend of mine. I watched his film when I had some free time, and I think I liked 16 Candles. Yes, it's his debut, and its box office performance can hardly be called a failure. You can check the weekend's Variety box office charts if you don't believe me. I'll call to congratulate him. Ronald brushed it off. Although his new film had a higher box office than Hughes, he also had two other films that had flopped at the box office. He didn't want to be caught in a simple comparison between Breakdance and 16 Candles. This was the reporter deliberately creating a conflict. If he mentioned the box office victory, someone would definitely ask about the comparison of the two films' reviews. Oh, we've actually arrived in the heart of East Coast street dance and rap. After getting into the van that came to pick him up, Saba looked out at the street scene and said with a sigh, now breakdancing is going to be all about your style. Ronald added with a smile. Regardless of whether breakdancing was authentic on the East or West Coast, young people in America now dance their style. Whether they learned it from watching breakdancing videos or watching MJ's concert music videos. Look, they're showing breakdancing clips on that TV screen over there. Boogaloo the shrimp pointed to the large screen in the window of a department store, where multiple television sets were arranged to display his dance-off with Sabato. Encouraged by the strong opening week box office, MGM increased its budget and repeatedly aired trailers on major television stations, especially MTV, a channel popular with young people. Oh yeah, Boogaloo the shrimp, Sabato, your idol, the black doorman at the hotel entrance, wearing a deep red hat, excitedly greeted the film crew with high fives upon seeing them staying at his Manhattan Hilton. Let me help you, the doorman said, striking a breakdance pose as he took everyone's luggage and placed it on a luggage cart. Thank you, here, Ronald said, knowing the two lead actors came from humble backgrounds and might not understand such etiquette, so he secretly slipped a banknote into the doorman's hand. Back at the hotel, Ronald saw a new newspaper on the bedside table. People from my hometown are still the best to me. Ronald flipped through the pages of various New York newspapers, all mentioning his breakdancing in the film reviews, and all with positive comments. A groundbreaking musical, it will be written into history as a symbol of popular culture, an explosive film. Further down, Ronald discovered that New York was also a multicultural city. Some tabloids, primarily catering to Latino and black readers, also mentioned the film. Although he didn't quite understand the various slang terms, street dance jargon, and nicknames of its predecessors, the lengthy articles occupied a significant portion of the pages. Flipping through its competitor, 16 Candles, he saw that unlike its popularity in Chicago, the film had received considerable criticism in New York. The character of Dragon Eagle is not funny at all. It's a potential offense to Asians, a stereotype. It's as if they only speak broken English, have never had a girlfriend, and are overly concerned about everything in America. This was the criticism from the New York Times. The plot of this film made me nauseous. Does it directly condone date rape, even without any actual physical contact, whether consensual or otherwise? After the party, the protagonist, Jack, tells Ted that his girlfriend, Caroline, is now unconscious in the bedroom. He adds, "You can violate her in 10 different ways if you want." Is this the message John Hughes wanted to send to teenage audiences? This is a critique from the New York Post. Compared to the conservative Chicago, New York's atmosphere is more progressive in terms of women's independence and racial equality. In Manhattan's office buildings, women can climb to middle management positions, and during rush hour, the subway and streets are filled with working women. In Chicago, however, going on a date involving alcohol at 18 means losing one's virginity, and the idea that a friend's ex-girlfriend can be given to you is still prevalent among many white boys. Women's employment rates are also lower than in New York, and many white women often find husbands and become housewives after graduation. Let's welcome Bugallo, Shrimp, Saba, Do, and Lucinda, Ditch, at the audience meet and greet. The organization in New York was clearly better than in Los Angeles and Chicago. MGM's money paid off. In addition to the main actors, they even brought in a local Manhattan street dance troupe to perform. Ronald sat obediently in the audience. The proportion of white people was noticeably lower, and many in the audience were very familiar with breakdancing. More than half could dance it, leading to deeper interaction between the stage and the audience. Several audience members even asked the creators how to properly perform their dance moves, and then a live lesson ensued. "Why did you choose this movie theater?" Ronald asked Minahan curiously. Located on the edge of Little Italy in Manhattan, next to many Puerto Rican immigrant neighborhoods, the theater was quite old and somewhat rundown. "We did some experimentation. In Chicago, we held the premiere on the North Side, where many wealthy white middle-class people live. Our film's larger audience comes from Black and Latino communities. Really, of course, I haven't forgotten about the traditional white audience." Next, the trio will be performing breakdancing shows at nightclubs like Club 54 and the new Spotlight Club. Those places are trendy hotspots for teenagers. Whatever's popular there, they'll follow suit, so they can earn a lot of extra money, right? Ronald asked. This was a money-making opportunity for the 3 lead actors who came from humble backgrounds. They have plenty of opportunities, starting in New York, then going to New England in the Northeast, then south to Florida, then back to Texas and Nevada from the South Central region, and finally back to California. Minahan explained the trio's upcoming promotional schedule. "And us," Minahan gestured to Ronald and himself, "will fly to Paris, then to the seaside town of Cannes, to meet up with Yoram, who's already there. This time, we're determined to sell breakdancing all over the world." Great. Ronald had been looking forward to the film festival for a long time. Cannes, as one of the 3 major European film festivals, was sure to have some good movies and interesting people waiting for him. That evening, the 3 main creators, along with Ronald and Minahan, raised their glasses in the hotel bar. A successful film could change everyone's fate. Boogaloo and Sabato had already become leading figures in the industry. In New York, many street dance masters treated them with respect, no longer treating them as equals. Lucinda Dickey had also received many film offers, but she still had to finish filming Breakdance 2, Electronic Boogaloo with her 2 male partners first. "Have you found a director?" Ronald asked Minahan. "I found one from my hometown in Israel, but unfortunately you can't continue directing." "Have you finished writing the script?" "Yes, it's still about Mata, Cyclone, Kelly, and their rival Fwakan. This time, the 2 sides are working together to fight a common enemy, using breakdancing to defeat the evil capitalists' conspiracy." HMPH. Interesting. Ronald didn't care about the sequel anymore. All he wanted was to go back to his sweet home and have dinner with his family. "Ronnie, you're a day late." "Diane just left," Donna said to Ronald after finishing his aunt's dinner. "Where did she go?" "Her movie, Ghetto Justice, is finally going to be released on the 1st of next month." "Are you going to the premiere?" "I don't know. I'm going to the Cannes Film Festival soon," Ronald said, taking a sip of the coffee his aunt had prepared. Have you arranged everything for your MIT enrollment? Is there anything else I can help you with? No problem. If you hadn't insisted on going, I was planning to drive myself. You can go now too. Here you go. Ronald pulled out a key and tossed it to him. It's parked downstairs. Is it for my car? Donna looked out the window excitedly. I've already talked to your aunt. That Honda is too big for you. This is the new Honda City. It's smaller, but it has a turbocharger, great horsepower, and plenty of interior space, perfect for a girl. Go try it out tomorrow during the day. Thank you. Donna happily came over and kissed Ronald. Chapter 519 Going to Cannes to sell films. Thank you, Auntie. Ronald finished breakfast and started packing his passport and other documents. Aunt Karen helped him pack and put his luggage aside. The Soviet Union suddenly announced a boycott of the Los Angeles Olympics, refusing to send a delegation. The reason given was that America is experiencing great power chauvinism and hysterical anti-Soviet sentiment. Bulgaria announced a boycott, and the attitudes of other Eastern Bloc countries are still unclear. Weren't we supposed to be participating this time? Ronald watched the Good Morning America program on TV. Another big news had broken. These are the newspapers I bought for you, brother. Donna happily drove her red car out early in the morning to buy Ronald various entertainment newspapers, focusing on the box office figures for the second week. Thank you. Ronald flipped through Daily Variety and turned to the weekly box office section. Breakdance still holds the top spot at the weekend's box office with $6.3 million, bringing its total to a whopping $16.3 million. Haha, Ronald was very satisfied with the number. Second place went to new release, Robert Redford's The Naturals, just over $5 million. Third place was another new film, The Arsonist, adapted from Stephen King's novel of the same name, with $4.7 million. 16 Candles had dropped to fourth, with only $3.2 million. The much-anticipated sharp drop in Breakdance's box office in its second week didn't materialize. Richard kept calling Ronald to report the summarized information. Universal predicted a rapid decline in Breakdance's box office this week, while 16 Candles, relying on word of mouth, would see a much smaller drop in its second week. They had many reasons, such as Breakdance being a fan film, only watched by Latinos and blacks. They claimed the box office was driven by MJ fans, who stopped going after discovering it was just a cameo. All of these were fallacies. Looks like your long-term box office performance isn't so great either. Ronald did the math. 16 Candles had dropped nearly 30% in box office revenue compared to its first week, while Breakdance had only dropped 18%. Nobody can stop us. Nobody does it better than us. Red lights can't stop us. No, 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 no. Ronald hummed the opening theme of Breakdance, Nobody Can Stop Us, in a very cheerful mood. Can I take you to the airport? My driving skills are pretty good. Even my driving instructor, Smith, says my driving level surpasses many experienced drivers. Aunt Karen was busy with factory matters, and Donna was learning to drive with an instructor. Okay, Ronald said, taking down his suitcase. Donna's little red car, though very compact, had plenty of space. Ronald, at over 6 feet tall, wasn't cramped at all. They met up with Minahan at the airport and boarded an Air France flight to Paris. This time, they didn't choose the Concorde, but instead took a regular plane, sleeping for 7.5 hours before landing at Charles de Gaulle Airport. They then immediately transferred to a flight to Cannes, a seaside town in southeastern France. What a beautiful place, Ronald said, putting on his sunglasses. His clothes fluttered in the sea breeze, and the sun felt wonderful on his skin. Cannes had a pleasant climate, with average May temperatures around 20 degrees Celsius, making it a perfect vacation spot. Aside from the high prices due to the film festival, everything else was excellent. Yoram, who had arrived earlier, picked them up and took them to their pre-booked room. He had been staying here for 3 or 4 days, and a large number of promotional leaflets were piled up in Yoram's room. Minahan was quite polite, sharing a large room with his cousin and giving Ronald a smaller single room. This is your pass, Yoram said, handing Ronald a pass. Ronald took it and saw Marché du Film badge written on it. Not knowing French, he looked up at Yoram. It means a market pass. This kind of pass has the highest level of access. You can go anywhere in the film festival. You wanted to see the Cannes film market, so I applied for it for you. You could have applied for a film industry pass, which is cheaper and allows you to go to everything except the market. Oh, thank you, Ronald carefully hung it around his neck so he could look around freely. Is our breakdancing participating in any competitions? What's our booth number? Ronald inquired about the Canon Company's arrangements. Ahem, our breakdance was rushed out of production. There wasn't enough time to submit it to film festivals, and even the trading market slots were all taken. I'm currently trying to find a way to buy a booth from someone else to sell our film. Yoram was actually quite overwhelmed. Breakdance was a last-minute decision made in early 1984, and it had only just finished filming. There wasn't enough time for screenings or sales. They could only try to find a solution once they got to Cannes. Oh, Ronald thought to himself, I've fallen for those two brothers' trick again. They say they've accomplished something, but what they really mean is that we've only just had an idea. Don't worry, everything will be alright, Ronald. Minahan noticed Ronald's expression and stood up to massage his shoulders. Back when we came to America from Israel, because of foreign exchange controls, we each only had $500 in our pockets. And we still succeeded. It'll be the same in Cannes this time. With your film, everything will go smoothly. So what are you planning to do? Every year at Cannes, quite a few lucky ones who sell their film prints leave early, so we'll always find a place, Yoram said. If all else fails, we'll take our business cards and posters outside the exhibition halls and try to sell them. The two started taking turns calling everyone they knew, trying to find a solution. Ronald, seeing how hard they were working, wondered if they could even get a booth at a film market. He picked up a list of this year's competing films and screenings, along with a directory of film market vendors, and started looking at them. Ronald made a discovery. On May 22nd, Orion Pictures' film Beat Street was actually going to premiere at the Cannes Film Festival. Minahan, is Beat Street a competing film? Ronald asked, frowning. No, they're in the or competition, Yoram replied with a French term. It means we won't compete in the screening section. Orion won't participate in any Cannes awards, it's just being screened here. You know, showing a film here always attracts some film buyers who come to the film market. Both films have the same subject matter. Is it really okay for us to sell films like this? Should we also try to screen one in Cannes? Relax, Ronald. I can't beat you at making films, but I know a thing or two about selling them. Ha. Minahan's hoarse voice rang out again, reassuring Ronald. Ronald was a little apprehensive, but the two brothers' Canon films had been selling copies and attracting investment in Europe for years. If they hadn't achieved some success, they would have gone out of business long ago, right? Thinking of this, Ronald decided to go out for a walk. He changed into a light-colored cotton linen shirt, wore sunglasses and white trousers, and walked out of the hotel. The sea breeze blew gently, slowly making him forget his worries. Soon, Ronald walked along the main road to the Palais des Festivals, the main venue of the Cannes Film Festival. A large poster hung at the entrance for the opening film of this year's festival, Sagenborg. Above the film's title were the portraits of two French actresses, indicating their star power and the online attention they received. Fortunately, Ronald recognized them both. The male star, with his very large nose, was Gérard Depardieu. Ronald was more familiar with the female star, a beautiful face with a distinctly French flair, paired with blonde hair, was none other than Catherine Deneuve, a national treasure of France. Behind the two stars was a desert landscape, with a line of people riding camels, carrying guns. It looks like another Sahara movie, Ronald remarked. Below the movie poster were portraits of several supporting actors, one of whom, an actress with a chubby face, looked somewhat like Diane. Sophie. Marceau, Ronald spelled out the name, a name he'd never heard of in Hollywood. I wonder when Diane's got that figure from Ghetto Justice again, Ronald muttered. Taisez-vous un lecture? A girl's voice asked. What did you say? Ronald turned and saw a girl in a white tank top and a miniskirt, her chest bulging. Did I say you're an actress? The girl pointed to Ronald's pass. She'd noticed this tall, handsome guy and was trying to strike up a conversation. Oh, no, I'm a film director. A director? Hey, it's true, I'm trying to sell my film at Cannes. It's called Break. The girl made a hammering gesture. Breaking? Breakdance, a kind of dance. Breakdancing. Ronald struck a couple of simple poses. Where is your film showing? Can you take me to see it? The girl's eyes lit up, and she immediately extended an invitation. We haven't found a screening location yet, Ronald said, looking at the girl, who had a slender figure and striking looks. Did you come with friends? Yes, they're over there. The girl pointed to the distant beach, the place with the highest density of beautiful women during the Cannes Film Festival. Every year in mid-May, it seemed that all the aspiring movie stars in Europe flocked to the small coastal town, hoping for a miracle. Leave your contact information, I'll call you once I've confirmed the time and place for the screening. Ronald made a phone call gesture. Okay, the girl left her number and walked away with a smile. Ronald put his sunglasses back on. He understood, Europeans these days had absolutely no idea about breakdancing. If you only said the English title break-in, many people wouldn't understand. Ronald continued walking around the Palais des Festivals, where posters for the films competing for the Palme d'Or were displayed. Hey? Isn't that Nastasia Kinski? Ronald spotted a familiar face on a movie poster. On the Texas, Paris poster, Nastasia Kinski, wearing a magenta coat, turned her head and smiled alluringly. Ronald stared at her for a long time, thinking that this German actress was really perfect for movies. He hadn't expected her film to be at this year's Cannes. He wondered how her self-funded film, Maria's Lovers, was doing at the box office. Had she made a deal with Minahan? After wandering around for a while, Ronald returned to the hotel. Damn it, looks like we really have to go out and hand out flyers. Before even entering the room, Ronald heard Minahan and Yoram shouting at each other next door. What happened? Ronald entered and saw Minahan's face was flushed red. It turned out that the staff at the Cannes Film Market had rejected Minahan's high-priced offer to buy a booth. Why won't they sell even for such a high price? Ronald wondered. This was still a capitalist society, wasn't it? They said Cannes is an orderly place, and all the necessary procedures have to be completed beforehand, Yoram explained. But I think the real reason might be Orion's influence, Yoram continued. I have a friend who works on the organizing committee, and she told me that Orion protested, accusing our film of being a preemptive release in a pirated copy. Because the two films are indeed similar in subject matter, and theirs is an official screening film, so Cannes is unwilling to allocate a theater for us to screen in, nor will they sell us a suitable booth. So what do? We contacted our partner in France, Pathé Pictures, and they will provide an outdoor screening equipment, so we'll screen it on the beach. Minahan slammed his hand on the table. This time we're going to do something big. During the opening ceremony, we'll hand out flyers at the Palais des Festivals. Hey, what's this? Ronald pulled out a pen. I just discovered something. Our English title has a cultural barrier in France. The audience won't understand that this film is about a dance. We need to change the name. What? Minahan's eyes widened. You're right. Europeans don't understand that break-in is the name of a dance, but we only have 2 days left. Cannes officially opens the day after tomorrow. Ronald pulled out the contact information the girl had left. Since we're handing out flyers, why not find some pretty girls? We can quickly make a few clothes and embroider the new names on them. As for the flyers, we can find some people to hand correct them. You've already met some pretty local girls. Minahan gave him a "you're something else" look. That's a good idea. Let's not bother finding anyone else. Yoram and I will do the corrections. Minahan picked up a marker and brought over a stack of flyers. What name should we change it to? Breakdance, Ronald suggested. Adding dance to the end should make it clear. How about calling it beat dance? Yoram started hatching another wicked idea. That way, it'll look like Beat Street, and a lot of film buyers will think that Orion was made by us. Hey. I knew it, you little devil. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 520 Selling Worldwide. Beat Dance. The girl Ronald met on the street, along with her group of girlfriends, were now working hard outside the Palais des Festivals in Cannes, handing out flyers to passers-by for Cannonball films. Come and see the latest trendy dance from America. Today was the opening ceremony of Cannes, and also the premiere of the opening film, Sagenborg. Cannes generally requires films vying for the Palme d'Or to premiere at the festival. They were all wearing miniskirts and gray jackets with beat dance emblazoned on the back and the Cannonball Films logo on the front. Standing at the back of the crowd outside the Palais des Festivals, they handed out flyers to everyone they met. Reporters, guests, and film buyers all received one. Some put it in their bags, some casually threw it away, but the buyers looked at it seriously. Such a big investment? Marketing at the opening ceremony? Photographers who were originally taking pictures of celebrities on the red carpet were also attracted by their beautiful figures, and when they had a spare moment, they turned around and snapped away. Even the television station turned its cameras over. This year's screenings at Cannes have attracted many American films. The French Minister of Culture and the President of the American Film Institute will also be in Cannes to negotiate and exchange views on the opening of the film markets between the two countries. What we see outside the Palais des Festivals is this year's film, Beat Dance, which is invested in and distributed by Orion Pictures, a studio founded by former executives of United Artists, the only American film studio that respects artists' creations. It will be screened publicly at the festival. Okay, next up is the creative team of Sagenborg, Ms. Catherine Deneuve. Okay, cut. The photographer gave the host a thumbs up. We'll film again when Deneuve arrives. But you seem to be mistaken. Orion is distributing Hot Street Dance, not Beat Dance. That's right, isn't it called Beat Dance in English? The host took 2 steps to the Canon girl, took a flyer, crossed out the film title with a pen, and then wrote Beat Dance by hand below it. There must be something wrong. I've seen the Orion poster, it doesn't have these 3 actors. The cameraman took the flyer with some skepticism. I don't understand either. English is just so ambiguous, it's not as elegant and precise as Chinese. Here she comes, Deneuve is here. A scream rippled through the crowd, and photographers' flashes went off again at the luxury car across the street. A middle-aged woman stepped out of the limousine. Her attire today resembled that of a Greek goddess, a pale sky blue off-the-shoulder dress tied in a knot on her right shoulder, 2 wind chime-shaped earrings in the same pale sky blue, a diamond bracelet on her right wrist, and pale blue high heels. She exuded an air of regal elegance. If the pale sky blue were replaced with green, and a crown added, she would resemble the Statue of Liberty, a gift from the Kingdom of Greece to America, now located on New York Island. The crowd surged forward, trying to get as close as possible to take photos. Unlike the Oscars, there were no security guards or safety barriers outside the Palais des Festivals in Cannes, and Catherine Deneuve was pushed slightly backward by the flow of people. Her large-nosed husband, Gérard Depardieu, quickly stepped forward to protect her. Hot dance, hot dance. Come see America's musical films, the latest and trendiest dance form, breakdancing. Minahan paid the Cannon girls a good daily wage and promised them a cameo role in the film if they distributed enough flyers. The girls worked very hard, handing out flyers to everyone they met. One girl, engrossed in handing out flyers, didn't see who was approaching and a flyer landed in Deneuve's hand. Sorry, Ms. Deneuve, the girl said, sticking out her tongue. It's all right, Deneuve smiled and returned the flyer. Beat dance? What kind of dance is that? I don't know. I've never heard of it either, said Sophie Marceau, a chubby girl standing nearby, craning her neck to look at the flyer, indicating she didn't know either. Let's go in, let's go. This movie is impressive, even Deneuve is interested. The address on the flyer is room 515 in the hotel, right? Several film buyers from Southeast Asia began exchanging information. Hurry, hurry, I saw people from your hometown's rich entertainment are here too. Luxury cars arrived one after another, and groups of guests and celebrities, following the order of their participation in the Palme d'Or competition, began entering the main venue. Natasha, Natasha, fans and reporters erupted in screams again, this time for the cast of Paris, Texas, starring Nastasia Kinski. Kinski wore a loose, light green dress with minimal accessories, featuring a large, rounded white collar. Her natural beauty was like a summer water lily, unadorned and elegant. Following her was Harry Dean Stanton, the male lead of Paris, Texas, and her ex-boyfriend. Nastasia casually put her arm around Stanton's neck as they waited on the side of the road, exchanging a smile. Stanton's looks were average, with a scar on his face, but he was a heartthrob for actresses. His skillful acting made him a favorite of art house directors. Many actresses fell in love with him during filming because of his roles. Before his on-screen romance with Kinski, he was dating Rebecca De Moni. The two actresses even had a minor rivalry on the set of Coppola's old flame, New Love, with Kinski ultimately choosing De Moni. Until Tom Cruise appeared and stole De Moni, Stanton naturally went back to Kinski and rekindled their relationship. Their relationship continued until Kinski was filming Maria's Lovers, where Kinski fell for the male lead, Vincent Spano. In short, Stanton's best role is probably that of the best male friend of various actresses. Nastasia Kinski posed, letting the reporters use up a lot of film, and then she prepared to cross the street to enter the Palais des Festivals. Before she even reached the street, a man with distinctly Middle Eastern features approached her, seemingly offering to help her. Nastasia Kinski quickly stepped aside, avoiding the man's offer. Immediately sensing something amiss, she put on a sweet smile, put her right arm around the Middle Eastern man's arm, glanced at Stanton on the other side, and then put her left arm around his arm. The three of them crossed the street together. Soon all the guests entered the Palais des Festivals, and the opening film screening began. Meanwhile, at their hotel, Yoram from Minahan booked another large suite, which was packed to the brim. "Where are you from?" Yoram shouted. "I'm from Malaysia, Malaysia, fixed price, 300,000. 10% deposit, I'll give you a check." The film buyer hadn't even seen a copy. But the commotion outside the venue today had truly intimidated him. Even Catherine Deneuve had seen the posters. It must be top-notch. "Where are you from?" "The Philippines, the Philippines. Your ninja movie was filmed in our studio. Give me a friendly price, 200,000, fixed price, 320,000. If you don't want it, I'll sell it to your competitor." Yoram was more familiar with the situation in the Philippines and wasn't afraid of his competitors lowering the price. "I'm from Singapore, I'm from Yugoslavia. We don't need too many copies, so you want to pirate them yourselves, right? I'm from Chile." Film buyers from various countries surrounded the two brothers, filling out checks and vying to give them to the producers as if money were free. The one of the brothers, Yoram, was a business negotiation genius. Without needing to consult any data, he remembered the film audience population of each country perfectly, and charged each person a fixed price. The buyers, dejected, realized their bottom line had been guessed, but they still had to give him money. "Everyone," Minahan shouted, "we'll check your checks at the bank. In 3 days, we'll be on the beach, screening the film live. You all come then, and we'll sign the formal contracts." Orion's protest to the organizing committee was effective. They didn't want to offend this prolific American art film producer. They weren't given time to screen canon. But the two brothers weren't easily deterred by such a small obstacle. Pathé's projection equipment arrived quickly, and they set up a large tent on the beach to screen the film on-site. It was the first time Ronald had seen the two brothers sell films at a European film festival. No prints, no synopsis, no actors, just a poster, a tongue, and a bit of creativity, and they were selling like hotcakes. It seemed the global film market was vast, and the demand for fresh and interesting Hollywood films was incredibly strong. He'd made the right choice coming. It was an eye-opening experience. "Don't they even read the content before buying a film?" Ronald asked, surprised. "They do, but Hollywood has a limited number of films suitable for their market. Our musicals don't present much of a barrier in terms of dialogue, so they're exactly the type they like. Plus, the Hollywood filming methods are very appealing to audiences in these countries," Minahan explained to Ronald. "Plus, your publicity strategy was very effective. They all thought this was a Hollywood blockbuster, and they were afraid of being beaten to the punch by other distributors in their own countries, so they were willing to sign contracts first. Today, we're from smaller countries, mainly Western European countries, France, Germany, Italy, Britain, and several strong markets in East Asia, Japan and Korea. They're all waiting to see how our quality compares to Hot Street Kids." Yoram counted the millions of copies sold this time, which was just a small taste. The real big money was still in the wealthy countries. "What about Eastern European countries?" Ronald asked. "Them? Their markets are hard to penetrate, and we don't make much money there. For example, in East Germany, many of the films we showed in West Germany were pirated copies circulating there within a few weeks, and then Poland and Czechoslovakia had them within a few weeks. Only Yugoslavia would pay a little money. In that case, why don't we make the beach screening bigger? Bring in the three main actors, have them dance live, and hold a press conference? That way, we can overshadow Orion's Street Boy." Ronald had some understanding of the brothers' tactics. The European market had absolutely no concept of breakdancing. Once they got started, they could instill in them the idea that breakdancing was beat dance. The most authentic version ended with a beat dance, not a street dance. "Ha ha ha, that's perfect for me. I'll go make the call right now." Chapter 521 Natasha's Plea. Hush, the audience in the Palais des Festivals booed again. The opening film, Sagenborg, had encountered a problem. The projector's brightness was insufficient, and the dim projection drew loud complaints from the audience. The organizers then brightened the bulbs. However, half an hour later, one bulb exploded. Technicians had to stop the screening, replace the bulb, and then dim the light again. The Palais des Festivals is a very large venue, while the projection equipment is designed for standard cinema sizes. Since the main venue moved to the newly built Palais des Festivals last year, various problems have been constantly arising. The sound system wiring wasn't installed according to Palais des Festivals standards, resulting in constant popping and crackling sounds that drew continuous complaints from the audience. The Sagenborg crew looked grim. The same problem had occurred last year and remained unresolved. As the film representing France in the Palme d'Or competition, their debut was a setback. Nastasia Kinski, attending the ensuing banquet, couldn't contain her joy, giggling incessantly at the round table. To her left was Stanton, the male lead of Paris, Texas, and to her right was the Middle Eastern man. She was adept at navigating between the two, making them both feel very comfortable. "My dear Ibrahim, what's going on over there? Why did they all leave early?" Kinski noticed a group of people standing up at a table at the back of the banquet, making a commotion, and then rushing to get out. "I heard it's because an American film has caused a sensation, and they're all busy buying copies." The Middle Eastern man was Ibrahim Musa, a wealthy Egyptian businessman and film producer. Ever since he met Natasha Kinski, he had been captivated by her and had pursued her relentlessly. He even invested money in Kinski's film. Ibrahim Musa sent his assistant to find out what was going on and then gestured for him to also negotiate the distribution of the copies in Egypt. He himself stayed by Kinski's side constantly. The old man beside him was the goddess's ex-boyfriend. "Which film is it?" "Is it Leon's Once Upon a Time in America?" Natasha Kinski asked. Once Upon a Time in America had taken 2 years to complete. Director Leon had high hopes for the 3-hour special edition shown at the Cannes Film Festival. Those businessmen must have their eyes on this film. "No, it's a small production called Hot Dance, made by a small company. I heard the director is a young man in his early 20s named Ronald." "Natasha, don't waste your energy on these artistically devoid films. You were born for cinematic art. You should make a few films by renowned directors before you retire, leaving an indelible mark on the audience." Natasha's expression changed, but she quickly regained her smile, juggling between her suitor and ex-boyfriend. After the dinner, Natasha Kinski returned to the hotel accompanied by Musa. "You know, dear Ibrahim, I haven't been very available lately." After a kiss goodbye at the door, Kinski stopped Musa outside. "Okay, my little darling, I'll come see you again tomorrow." Natasha watched Ibrahim Musa walk to the elevator, then quickly closed the door and picked up the phone to call her ex-boyfriend, Harry Dean Stanton. "Harry, could you come with me to another hotel? I need to go there." Ronald's hotel was on the same street as Nastasia Kinski's, and he was enjoying the evening breeze on his balcony. Sales of breakdance were good, and Minahan had taken the opportunity to make contact with some film buyers. He was trying to pitch them a sequel to breakdance, selling the film before it was even made. This arrangement of getting advance payments was worlds apart from releasing it in America, where it would take a year to recoup the box office revenue. If this path could be established, producers could easily replicate Roger Corman's successful approach. Get the money first, then make a low-budget exploitation film, quick turnover, no risk, and with luck, a blockbuster could be made in a year or two. If this path could be followed, then investing in films with one's own money wasn't out of the question. "Hey, isn't it Nastasia Kinski?" Ronald suddenly saw two figures walking towards him on the street. It was Nastasia Kinski, the actress in the film competing for this year's Palme d'Or. She was wearing a headscarf and sunglasses, accompanied by a man. Were it not for her distinctive high nose, she wouldn't have been recognized. She wore a loose-fitting long dress and walked briskly along the roadside. A gust of wind blew, causing the dress to cling to her body. Nastasia Kinski looked a little plumper than before. Is it fashionable for actresses to gain weight these days? Ronald wondered, wondering where she was going so late. Ding dong. A moment later, the doorbell rang. Coming, Ronald went to open the door. So, the late-night snack arrived so quickly. Ronald, it was Nastasia Kinski and Stanton at the door. Natasha, what brings you here? Ronald let them in. The three chatted for a while about their time in America, how Ronald photographed Kinski, and how he learned directing techniques from Stanton's old flame, new flame. Nastasia Kinski seized the opportunity and said to Ronald, I'm here to ask you for a favor. Me? What favor can I do for you? Ronald thought to himself, You've got the wrong person. Unlike the Oscars, where Hollywood professionals vote, the Cannes Film Festival awards are decided by a jury. This year's jury included renowned Hollywood director Stanley Conen, Italian composer Ennio Morricone, and Isabelle Huppert, the French actress who starred in Heaven's Gate. They held closed-door discussions, and under the chairman's guidance, they debated fiercely to reach a conclusion on who would take home the Palme d'Or. Ronald didn't know any of these jury members. He couldn't possibly influence the opinions of one or two jury members through an agent, as he did in Hollywood. He was truly powerless to help. "No, that's not it," Kinski said, turning to Stanton who had accompanied her. "Harry, can I speak with Ronald alone?" After dismissing Stanton, Kinski sat down next to Ronald and took his hand. "I was talking about my other film, Maria's Lovers. Could you talk to Mr. Minahan Golan for me? I know your film for him did very well at Cannes, and he'd definitely be willing to help me get it featured at other film festivals, wouldn't he?" Ronald looked at Nastasia Kinski's face, which resembled a Greek sculpture, as she approached. A faint fragrance wafted over, and he almost blurted out an agreement. "I'm just a director. I don't know anything about these business matters. I can only mention it to you." Ronald quickly changed his words, remembering the intimate scene he'd witnessed between Kinski and Stanton on the balcony. Avoiding making a definitive statement. Then he leaned back, placed a cushion on his lap, and crossed his legs. "You're too modest, Ronald. I feel like you're not always American," Kinski continued. "I know you directed this blockbuster dance film, and Mr. Golan will definitely take your advice seriously. Then I can't mislead him. You know I know a thing or two about filmmaking, but I know nothing about how to market a film." Natasha Kinski became distressed. "I know, we artists are still being manipulated by these businessmen." Her expression turned somewhat troubled. "This film, Maria's Lovers, was actually invested in by one of my suitors, Mr. Ibrahim Musa from Egypt. If I can't help him recoup his investment, then I'll have no choice but to accept his offer." Natasha Kinski changed her demeanor again, seemingly reverting to the playful charm of her younger self from a few years ago. "He's very good to me, but you know, that's how Middle Eastern men think. He wants me to retire from acting for a few years after marrying him, to focus on having children and being a housewife." Kinski sat a little closer. "But I still want to make movies. I don't want to be a housewife and mother behind a businessman." Ronald unconsciously hugged the cushion tighter. "Okay, I'll bring it up with Minahan. We're having a screening on the beach in 3 days, and he'll have some free time afterward. I'll arrange for you two to talk in detail then." "Well, thank you." Kinski stood up, preparing to call Stanton from the outer room to leave together. "Could you put in a good word for me with him? The offer he made last time wasn't very good." "I will." Ronald stood up, still holding a cushion at his waist. "Thank you, Ronald." Kinski hugged Ronald, wrapping her arms around his neck. Ronald was embarrassed. The cushion fell to the side, and the two pressed tightly together. Kinski fully felt Ronald's enthusiasm. "Hey, you're so nice. I could tell you were a very capable man back then, but unfortunately Demi Moore liked you so much, I couldn't compete with her." Ronald also felt the amazing charm of the beautiful woman in his arms. No wonder that Egyptian man was so persistent in pursuing her. And what about Stanton outside? He's really gained weight, his belly is showing. Ronald couldn't help but recall when he took her audition photos in Los Angeles. Back then, Kinski was innocent and charming, at the peak of her beauty. He opened the door and saw the two actors out. Ronald picked up a glass, filled it with water from the tap, and drank it. Actually, Kinski isn't bad now. She's got more mature womanly charm, more alluring. The cold water calmed Ronald down a bit. She's gained weight again, just like Diane. I can almost feel her belly when we hug. Her film Maria's Lovers was a period drama. Does that require this kind of weight gain aesthetic? Ronald thought these art directors were utterly unreasonable, making actresses look so fat, like they were pregnant. What good did that do? Wait, Ronald touched his stomach, recalling the feeling of being close to Kinski earlier. No way. He turned on the TV and watched the French news. A local news report showed Natasha Kinski and two men arriving at the Palais des Festivals. Ronald carefully observed Kinski's gait and was about 70–80% sure. No wonder she was so eager to find a marriage partner. He couldn't understand French. Only one news item read out the name of an American man attending the meeting in English. Jack Valentine. Ronald recognized him. He seemed to be the president of the Motion Picture Association of America, the one who had spoken at the Oscars. The Minister of Culture of the United States. Negotiations. Ronald deduced something from the subtitles. It seemed to be negotiations between Hollywood and the French film industry regarding market opening. Ronald picked up the phone and dialed the number next door. Minahan, have you seen the news? It seems the French film market is going to fully open up to Hollywood. Chapter 522 Orion's Counterattack. Yoram, who knew a little French, watched some news on several television stations and then translated for Minahan and Ronald. The United States and China are holding negotiations today to discuss the mutual opening of their cultural industries to each other. French Minister of Culture Representative Jacques Lang and Motion Picture Association of America President Jacques Valenti held a pleasant meeting at a hotel and issued a joint communiqué. The summit between the two Jacques seems to be developing into an annual event. As in last year, the two met at the Eden restaurant of the Du Cap Hotel, not far from here. In the joint communiqué, Mr. Lang pledged to launch a special operation in France to combat piracy, primarily videotape piracy, and to cooperate internationally in addressing this rampant illegal activity. Mr. Valenti stated that he would do everything possible to help French films enter the United States. The French newspaper Libération called this communiqué the Eden Eagle Chicken Truce. Using the truce analogy is not an exaggeration, because just a few years ago, Mr. Lang and Mr. Valenti had a heated argument over the issue of French protectionism towards American films, which Valenti believed was inconsistent with the spirit of the Memorandum of Understanding on Cultural Industries between the two countries under the General Agreement on Tariffs and Trade. So, the restrictions on Hollywood film imports from France are starting to loosen. Minahan knew this all too well. Ha, our lucky moment has arrived. The French market is opening its arms to us, so Belgium and Italy will have to obediently drop their pants, and with the progress we're making with Britain, Germany, and Greece, we'll soon be able to conquer Europe, Minahan said, loosening his belt and making a few lewd hip-thrusting gestures. Soon, the three lead actors arrived in Cannes to promote a breakdancing screening. They put on their costumes and began their energetic performance in a makeshift screening tent on the Cannes beach. The trio had honed their skills in the East Coast nightclubs. Their improvisation and ability to engage the audience had improved considerably, leaving the French girls mesmerized. Their assistant, who had accompanied them, reported to Minahan. The box office for the third weekend was $5.2 million, a 17% drop from last week. The total box office has already exceeded $23.4 million. Next week is Memorial Day weekend, so with an extra day off, we estimate we can maintain this week's level. Minahan was delighted. This timely good news meant that after the screening, they would have more leverage when negotiating prices and the number of copies with various Western European distribution companies. He glanced at Ronald, who was chatting with the audience, and pulled his assistant aside. How are the theaters we're distributing ourselves for after Memorial Day? MGM expects to cut 200 theaters after a month of release. We've already privately contacted those theaters, and together with the second-run theaters, small-town theaters, and old-fashioned mill theaters we've contacted, we can gather a total of 600 theaters. We can also gradually take over the theaters MGM abandons. AWW, or when the film, temporarily renamed Breakdance, had its opening and closing title credits changed urgently. After watching the spectacular dance performance, Michael Jackson finally appeared. The audience, who had been listening to his records, were ignited by the familiar voice. Those in the back rows, primarily film distributors from Western Europe and East Asia, understood the power of the hot dance and immediately surrounded Minahan and Yoram, urging them to sign contracts. The Israeli distributors led them to the back of the tent, where assistants had prepared coffee and snacks, and a small door led to an adjacent tent. These distributors from larger markets didn't haggle like the film buyers from smaller countries had done the previous 2 days. They went into the smaller tents one by one, negotiating the number of copies needed and the amount of money paid for each copy with Yoram individually. Ronald sat in a corner at the back, watching people come forward and emerge beaming, seeing Minahan, still smiling, call out to the next person. Ronald knew they were making good progress. Just then, a young man in a t-shirt and running shoes rushed over, grabbed Minahan, and whispered something in his ear. Minahan's expression changed, and he quickly told his assistant to block the doorway. However, they were too late. Several men in suits walked in, looked around, and when they saw Minahan, they stepped forward and said, "We are lawyers from Orion Pictures. Your film is a copy of Orion's Cannes screening film Hot Street Kid, which is copyright infringement. We have reached an agreement with the organizing committee that you cannot continue to sell your film under the name Beat Dance. He then flashed a notice in Minahan's eyes. Minahan hadn't expected Orion to pull this stunt. He didn't want to argue with them in front of his client and wanted to have them discuss the matter in the small tent. The newcomer showed no intention of discussing things privately. Holding the notice, he addressed all the distributors in the tent. Orion's film on the same subject is called Beat Street, and this guy's film is called Beat Dance. We have reason to suspect plagiarism. We are initiating legal action against them in America. Gentlemen, if you're here to buy a new dance-themed musical, I suggest you go to Orion. It premieres in Cannes the day after tomorrow. Ronald couldn't help but stand up, watching this live drama unfold. It seemed Orion had discovered their film's name change and was trying to scare the overseas distributors with this misleading statement. The breakdancing craze had begun, and whoever could grab the first release would grab the lion's share of the pie. Ronald pulled over the young man who had just come in with the news. What's going on? When did they arrive? It was a warning from a Nike distributor. They also distribute Puma products, and we heard Puma is going to do a joint marketing campaign with Orion in Cannes. When Breakdance was being filmed, Minahan sponsored it with Nike, who provided shoes for everyone in the movie. The camera repeatedly focused on the swoosh. Puma, on the other hand, sponsored Hot Street Kids. Both sports shoe manufacturers were betting on the publicity from both films. So Cannonball and Nike were on the same side, sending a warning to Minahan. Impossible. Minahan, having already broken ties with Orion, addressed the distributors from various countries. Our Breakdance was released in the US a month before yours. Ask them, they're all experts. How can a movie released first plagiarize a movie released later? The distributors below began whispering among themselves. In most of their countries, movies require over a year of preparation and filming, not to mention post-production. Who would have thought that Hollywood's low-budget exploitation films could produce someone like Roger Corman, who could shoot a movie in a week? And the director of this film was his protege. Then why is your movie's name so similar to ours? Orion's lawyer presented compelling evidence. Some of the original titles on the promotional materials Minahan had revised were still there, clearly showing the English title Breakin'. Sweat beaded on Minahan's forehead. This was solid evidence. They had indeed changed the title to make their film more similar to Breakin'. Orion couldn't really do anything to Cannonball, but facing such a problem with distributors from various countries, they were ultimately at a disadvantage. If they had doubts and looked back at Breakin', even if they ultimately chose Breakdance due to quality, the price might not be as good as they had negotiated. Besides, Breakin' also featured extensive breakdancing battles, and its performance might not be inferior to Breakdance. Sir Ronald, seeing Minahan's inability to come up with a solution, stepped forward to address Orion's lawyer. Thank you for pointing it out. It was a spelling error on our part. Ronald took a pen from Minahan, used for signing contracts, circled the promotional material, crossed out beat at the beginning, and replaced it with break. Thus, the film's title was changed to Breakdance. In America, this dance is called Breakin', a common name. But in other parts of the world, they don't know it's the name of a dance, so we added the word dance to remind audiences outside of America that it's a dance. Ronald offered a plausible explanation. Right. Our temporary staff from Germany weren't familiar with English, so they mistakenly wrote beat instead of break. Minahan, realizing his mistake, immediately explained to the distributors, our Cannonball movie premiered in America, and also in Europe and Asia. We reserve the right to retaliate with legal action against your slander. Gentlemen, I directed Breakdance. You've all seen it, and you saw the audience's reaction. You know the potential of this film without me having to guarantee it. As for other films on the same subject, I won't comment. You can see for yourselves. Ronald then reiterated the enthusiastic audience response to the distributors. Don't forget we're from Oceania, we're from Australia. We want copies too. One Australian distributor didn't care about Orion's competition entry. This film clearly had immense appeal to young audiences, so he'd act first. Great, I'll give you a discount, Minahan laughed, hugging the other man. Soon, all the distributors resumed their orderly negotiations with Yoram. Orion's lawyer, seeing he hadn't achieved his goal, packed up his briefing and left. Ronald, Minahan called Ronald aside. I owe you something big today. When we get back, I'll share all the box office data with you so we won't have any problems with the revenue sharing. Next month, our Canon will also join the distribution of Breakdance in China, showing in second-tier cinemas. Although our cinema share won't be as high as the first month percentage we negotiated with MGM, this film will obviously have a long run, and it will still be a considerable income. Have your lawyers and accountants contact Yoram as soon as possible. We're good friends. And I don't want to have any conflicts with you over money. That's great. I will. And thank you for showing me the channels for developing overseas markets. Ronald felt that this trip to Cannes was worthwhile. You told Ronald, Yoram was surprised that Minahan would reveal the box office revenue he wanted to keep secret to Ronald after hearing about Minahan's arrangements. He helped us a lot today. If he hadn't come up with that excuse, we would have lost more than half of our overseas distribution revenue. I see now, Ronald isn't just a director and artist, he's also a natural businessman. He might become a big shot on the future, and I don't want to offend him over such a small amount of money. Besides, this way we can all make money together, and we might still have room for future cooperation. You have a point. Anyway, our own distribution channels don't give us a very high share of the box office revenue, so let's not lose sight of the bigger picture. How many contracts have we signed today? Minahan asked. Besides Britain and Greece, major European countries like France, Italy, and Belgium have all paid deposits. Add to that Japan and Korea and Asia, and in total, we've received nearly 8 million in print fees. So much? Minahan exclaimed in surprise. Yes, the North American box office in the first 3 weeks has excited these distributors, who have proactively increased their orders for prints. This is probably the first time we've sold so many prints in Europe, right? That means over 2 million viewers in one major country, and Japan and Korea. They've also ordered a lot of prints, so Ronald has earned us much more than we paid him. Are there any other countries that haven't ordered? Among the major Western European countries, West Germany and Spain. A few Nordic countries aren't very enthusiastic. That's alright, let them experience Orion's artistic sensibilities first, and we'll raise the price for them later. Chapter 523 Selling Breakdancing to the Eastern Camp. Breakdance sold very well overseas, and Minahan happily treated Ronald to a lavish meal. Remembering Nastasia Kinski's plea, Ronald asked Minahan for his opinion on Maria's Lovers. I didn't originally have a strong preference for distributing this film. If the price was right, I'd buy it. If it was too high, I wouldn't. But your film made us a lot of money, and my priorities have changed. Minahan wiped his mouth with a white napkin. For Cannonball to establish itself in Hollywood, low-budget exploitation films won't work. So I hope to sign some famous directors to make films for Cannonball. In the golden age of Hollywood, directors and stars signed long-term contracts with studios. The studio was their home, and they only made films for studios. If we can have 1 or 2 famous directors with long-term contracts, then stars will be attracted to make films for small to medium-sized companies like Cannonball. Ronald understood Minahan's meaning. In some ways, his strategy was similar to CAA's, attracting stars by signing screenwriters and directors. With a star, there's an opportunity to expand the company. Otherwise, constantly making low-budget productions of $1 or $2 million will never give them a chance to join the Big Seven. So, I didn't buy Maria's Lovers because of Nastasia Kinski, but because of director Konchalovsky. He's the kind of person who can bring us an Oscar nomination. It seems Kinski isn't considered a qualified star in his eyes. Although she won awards at European film festivals, no Hollywood audience is willing to go to the cinema just to see her, Ronald thought. Do you think her new film has a chance to win the Palme d'Or? Ronald knew that Paris, Texas was a favorite for this year's awards. If it won, Maria's Lovers, also starring Kinski, might have higher commercial value. Ronald tried to learn from Minahan. He still had a lot to learn about film business operations. Perhaps, Minahan said, in a good mood. The jury president this year is British, and the jury includes veteran American director Stanley Donen and renowned cinematographer Vadim Yusef from the Soviet Union. So I don't think the grand prize will go to John Huston, who's over 70 and still making films in America. And while Paris, Texas was filmed in America, the director and production company are from West Germany. Choosing them from among the popular films will likely be less objectionable to the Eastern jury. However, there's little connection between European film awards and American box office success. Ronald agreed. Most Americans have a chosen one mentality, believing everything is best in America. Bring your friend Kinski over. I'll offer her a better deal. We need more directors willing to sign long-term contracts. After saying that, Minahan looked directly at Ronald. I'll pass it on. Ronald smiled. Signing a long-term contract with Minahan was impossible. He couldn't be tied to a company like Cannonball. To make the films he wanted, he needed a company with the influence of the Big Seven. Nastasia Kinski was pleasantly surprised to receive Ronald's call and immediately invited Ronald and Minahan to the premiere of Texas, Paris. The director of Texas, Paris, Wim Wenders, was West German, a somewhat shy, tall and thin man. He was a key figure in the new German cinema movement in West Germany. This was a government-funded film production program launched in the 1970s by the West German government to expand its cultural influence. It also produced a generation of stars, including Nastasia Kinski's father, Klaus Kinski. However, such government-funded projects didn't produce many box office hits. Once outside the market, they were ultimately just tools for directors to achieve self-realization and win awards. The new German cinema movement quickly declined, and Wim Wenders had to rely on Hollywood's funding and locations to make his new film. "Congratulations, you've made a great film," Ronald complimented Wim Wenders after the premiere. Well, the film was indeed very well made, the actors' performances were precise, and the emotional expression and narrative were of a very high standard. But only viewers with similar life experiences to the protagonist could truly understand it. After all, it wasn't some age-old tale of revenge, love, or defeating an opponent. It was the story of a disillusioned middle-aged man searching for his past memories. Soon, guests came one after another to congratulate the director and lead actor. Ronald quietly left the creative team and went back with Minahan. So East Germany also succumbed to the pressure of the Soviet Union and participated in the boycott of the Los Angeles Olympics? Did you ruin 4 years of hard work by your athletes for political purposes? You can't say that. It was you Americans who started the boycott in the last games. We can say it was just tit for tat, but your late former Secretary General Yuri took a positive attitude towards participating. We've prepared an Olympic village for you in Los Angeles, and a documentary film crew will be filming athletes from all countries. You know, my old friend, we are now the new Secretary General Constantine. A conversation drifted into Ronald's ears. He felt the Russian-accented English sounded familiar, and upon closer inspection, he realized, Mr. Counselor, I didn't expect to meet you here. It turned out that the speaker was the cultural counselor of the Soviet Union, who had sat with Ronald when he received the Oscar for Best Original Song Lyrics. Ronald, I didn't expect to see you here. Let me introduce you, this is Mr. Jack Valentine, the mastermind behind Hollywood, our union's #1 cultural enemy, and the president of the American Film Institute. Hello, Mr. Valentine. Ronald also recognized the president who frequently spoke at the Oscars. Hello, I've heard of you. Jack Valenti warmly shook Ronald's hand. You're using the wrong title. The consul has been recalled to his home country and is now a commissioner in the union's film bureau. Congratulations, Commissioner, it's nothing. I'm just here on routine to accompany jury member Mr. Youssef. Ronald understood the implication. Konchalovsky, the director of Maria's Lovers, had defected to France under the pretext of filming a new movie. Such incidents occurred frequently in the early 1980s. The General Secretary tightened policies, requiring that even for honorary positions like Cannes Film Festival jury members, a trusted official accompany the artist. Youssef was a minority member of the union, a longtime cinematographer working with Tarkovsky, and frequently traveled abroad for competitions, so the higher-ups weren't entirely at ease. What do you think? Do you think the union should boycott the Los Angeles Olympics? Jack Valenti looked at Ronald with interest, wanting to hear the young director's opinion on their debate. I think we should still come. Without athletes from the Eastern Bloc and the Eastern Bloc, the competition won't be at its highest level, Ronald replied decisively. For example, in gymnastics, without the entire Eastern Bloc in Romania, wouldn't it all be America's turn? Haha. Jack Valenti was quite satisfied with this answer and glanced at the commissioner. Not all Eastern Bloc countries are boycotting, some have chosen to participate, like China. The commissioner didn't continue arguing about this but stated the facts. Oh, Ronald's spirits lifted upon hearing this unexpected news. The Olympics are just around the corner this summer, right? He could go see his former homeland's athletes perform. When you return to Los Angeles, you can participate more in our Film Association's exchange activities. Jack Valenti felt Ronald's ideas aligned well with mainstream American values, emphasizing freedom and competition. He invited him to participate more in association activities. Commissioner, I also brought a film I directed to Cannes this time. I'd like to ask if there's a chance it can be sold to the Eastern Bloc. Ha ha ha, the commissioner chuckled, amused by Ronald's typically profit-driven American attitude. To be precise, we do import a small number of American films, but they all require censorship and must conform to our national values. And generally, we only pay a buyout price. Oh, Ronald was a little disappointed. It seemed selling films to the Eastern Bloc wasn't so easy. Would they consider breakdancing some kind of capitalist dance? If you really want to, the commissioner drawled. Oh, I forgot to mention, that fat man is the film's producer. Would it be possible to invite the commissioner to dinner? Ronald understood the implication and quickly called over Minahan, who was negotiating with Kinski, to invite the commissioner to the best French restaurant. The commissioner scooped up a spoonful of fine Black Sea caviar. You know, this is a specialty of our Black Sea. Our country's annual export volume is very limited, yet it can be easily found in any high-end French restaurant. The commissioner brought up something completely unrelated to the film deal. Is this because smuggling? Ronald asked tentatively. Yes, truckloads of caviar, crude oil, and all sorts of Russian specialties were transported to East Germany by military trains, and then transshipped to West Berlin, and even to your America, through various clandestine underground channels. On their return journey, they would bring back cheap televisions, refrigerators, washing machines, and movie copies. I think the commissioner, who studies literature and art, would certainly need the latest large-screen Japanese televisions and VCRs, Ronald asked. And your wife would also need some perfumes from Germany and bags from Italy. They are all good materials for studying literature and art, Minahan immediately chimed in. Thank you for your kindness. I'm saying this to remind you that although our camp cannot freely import Hollywood movies, good movies shown in West Berlin will appear in East German cinemas a month later, and then continue to spread to other Eastern European countries. I see. No wonder the West German distributors delayed their decision. The copies they bought would not only be shown in their own country, but also distributed throughout Eastern Europe, through underground channels. Therefore, they would have to see how well East Germany received Breakdance and Hot Street Kids before making a final decision. I wonder what principles East Germany uses to select films, Ronald asked the commissioner again. Minahan snapped his fingers, called a waiter, and gave the commissioner 2 more bottles of brandy to take home. Hey, you know, East Germany is also called a satellite state of the Soviet Union by you Americans. Regarding films, our union's attitude can appropriately influence their film preferences. Then I'll ask the commissioner to put in a good word for us. The commissioner received 2 bottles of brandy and was very satisfied to see the XO label. Ronald was an old acquaintance of his own promotion and return to the U.S. were due to Ronald's choice of Moscow Does Not Believe in Tears, which won an Oscar. Making a small deal with such an old friend wouldn't be dangerous, and the young man and the fat producer were very accommodating. So he offered his advice. No, you should let me criticize it harshly. Why? Ronald and Minahan exchanged glances, confirming the commissioner wasn't joking. Have you ever heard the saying, the more something is forbidden, the more widely it spreads? Oh, Ronald understood. In the Eastern camp, the more forbidden something was, the more the audience wanted to see what was prohibited. I think Hot Street Kid does a great job exposing the exploitation of American capitalism and racial discrimination. Those black people in the slums, forced to dance in the streets, that's American realism. But breakdance, which deals with the same subject, romanticizes their impoverished lives too much. Black and Latino people can work in supermarkets, afford tape recorders, and wear synthetic clothing that only the wealthy can afford, as well as those ankle protectors only ballet students can wear. We don't like this kind of glorified work. The next day, the commissioner of the Souvenirs Union Film Bureau, in a media interview, commented on the Hollywood films at the Cannes Film Festival, praising Orion's film highly. A pleasure to work with you, Hans. Minahan happily signed a high-priced print-run agreement with local German importers, enough to supply not only West Germany but also the entire Eastern Europe. Now, copies of Breakdance could be distributed to underground cinemas in Eastern Europe and even Moscow and Leningrad. On the other hand, Minahan also happily paid an even higher price to buy Maria's Lovers, directed by Andrei Konchalovsky, a director who defected from the Union, preparing to compete at the Venice Film Festival. This was their first battle to establish their artistic reputation and attract more famous directors to make films. Chapter 524 begins the script collection process. Ronald returned to New York, and the first thing he did was meet with his personal lawyer, Lindsay Dole, and his personal accountant, Lawrence Wong. I think Cannonballs was trying to conceal this box office revenue. But I did them a big favor in Cannes, which is why they let me know about Cannonball's self-distribution plan in America. After returning, Ronald figured things out and decided to have his trusted associates oversee Cannonball's box office revenue sharing. Film box office revenue is a large amount of cash income, always a major headache for auditing financial statements, and very difficult to monitor. If it weren't for our long-standing partnership, I wouldn't have a good solution. Lindsay Dole, still professional, pointed out that precisely because film box office revenue involves a large amount of cash income, it's a major problem even for publicly traded companies, let alone a private company like Cannonballs. Whether it's concealing a small portion for the production company or inflating figures to launder the money from gangsters' illegal income, it's an excellent entry point for accounting manipulation. Taking a little out or putting a little in before the money is deposited into the bank is extremely difficult to monitor. You can only rely on the reports sent by the Canon. I'll find a few assistants to help you check if there are any discrepancies in the reports. That's all we can do for now, said accountant Lawrence Wang, who was at a loss. A proper audit of box office revenue is beyond the capabilities of a private accountant like him. That required a firm of the Big 8 accounting firms. The two devised a method for Ronald to monitor the box office of Breakdance. They also contacted Yorn to establish a revenue-sharing settlement cycle and method. Memorial Day was approaching, a big day for Aunt Karen. Ronald, rarely in New York, finally had the opportunity after several years to attend a gathering of veterans and widows. On the Hanson family's large lawn, the veterans began their annual gathering. Aunt Karen was delighted. She no longer baked cookies herself as often, dressed in an elegant gown, chatting with a group of women from the Leg Warmer Company. "This lawn is so big. I wish we could have tea on a lawn like this every day," said Mrs. Davis, whose family had moved to Staten Island, and she loved lawns. His son, Bud, was about to be discharged from the Marine Corps and return home, and he was in high spirits. "There will be more later," Ronald smiled. The new house he was building for his aunt would soon be finished. There would be a small lawn for parties, not as big as the Hanson family's, but enough to accommodate some old friends. Ronald, young Douglas, about to graduate from college, was back for the anniversary celebration. Seeing Ronald there, he was overjoyed and leaned in to ask, "How much did your breakdancing movie gross?" "Hey, it grossed over $25 million before the anniversary," Ronald said proudly. "It did very well in Europe too, selling over 10 million copies, dollars or francs?" "Dollars? That's great," young Douglas was delighted. "What are your next plans? Want me to join in? After I graduate, I can access my family trust annuity. Besides investing, how about I follow you? I'll finance all your films on a one-to-one basis." "Really? I probably won't be making any more low-budget exploitation films lately, and you probably can't get into big productions. But I'm interested in trying my hand at producing, buying promising scripts, finding suitable directors, and if you're interested, I'll reserve an investment share for you." "Then it's a deal," young Douglas was delighted. Producing, wasn't that similar to directing? Ronald was also happy. Based on the current box office performance, he could expect at least $1 million in royalties. He had originally planned to use the profit-sharing agreement as collateral for a bank loan. Since Douglas Jr. was willing to invest, his Daydream production company had the resources to experiment. They could start with small productions costing a few $100,000 and test the waters with domestic distribution channels. Distribution could be backed by Roger Corman's new company. He had changed the company name to Concord Pictures because New Millennium was too difficult to pronounce. Because the new owner of New World wasn't strictly adhering to the acquisition agreement, Corman's new films weren't getting good distribution, so in a fit of anger, he started trying to establish new distribution channels. In addition, Minahan's Cannonball was also starting to build domestic distribution channels, and he could choose to cooperate with the brothers. "By the way, you were in Cannes, did you?" Douglas Jr. smiled lewdly, revealing a knowing expression. "No, I only met Nastasia Kinski and the French star Catherine Deneuve. Oh, I'm jealous. You have to take me with you next time." Upon hearing that it was Kinski, who played Tess, and Deneuve, from his collection of film prints of Belle de Jour, young Douglas immediately regretted not going with Ronald. "You want to meet her? I can arrange it. Kinski is coming soon to sign the film distribution contract with Minahan." "What a good brother," young Douglas was delighted. "She's the lead actress in this year's Palme d'Or winning film at Cannes. Actually, She doesn't have many scenes, Ronald reminded him. That's alright, I'm only interested in her as a person, her private life is quite active, Ronald reminded him again. So what? I'm not marrying her, am I? What are you talking about? Donna came over and struck up a conversation with Ronald. Hi, Donna, I'll send you to MIT this fall. Seeing that she was Ronald's talented daughter, young Douglas immediately put on a friendly smile and politely struck up a conversation with her. I have Ronnie to give me, he promised. Donna, arm in arm with Ronald, spoke bluntly to Douglas. Okay, but I can give you a college gift. That's not too much to ask, is it, really? Thank you. Donna's face immediately lit up with a smile at the mention of a gift. I'll give you a suitcase. You'll need it when you move to your dorm at MIT. Thank you. Donna chatted with Douglas for a bit, then whispered in Ronald's ear, Diane's in New York these days, shooting a cover photo for a women's magazine. Do you want to meet her? Her new film, Ghetto Justice, will be released nationwide early next month. Ronald did the math. It would be 3 weeks before his own, Dragon Boys, was released, which was practically a head-to-head competition. Did she ask you to tell me? No, Diane didn't want me to tell you, saying you're busy with the release. You must be very busy. Where is she shooting? Ronald wasn't entirely convinced by Donna's explanation. Tomorrow afternoon Donna gave Ronald the address of the studio where the shoot was taking place. Eddie, do you really not have high hopes for me? The next morning, Ronald arrived at his agent Eddie Cohen's office in New York and joked with him. Besides the investor, Douglas Jr., his Daydream Films needed a general manager to oversee daily operations before it could begin. Ronald wanted to persuade Eddie to work for him and co-manage Daydream Production Company. However, Eddie refused. My small agency is doing quite well. Many adult magazine models have found their way into the film industry through me. Eddie shrugged. He wasn't willing to immediately join Ronald's company as general manager. However, he had high hopes for Ronald and could manage some of the business temporarily. I can handle the day-to-day affairs of Daydream in New York for you. Okay, deal. Ronald shook his hand, preparing an extra salary for Eddie so he could have someone he could trust to handle things in New York. What will your first task be? Eddie quickly got into character, flipping through his notebook to write down the work assignments. Start collecting scripts, Ronald replied. Keep an eye out for potential screenplays, plays suitable for film adaptation, and novels. Everything has to start with the scripts, no problem. There aren't many suitable directors on Broadway, but there are plenty of scripts, Eddie agreed. Is this it? Eddie drove Ronald to the photo studio where Diane was shooting photos for a women's magazine. It was an old building in Midtown, a pre-World War house with stone walls. This is it. Ronald checked the address Donna had given him and went inside. Okay, give me a playful pose. Click, click. From a distance, Ronald could hear a woman's voice, seemingly Diane's photographer. Take off one stocking and then pretend to put it back on. Ronald turned the corner and entered the studio. A series of shutter clicks followed, and a beautiful photographer, dressed in a blazer and trousers, knelt on the floor, taking pictures of Diane. Diane, dressed in a red suit, sat barefoot on an apple crate on the wooden floor, her legs crossed, her hands pulling up the black stocking around her right ankle. She wore an old-fashioned hat, still dressed like a singer from the 1920s or 30s. However, this time the suit had very high shoulder pads and a modern V-neck, revealing a glimpse of her alluring figure. Ronald entered the brightly lit studio from the dimly lit corridor, his pupils suddenly dilating. Under the lights, Diane looked like a goddess. Her playful movement as she pulled up her stocking made Ronald realize that her slightly plump figure was no longer a flaw, but rather a major advantage. Ronald smiled silently, a genuinely happy smile. Click, click, good, that expression is good. Diane noticed Ronald and burst into laughter. Okay, hold on. The female photographer began rapidly pressing the shutter, and suddenly, Diane seemed to radiate light, her feminine charm exuding at high power. Ronnie, Diane couldn't hold back any longer. She stood up, barefoot, and rushed towards Ronald, grabbing his neck and giving him a hug. One leg was clad in expensive black stockings, while the other was half up, dangling from her knee. Ronald hugged her back and lifted her up. They hadn't seen each other in a long time, and Ronald could smell Diane's familiar scent again. He held her tightly, taking a deep breath from her temples. Ronnie, Diane clung to Ronald, refusing to let go. I'm so happy you're here, ahem. We still have one more scene to shoot. The photographer, watching the two passionately hugging and kissing, had no choice but to remind them. Chapter 525 The Hands of Love. Click, click, the photographer continued shooting the remaining shots. Ronald watched from the side, pursing his lips. The photographer herself was a woman, and her aesthetic sense didn't quite capture Diane's sexy side. She only aimed for a cute angle. This photographer was Albana Navish, a beautiful woman from the West. She had previously worked as an actress and model, and had even played a supporting role in the famous erotic film The Story of O. After the shoot, Diane went to change, and Ronald stood by waiting. Navish looked at Ronald. His profile was gazing into the distance, a slight smile playing on his lips, looking at the dressing room at the far end. This angle perfectly showcased Ronald's observer's perspective, full of thoughtfulness and observation, perfectly matching his role as a director. So she took a picture of Ronald as well. "Oh, you took a picture of me?" Ronald asked. "Don't forget to send it to me later. You seem to have a different opinion about my photography." Navish noticed Ronald's pursed lips. "Why don't you take one?" she said, handing Ronald her 120 medium format camera. "Professionals never tolerate being looked down upon for their abilities." "Ronnie," Diane said, having changed into a red vest and black trousers, taking a drag of her cigarette and ruffling her short, dyed blonde hair. "Let's go." Ronald flicked the film advance lever on his camera, looking at Diane through the viewfinder. From a male perspective, cuteness could easily transform into sexiness. Click, a single shutter click was Ronald's style. "Come on, stop smoking." Ronald took the cigarette from her hand and tossed it into the ashtray. "It's bad for an actor's teeth and lungs. You'll be delivering long lines later, okay, bro?" Diane clung to Ronald and kissed him. "Bro, Ronnie, bro. Ronnie, bro." "Ah." Diane hugged Ronald tightly, lying on the bed in his apartment, her face flushed. Ronald rolled over, one arm around Diane's neck, the other gently stroking her stomach. Diane let out a soft, comforting sound, snuggling closer to Ronald. "You don't mind that I'm fat anymore? Hey, you seem to have recovered quite well." "You're not fat anymore, more like a muffin top," Ronald chuckled, patting Diane's slightly protruding belly. "Your love handles are pretty much the same," Diane snorted, pinching Ronald's waist. Unlike Diane's fat, which was on her stomach, Ronald's fat was on his sides, slightly protruding. Diane could easily grab onto it, increasing speed and frequency, hence the nickname Love Handles. Ronald touched his own excess fat. Sure enough, the continuous filming and lack of exercise had taken their toll. He couldn't even bring himself to tease Diane anymore. "When are you going to Los Angeles for the premiere of Ghetto Justice?" Ronald asked, smoothing Diane's messy hair. "I'm not going." Diane buried her head in Ronald's chest. The director and producer both exclaimed that it was a disaster after seeing the finished film. Their expressions were like they were dead. "I didn't want to embarrass myself. You know what? They say movies still need a story. It seems that visuals and atmosphere alone can't make a blockbuster," Diane said, pulling one hand away and touching the love handle again. "If I had known this, why didn't I write a proper story? Now I've pushed the mermaid away, and that one got lucky." "Donna said you don't want to act in the movie I direct." "Why?" Ronald, tickled by Diane, started running his hand up and down her smooth back. "The path to fame but prepared for me, now only the Cotton Club remains. A female actress's peak is only a few short years. If you don't reach the top, it's very difficult. I'm a little reluctant to be an actress. I want to meet my mother and learn about her life." Diane gently touched Ronald's waist. "You don't blame her for kidnapping you back then." Ronald, a little provoked, sat up and hugged Diane tightly. Their eyes met. "Forget it," he said, "she's just trying to control my acting career. I'm almost out of work now. She's my mother, after all. I want to spend some time with her and see if we get along. I used to envy Donna for having a mother like your aunt." "Really?" Ronald's warm breath brushed against Diane's nose, and she instinctively hugged his head. Again, after a long while, Diane lay contentedly on the bed and fell into deep sleep. Ronald secretly went to the study, turned on the computer, and connected the phone line. After a few beeps, the modem connected to the internet. After a while of downloading, Ronald opened the BBS reader. In the movie section, he finally found a post reviewing Breakdance. "Last Saturday night, I had an unfortunate experience watching Breakdance, one of the worst movies ever made. It's supposed to be a dance movie. While there were some good dance sequences, it didn't compensate for the wooden acting, cheap sets, Terrible script, mediocre direction, and poor cinematography. Even the dance scenes were poorly shot, often missing entire sequences. The audience I watched the film with, in Chicago, constantly erupted in disgusted laughter. Shockingly, they didn't tear down the theater out of anger, or at least demand a refund. I think this review is helping me vent some of my frustrations. Obviously, I advise everyone not to watch it. But for those who still insist on watching the movie, you'll be happy to know that at the end of the film, its sequel was announced. Professor, University of Chicago, what? It's clearly because you, a professor, can't empathize with such a good movie like Ordinary People. Weren't those audience members laughing the whole time? Ronald angrily closed the post. It seems that those who use BBS now are mostly highly educated intellectuals. The real audience members don't have the opportunity to speak. Once Upon a Time in America, a masterpiece is coming soon. Ronald scrolled down and saw the professor's post again. He praised the Cannes premiere film Once Upon a Time in America as very beautiful and literary, saying that it didn't win any awards entirely because Europeans suppressed a purely American story. He would be going to the cinema to see this masterpiece on the weekend of June 1st. It seems that cultured people still prefer movies with profound meaning and don't like the exploitative films that Ronald made. Although Diane didn't want to attend the premiere, Ronald accepted an invitation from Ghetto Justice producer Joe Silver to attend the premiere at the Beverly Hills Academy Theater. This is the headquarters of the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences in Hollywood, and the venue for announcing the Oscar nominations each year. Some stars lived nearby, so the opening ceremony still had a few well-known celebrities in attendance. A few days later, Ronald and his good friend, Douglas Jr., flew to Los Angeles to attend together. It seems like there aren't many stars here. Douglas Jr. said, a little disappointed. You haven't made up for my broken heart. You have to introduce me to some actresses today, no matter what. Ronald couldn't help but chuckle, and Nastasia Kinski was introduced to Douglas Jr. excitedly. Douglas Jr. invited Kinski to dinner, only to discover she was pregnant. Kinski also told him that the child was her ex-boyfriend Vincent Spano, but she was preparing to marry Egyptian businessman Ibrahim Moussa. Moussa accepted her and the child. However, if other producers were willing to hire her to continue making films, she wanted to continue acting. Deeply impressed by Hollywood's ways, young Douglas focused his attention on female celebrities' bellies today, refusing to approach anyone wearing loose clothing. He eventually spotted a slender actress, and with Joel Silver's help, Ronald met Jamie Lee Curtis, the star of Halloween and a new generation of Scream Queen. Douglas approached her, displaying the charm of a wealthy New York countryman. However, Ronald was drawn to an older, beautiful woman next to Curtis. She had a full head of silver hair, an extraordinary air, and a face that bore a striking resemblance to Curtis. Ronald tentatively asked, "Are you Janet Leigh, young man? Have you seen my movies?" It turned out she was indeed Curtis's mother, the lead actress in Hitchcock's Psycho, and a previous generation of Hollywood Scream Queen. "I'm a film director. My name is Ronald. I greatly admire your performance," Ronald said, pleased to have a chat with a legendary actress. This brings back memories of my youth, when reporters were scrambling to ask me questions," Janet Leigh chuckled self-deprecatingly. "When I was filming Hitchcock's movies, no, I much prefer your performance in Orson Welles' Touch of Evil. It's a pity the original was altered by the producers. I deeply regret not having seen the original version." "Oh, you're the first person I've talked to about that movie in a long time. When I was filming it, I had a broken arm, so in many shots my arm was hidden behind my back." In a cast, Janet Leigh also preferred Welles's films. The two chatted quite congenially, just as Douglas Jr. and Curtis had a good conversation. Until the premiere began. No wonder this movie isn't good." Ronald finished watching the finished film. Apart from the two stunning concerts performed by Diane at the beginning and end, the whole movie was rather unremarkable. All the plot points were predictable, with no unexpected surprises. And then there was the final battle. The protagonist, Cody, and Willem Dafoe, who played the villain, actually used two giant sledgehammers to fight each other. Perhaps it was to get a PG rating? Ronald guessed. The film's quality was indeed problematic. Too many compromises were made to meet various requirements. How to put it? The entire film seemed to have undergone too many compromises during editing. Perhaps to satisfy the demands of the higher-ups, or perhaps the director simply didn't know how to edit it into a coherent story. The film felt somewhat outdated. Perhaps it could still sell some copies in other markets. The first weekend of June passed. Breakdance continued its strong performance at the box office, earning $3.3 million, even as MGM's distribution was reduced to 800 theaters. This placed it third, behind only two major sequels, Star Trek: The Search for Spock and Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade, which each grossed $16 million. Ghetto Justice, showing in just over 1,000 theaters, only grossed a little over $2,400,000, with no hope of breaking even. Once Upon a Time in America, a two-year, $30 million blockbuster, was ordered by distributor Warner Brothers to be cut down to 90 minutes. It was a box office flop, also only grossing $2,400,000. Breakdance, however, raked in $34 million in 5 weeks, truly attracting the attention of many bigwigs. Ronald's agent, Nisita, began receiving calls from increasingly higher-ranking figures. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.